The Death Scythe once reaped souls for the Grim Reaper himself. Worth 50,000 points, it sat in a shop for 50 years, ignored by everyone. Everyone thought it was just an ordinary tool, but I spent all my savings to buy it. Seeing this, the crowd thought I had lost my mind. Little did they know the moment I touched it, I felt the Reaper's true power. This scythe is a growth weapon, part of my exclusive set in this world. Reality and games have merged. Everyone must undergo a class awakening at 18, but 99% of people only get lifestyle classes. They are useless compared to the popular support classes. Combat classes are what everyone dreams of. Today is our school's awakening day. As the awakening circle activates, Principal Miller calls students forward to enter the circle, but the first student becomes a farmer. A lifestyle class, he is devastated. He is destined to remain at the bottom of society. The second student also gets a lifestyle class. Master Thorn frowns at the sight. It seems your school struggles to produce even one combat class. But when Sarah steps up, he is shocked. Her mental power is twice as high as anyone else's. She will likely become a mage. Suddenly, Sarah triggers a massive phenomenon. 2 massive elemental orbs appear above her. This means she has at least a rare class. Sarah successfully awakens as a rare class. Elemental Mage. Principal Miller and Master Thorn are full of praise. For her now it is my turn to step up. Master Thorn predicts, I can only awaken a basic life class. But the moment I step into the formation, a terrifying energy erupts from beneath my feet. A massive pillar of light shoots into the sky. The principal and the master realize, this is another phenomenon. It is even more shocking than series. Sarah watches the scene with a nervous expression. Suddenly a student points to the sky and screams. Thousands of dark shadows emerge from the black clouds. They look like terrifying undead from hell. Some students collapse to the ground in fear. The shadows in the sky suddenly salute me. They turn into necromantic energy and flow into my body. I have awakened as a unique hidden class Necromancer. This sparks both jealousy and fear in the crowd. I do not care about their reactions. Master Thorn quickly stops me. He wants to see the skills of a unique hidden class. I check my class skills. I can currently summon 1 iron rank skeleton warrior. With the thought, the skeleton warrior appears. The surrounding students look on in terror. The master fires a beam of light at the warrior. To test it, the skeleton warrior's killing intent immediately surges. This surprises Master Thorn. A level 1 summon actually shows hostility toward him. However, the summon stats seem average for now. Satisfied, the master thanks me for the demonstration. With the thought, I recall the skeleton warrior. The system notifies me that my summon space limit is 10. At this moment, I finally understand. The vision I saw when I first awakened was real. If a necromancer levels up and expands the summon space infinitely, I will eventually be able to one-shot giant dragons. Before I can think further, Sarah runs over to challenge my exam scores. I simply say oh and walk away. As soon as I get home, a system notification appears. Host detected. As a necromancer class meets the requirements, you have gained the talent total amplification and the skill damage transfer. All skill effects are increased 5-fold. All damage received will be transferred to your summons. 1. Immediately summon a skeleton warrior. To check its stats, its attributes have indeed increased by 5 times. With the damage transfer passive, I will be invincible against anyone of the same level. The next day, Benny wants to team up with me, but I refuse. I tell him I plan to enter Summer Capital Academy. Soloing dungeons is the fastest way to level up. Principal Miller is shocked to hear this. To enter that academy, you must reach level 12 before the big exam. Your sister Moira reached level 16 before she was accepted. There is only 1 week left until the exam starts. Reaching level 12 by then is nearly impossible. However, I remain confident in my choice. I then head toward the beginner dungeon. Sarah approaches me and challenges me to a leveling race. I am speechless. What a strange woman. After entering the dungeon, I use all my mental power to summon 4 skeleton warriors. I immediately command them to hunt. I control them with my mind to kill monsters separately. My amplified skeleton warriors slaughter the monsters here. With ease, my experience points skyrocket quickly. I level up in less than half an hour. My skills and stats improve significantly. My passive is damage transfer, and Soul Flame reaches level 2. My summon limit increases. The skeleton warrior's attributes surge to 125. My hunting speed increases significantly. Their movements map out the entire area for me. Suddenly a monster jumps out from the bushes. This is the perfect chance to test my active skill. The 5-fold amplified skill kills it instantly. I reach level 3. My summon limit increases by 3 more. The skeleton warrior's attributes reach 175. Level 5 and 6 monsters become my new prey. I level up again in less than an hour. At this rate, I can reach level 8 before the dungeon closes. Meanwhile, Principal Miller and Lord Starling discuss our progress. Miller believes Sarah has the best chance to enter Summer Capital Academy. He thinks she only needs to reach level 5 to qualify. This is because Xavier and Moira were also rare classes. They both reached level 5 in their beginner dungeons. He has no idea that I have already reached level 5, but this is still far from my goal. I lead my skeletons to find higher level monsters. Suddenly a sharp branch shoots toward me. I was sent flying several meters. It attacks any living being. It's a level 8 whip tree with a single thought. A skeleton warrior slashes at its trunk. It isn't an instant kill. It takes 4 strikes to destroy it. This makes my leveling efficiency much slower, but I don't have to waste time looking for monsters. There are hundreds of whip trees right here. This is the perfect place for me to grind. I summon all of my skeleton warriors. They all charge into the forest at once. After 2.5 hours of fighting, I harvest the experience from the last level 8 whip tree. I am then forcibly teleported out of the dungeon. Principal Miller asks if something went wrong. I tell him I simply finished the dungeon. He is shocked when he sees my level. I tell him I'm not finished yet. I ask for permission to level up. In the outskirts of Westia City, Principal Miller is delighted. Great. I will issue your travel permit right away. He returns to his seat to brag about my progress. The other teachers are stunned to hear. I reached level 7. I find a quiet place to meditate. My summoning space has grown to 70, but my current energy only allows for 24 skeleton warriors. It will take time to fill the entire space. Just then Sarah exits the beginner dungeon at level 5. She is proud of herself for matching the school record, but she is shocked when she sees me meditating. How is it possible for him to be level 7 already? Just then her father, Lord Sterling, arrives to pick her up. He sees her concern and tells her, I cleared the beginner dungeon in 10 hours. Sarah is stunned by the news. She realizes if there were more monsters, I could have reached level 8. The next day I go to the Divine Summer Empire Exchange to verify my identity. This allows me to take quests and leave the city freely. Quests are ranked by normal difficulty, nightmare difficulty, and even hell difficulty. I leave the city and arrive at the outskirts of Westia City. Soon a goblin spots me. It lunges at me with a wooden club. I command my summon and the goblin is stunned. Its club hits the skeleton warrior's head, but does no damage the next second. The skeleton warrior kills it instantly. I summon all my skeleton warriors to hunt for monsters. Notifications for kills and loot keep popping up. At this rate, reaching level 15 before the exam will be easy. I have reached level 10, and my summoning space is now 40 out of 100. My skill now summons bronze rank skeleton warriors. My talent total amplification has also leveled up. The skill effect has increased from 5x to 10 by. My mental power has also significantly improved. The bronze rank skeleton warriors even have active skills now. Just as I feel unstoppable in this area, an arrow suddenly shoots toward me. I can't react in time and get hit in the right shoulder. A dark figure brushes past me, but after we make eye contact, I realize she wasn't the one who attacked me. But soon 2 strangers appear before me. It's clear the archer is the one who shot me. Instead of apologizing, they ask if I've seen an assassin in black. I don't respond, and calmly pull the arrow out of my shoulder. My gaze turns cold. Your arrow just hit me, apologize. The man gives a dismissive sorry, but internally he is shocked. That arrow didn't cause me any damage at all. Then the other mage's expression darkens. He notices the skeleton warriors by my side are undead. Summons, he sneers, saying anyone with such a class is definitely evil. Fortunately his teammate warns him not to cause trouble. The mage reluctantly turns and leaves. They have no idea they just narrowly escaped death. If we had actually fought, they would be dead for sure. I continue, commanding my skeleton warriors to slaughter monsters. Since reaching level 10 the required EXP has tripled. I need to kill at least 5,000 goblins to level up once. At this rate, I'll only reach level 16 at most before the grand exam. I suddenly remember, Moira also reached level 16 before her exam. Even though she is a rare blade dancer, her leveling speed shouldn't have been faster than mine. Did she enter a nightmare dungeon with a team for more XP? Is that why she was covered in wounds when she returned? With these doubts in mind, I decide to check it out myself tomorrow. Just then a figure slowly approaches. I immediately go on guard as no one here is friendly. But at first glance I see it's Raven, the assassin from earlier. She approaches and asks if I have anything to eat. I hand her a sweet potato. She devours it in an instant. Then she gulps down a massive amount of water. After eating her fill she asks for my name. I just look at her silently without responding, realizing I am not a talker. She makes a suggestion. She proposes we use detection on each other. But when our fingertips touch, I don't receive any useful information. However, she stares at my status panel in shock. I've never heard of the Necromancer class. So that skeleton from this afternoon was your summon. That's a rare undead creature. Seeing I still won't speak, she gets impatient. Don't tell me someone as handsome as you is a mute. Speechless, I finally asked why I couldn't see her info. She is thrilled to hear me speak. She pulls out a cloaking badge. She explains it blocks detection skills. Then she suddenly destroys the badge. Try using detection on me now. I point my finger as requested. Her information appears before my eyes. She is a level 19 shadow assassin. Suddenly she senses something. She quickly turns her head. I also notice 3 figures on the map surrounding us. Just as Raven is about to say goodbye, an arrow suddenly flies toward us. Luckily she reacts in time and barely dodges the arrow. But it turns out to be an area marking skill. Arrow marks appear above both of our heads. This is fatal for an assassin who relies on stealth. Several figures emerge from the shadows. I knew you were together. A rat-like assassin and an evil necromancer. Make a good pair. Raven quickly explains that. I have nothing to do with this. She offers to give them the intermediate skill scroll, but they say they prefer killing and looting. Raven immediately tells me to find a chance to escape. She smiles and tells me that the night is a shadow assassin's playground. She claims she can get away, but I know she's just trying to reassure herself. If she could win, they wouldn't have been hunting her earlier. Plus she has lost her most important advantage, stealth. One of them shouts, signaling the start of the attack. Their mage immediately casts a lighting spell. It dispels the darkness and increases their accuracy. The warrior raises his shield to block any incoming attacks. The archer is already aimed and ready to fire. Their teamwork is perfectly seamless. However, I am completely unimpressed. I raise my hand and summon a skeleton. Warrior the mage looks at it with pure disgust. He immediately launches a fireball at me. Raven tries to pull me away to dodge the attack, but she realizes her feet have already been bound by silk threads. At the same time, the archer fires a skill directly at her. Raven's eyes widen. She thinks she's dead for sure, but a second later her expression freezes in shock. Several dark figures appear out of thin air to shield her at the same time. The mage's fireball explodes against the skeleton warrior. The archer skill is also easily blocked by a skeleton warrior. The charging warrior is sent flying by a skeleton warrior as well. Then the skeleton warrior walks out of the flames, completely unharmed. The mage looks on in total disbelief. How is this possible? This kid is only level 10. The other two are also stunned. Their skills are completely useless against my summons. Suddenly their expressions freeze. At the same time, soul flame ignites on their bodies. Dozens of skeleton warriors surround them nearby. Raven's mouth hangs open in shock. With a single thought I give the command. All the skeleton warriors swarm forward. Seeing this, the mage immediately activates his magic shield, but it cracks after just one hit from a skeleton warrior. Just as the magic shield shatters, the mage finished chanting his ultimate fire spell. Then, an intense wave of fire explodes outward from his body. Two skeleton warriors are instantly knocked back, but as soon as the flames dissipate, a skeleton warrior charges right at him. In the next second his body is sliced into 3 pieces. On the other side, the fleeing archer breaks into a cold sweat. A level 20 combat class was killed in less than 3 seconds. Even with nearly 1000 agility, he can't outrun these skeletons. Meanwhile, the warrior is forced to use his ultimate skill, Ultimate Defense. It allows him to endure twice the damage for a short time. He then uses a charge skill to try and break through, but I won't let him escape that easily. I command the skeleton warrior to use its active skill. The skeleton's aura instantly surges. The knight is terrified. What kind of monster is this? Its stats are insane, and it can even use skills with a red flash. His defense is instantly shattered. At this moment he accepts his death. Raven is completely stunned by the scene. Danta killed 3 level 20 elites without even moving. They drop their equipment and items upon death. However, the gear is useless to both Raven and me. I sell them all to the portable bank. The only useful item is a low-level skill scroll. It allows the user to learn a skill under level 20. But the problem is I don't know how to use it. Raven quickly notices my confusion. She tells me to just shout the word use. I follow her advice and shout it out loud. Nothing happens and she teases me saying my voice sounds nice. It seems I need a medium to trigger the scroll. I try injecting my mental power into it. The skill scroll instantly bursts into flames. I have successfully learned the skill Corpse Explosion. It detonates a corpse to deal damage within a 1 meter range. It deals damage equal to 10% of the corpse's max health. This skill seems weak at first glance, but with my total amplification talent, it now deals 100% damage within a 10 meter range. It can even detonate the corpses of enemies. I just killed this as a god tier out skill. I woke up from my meditation. Raven was right there with a beautiful smile. My opinion of her improved a lot. She handed me a treasure chest. She said it was a gift for saving her life. Inside I found an intermediate skill scroll. It can unlock skills between levels 40 and 70. It is worth 100 times more than a basic scroll. I was surprised, since she was hunted because of this scroll. Yet now she was giving it to me for free. It seems she isn't a materialistic girl. Then she told me a secret. These chests spawn randomly inside dungeons. She found this one by accident, and luckily obtained an intermediate skill scroll. But those 3 men happened to see her. That is why she fled from Clear Sea City to West Sea City. She then asked me which academy I wanted to join. I said Summer Capital Academy, and she told me to visit the Divine Summer Tower. Rewards are doubled for the first challenge. The higher the floor I reach, the better. This would help me earn a lot of points. At Summer Capital Academy, points are more valuable than gold. While talking, she fell asleep by my side. I took the chance to meditate and recover my spirit. The next morning Raven and I went our separate ways. Before leaving she told me to level up quickly. She said I could carry her once I became stronger. After she left, I returned to where we fought yesterday. Looking at the 3 corpses, I had a bold idea. I slowly raised my right hand. An eerie red light swirled around my palm. Scorching flames ignited from the corpses. They exploded with a bang, enhanced by total amplification. Corpse Explosion is a god tier out skill. With this insane skill, I was confident I could clear the West Sea Mine dungeon. Soon I arrived at the dungeon entrance. I heard many people shouting, looking for teammates. It seemed the difficulty of this dungeon was quite high. I walked through the crowd, with a skeleton warrior by my side. A selection panel appeared as I approached the entrance. I could choose between normal and nightmare difficulty. Suddenly a man used an inspection skill on me. He failed to get any of my information. He was also nearly scared to death by my skeleton warrior seeing how strong I was. Others began inviting me to their teams. One rejected them all one by one. I chose nightmare difficulty without hesitation, leaving the crowd in shock. Is this kid crazy even? Our whole team isn't sure we can clear nightmare mode. He actually dares to solo it. Upon entering, I immediately found a goblin monster. I was surprised after seeing its attributes. As expected of a nightmare dungeon, the monsters are several times stronger than those in normal dungeons, but they still can't compare to my skeleton warriors. I summoned all of my skeleton warriors. With a single thought, 2 skeletons insta-killed a level 14 mind guard. I gained 4,200 experience points. That 10 times more experience than the normal dungeon. I ordered all my skeleton warriors to move out. I will clear every single corner of this cave. I won't miss a single one of these little monsters. Notifications for kills and loot kept popping up. I leveled up in less than 5 minutes. My skeleton warrior count reached 56. Summon space 56/110. I noticed that after level 10, my base attribute growth increased. My spirit is now 400 and agility is 120. All attributes now increase by 20 points per level. Instead of 10 level 11, my skeleton warrior's total attributes have reached a terrifying 1,700. Soul Flame and Summon Skeleton Warrior are now level 11. If Raven were here, she might know why this is happening. A sudden roar interrupted my thoughts. A massive Mind Wolf King appeared before me. It is the elite boss of this dungeon. Its attributes are higher than my skeleton warriors, but my advantage lies in numbers. I ordered all my skeleton warriors to swarm it. The Wolf King used its roar skill, but the damage wasn't enough to insta-kill my skeletons. My skeletons countered with a frenzied strike. It was covered in wounds in an instant. It used her once again. It blew the skeleton warriors off its body. It turned to flee as a nearby gate slowly opened. Countless glowing red eyes appeared from the darkness. Hundreds of fierce wolves stepped out. Their stat panels appeared before me. They are weak, but they will make good experience points. I sent a skeleton warrior to test their strength. It insta-killed one with a single slash. I gained 2,800 experience points. Next I used corpse explosion on its body. A second later, a violent explosion erupted among the wolves. It wiped out a large pack of wolves. Instantly kill level 14 Mind Wolf experience plus 2,800. I gained a massive amount of experience. I continued to use corpse explosion. On the remaining bodies the sound of explosions echoed continuously through the mind. My experience bar began to climb rapidly. It jumped from 32% to 72% at level 11. Once the wolves were dead, the Wolf King suddenly appeared. However, it was standing right on top of the wolf corpses. I'll be merciful and send it to join its pack. After one final massive explosion, the Wolf King fell. I gained 15,000 experience points. At least the materials it dropped are quite valuable. I continued deeper into the tunnel. The deeper I went, the higher the monster levels became. Experience plus 4,500. It's only been an hour since I entered the dungeon, and I've already leveled up. At this efficiency, after a few more runs, one might even reach level 19. I soon found a giant goblin, sleeping at the deepest part of the mine. I immediately used my detection skill on it. Its stats are terrifying. It also possesses 3 active skills. Skills Flame, Breath, Sweep, Repel. This is much more dangerous than the Wolf King. My detection skill suddenly woke it up. It leapt up with a deafening roar. It swung its giant blade directly at my head. However, the blade stopped abruptly just 2.5 centimeters away from me. It was as if an invisible force prevented the blade from moving an inch further. This is the effect of my passive skill. Damage transfer. All damage is taken by my summons. A skeleton warrior's skull begins to crack. The soul fire inside it starts to dim. In the next second its body shatters. Frenzy strike immediately. A second one shatters as well. I'm surprised a casual strike could take out 2 of my skeleton warriors. I realize my weakness is my low constitution. If that blade hit the skeleton warrior directly, it might not have been a one-shot kill. I need to boost my constitution later. The skeleton warriors are being overwhelmed by the Goblin King. The stat difference between them is just too large, so I summon all my skeleton warriors to swarm it. Soon the Goblin King is covered in skeleton warriors. Its wounds continue to pile up. Suddenly, it emits a blinding light and leaps into the air. The shockwave from its landing sends the skeleton warriors flying. Then it uses the skill Flame Breath. The skeleton warriors are engulfed in scorching flames. Their health begins to drop rapidly. This is bad. I have to interrupt that skill. I tried using Soul Flame on it. Not only did it interrupt the casting, but it also set its head on fire. The skeleton warriors swarmed back in at once. The Goblin King's eyes are filled with resentment. Its massive body collapses to the ground. I received 40,000 EXP and the Robes of Knowledge. A bronze dagger and the Robes of Knowledge dropped. I also obtained the Goblin King's crystal core. I immediately put on the robes. It gives a 5% cooldown reduction, and plus 10 to spirit and physique. I can use it now that I am level 12. I have finally reached level 12. My spirit is now 510, and my summon limit has increased to 60. My skills have also improved significantly. I happily teleport out of the dungeon. The crowd is shocked to see me come out alive. Look, he is wearing the robes of knowledge. He really cleared the nightmare dungeon alone. Everyone immediately crowds around me. I ignore them and walk toward the wilderness. I will meditate to recover my spirit. While the dungeon resets, this run made me realize my physique is still a weakness. I also understand my skills better now. Corpse Explosion is a god tier idoi skill. If used correctly, Soul Flame can interrupt enemy skills. Its defense. Ignoring damage is hard for even a boss to endure. 12 hours pass quickly. My spirit power is fully recovered. I head back to the West Sea Mine dungeon to level up again, but the entrance is blocked by a large group of people. A man is confronting a guild leader. The Dynasty Guild is being too overbearing. Why won't you let us enter the dungeon? A Dynasty Guild member suddenly attacks him with fire. The man is instantly sent flying. Everyone is furious but too afraid to speak. How dare a mere solo player question the Dynasty Guild? If anyone else wants to die, step forward and try. I ask a man nearby what is going on. He tells me the Dynasty Guild wants the Goblin King's crystal core, but the core only drops in nightmare dungeons. Only one core drops every 100 days. Today marks exactly 100 days since the last drop. That is why they are blocking everyone from entering. They previously posted a bounty for the core, but they only offered a third of the market price. No sane person would sell the core to them for that. The core can be crafted into a Goblin King's ring. It provides +10 to all stats. It also increases all skill levels by 1. They want it because Slade is applying to Summer Capital Academy. They are determined to get that gear at any cost. With my questions answered, I walk toward the entrance. I don't care about their guild. No one stops me from leveling up. The man behind me keeps telling me not to throw my life away. I ignore him and keep moving forward. I speak coldly to the Dynasty Guild members. Move. You are blocking my way into the dungeon. Ignis looks at me with interest. Do you know who you are talking to, kid? My gaze turns sharp. Don't make me repeat myself. Ignis quickly uses an appraisal skill on me. He sees I'm only a level 12 newbie. He has never even heard of my class before, but my stare suddenly makes him shiver. Why does this kid's gaze feel so terrifying? He tries to stay calm and points his staff at me. Take one more step and I will kill you. The onlookers tell me not to be reckless. I ignore them and keep walking forward. The Dynasty Guild members immediately draw their weapons. A skeleton warrior lunges at Ignis. Ignis activates his magic shield and sneers, "You can't break my shield, even if I stand still." But the skeleton warrior cracks it with a single strike. Before he can react, another heavy blow follows. The shield shatters instantly. Ignis is sent flying backward in a panic. He orders everyone to attack at once. A knight uses charge on the skeleton warrior. I'll smash this summon into pieces instead. He bounces off like he hit a steel wall. Seeing the summon's strength, Ignis shouts, "Just kill that kid. These disgusting summons will disappear once he's dead." The guild members all turn their weapons toward me. 6 arrows fly straight at me. The onlookers shout for me to watch out, but I have no intention of dodging. I raise my hand and summon more skeleton warriors. Playing the arrows are all easily blocked. Everyone is shocked by what they see. He has more than one summon. 2 skeleton warriors charge at the group. Ignis tells the knights to buy him time to cast a spell. A giant fire snake lunges toward me. This is the level 20 skill fire snake dance. I remain still, as a black vortex appears before me again. Just as Ignis thinks he has won, his fire snake explodes harmlessly against my skeleton warriors. Then 30 skeletons charge out from the flames. Ignis panics, realizing I am a monster. How powerful can a necromancer truly be? Dante shows no fear. Against dozens of elite guild members, he nullifies a top-tier expert's attack with a wave of his hand. His summoned skeletons are seemingly immortal. Ignis completely loses his composure. He orders the Dynasty Guild to form a battle line. Supporters cast various buffs on the team. Even as they power up, I remain calm. I warn the onlookers to move further away. I raise my hand and cast Soul Flame. A second later, a member of the Dynasty Guild is engulfed in intense fire. A healer immediately casts a healing spell on him. Ignis smiles, proud of his healer's quick reaction. The healing was perfectly timed. However, the healer covers her mouth in horror. The man collapses instantly, as everyone watches in terror. I lead my undead army into the guild's ranks. A knight activates his ultimate defense to block us. But in the blink of an eye, the skeletons shatter his shield. He is also consumed by my soul flame. Ignis is now completely terrified. This man is nothing but a monster. He has completely lost his will to fight. His only thought now is to escape, but I won't let him run away from me. I immediately use Corpse Explosion on the fallen knight's body. A massive explosion sweeps across 10 meters. The damage dealt is based on the knight's maximum health. Everyone caught in the blast is instantly detonated. In a flash, every member of the Dynasty Guild is dead. Even their bodies have turned to ash. I calmly wipe the blood from my face. Then I slowly walk into the dungeon. The onlookers panic at the sight. They know the Dynasty Guild won't let this go. Everyone quickly flees the area. Half an hour later, Slade emerges from the dungeon. He is completely confused. The once crowded area is now deserted. Even his own guild members have vanished. He suspects something major happened, but he knows his guild's strength is unmatched. Plus, there are no signs of a struggle. He assumes they simply left early. Satisfied with his logic, he leads his group away. Meanwhile, I kill the Goblin King once again. This time it only drops a low-level core and gear. It seems the Goblin King's crystal core won't drop again. However, I found a skill book that suits me well. It boosts mage skill power by 3%, buffing soul flame and corpse explosion. I have now reached level 13. I have enough time for 5 more nightmare runs. That should bring me up to level 16. I step back into the teleportation array. When I emerge, the area is completely empty. I realized that leaving was their best choice. Otherwise, they might have gotten into trouble. The next morning, Sarah, now level 10, arrived to challenge the West Sea Mine dungeon. She was completely stunned when she saw me entering the dungeon alone. He could already solo the dungeon, but I am an elemental mage. A rare class, my leveling speed won't be slower than his. Her eyes became filled with determination. She had no idea that I wasn't soloing a normal dungeon, but a nightmare one. I stand before the Goblin King once again. I don't hold back, and summon my skeleton legion to surround it. In less than 2 minutes, the Goblin King falls at my feet in defeat. I shrug, showing I didn't really want to kill it, but it's the fastest way to level up. Level 13, 80%, don't worry. Only 3 more runs left. I went to the wilderness to meditate. During the dungeon cooldown, suddenly a figure approached. An exhausted Sarah asked me about my level. I calmly told her I was already level 14. Sarah was shocked. What kind of insane leveling speed is this? Her team barely reached level 11. After clearing the normal dungeon twice. Even if you solo, you shouldn't be this fast. She turned around to continue her dungeon runs. I was confused. Doesn't she have a cooldown? An hour later, she emerged and saw me still sitting there. She immediately called her team to go again. She was clearly pushing herself to the limit. After another hour, Sarah collapsed in front of me, panting. By then, she had reached level 12. I finally couldn't help but ask her, why can you ignore the dungeon's cooldown? How strong is a man who became a necromancer? Others need 2.5 hours to clear a dungeon. I only need 5 minutes to catch up to me. Sarah kept grinding with teams, but she realized that no matter how hard she tried, the gap between us only grew larger. She finally gave up and slumped down next to me. I didn't offer much of an explanation. Instead, I asked her how she bypassed the cooldown. Sarah was delighted. It seems there are some things you don't know. Say something nice to me and I'll tell you. I was left speechless seeing my silence. She took out a pocket watch and handed it to me. This cooldown amulet can negate the dungeon's cooldown, but it only works 10 times. I was surprised such a useful item existed. This must be very precious. My dad looked like it hurt to give it to me, so it's probably expensive. Suddenly she cried out. The exam is in just 2.5 days. I need to use my remaining 7 charges. I still need 9 runs to ensure I reach level 15. I suddenly had an idea. I can carry you through the dungeon. To ensure you reach level 15, you won't have to lift a finger. But the condition is that we use that amulet together. Sarah immediately agreed. Good. I'm tired and could use a strong fighter like you. After resting for 2 hours, I led her toward the dungeon entrance. I used a cooling charm and selected the nightmare difficulty. This gave Sarah a cold sweat. Did you just choose nightmare level? When she saw the monster stats inside, she panicked. Dante, are you crazy? You actually chose the nightmare difficulty. We're going to die. She immediately wanted to leave the dungeon, but she hesitated, fearing I would laugh at her. I explained that this was the fastest way to level up. I told her to stay close and she would be safe. What happened next left Sarah in total shock. Monsters, several times stronger than those in normal dungeons, couldn't deal a single scratch to my skeleton warriors. They could only flee and panic from my skeletons. We soon reached the lair of the elite boss, the Mine Wolf King. I threw monster corpses around the Wolf King. Then I used my corpse explosion skill. This is an efficient way to save time. As the corpses exploded among the wolves, Sarah's experience points skyrocketed. A second later, the Wolf King collapsed before her terrified eyes. Her foreman team had struggled for half an hour to kill this boss. I killed it instantly with a wave of my hand. If she hadn't seen it herself, she would never believe a level 10 class could solo a nightmare dungeon. But the next scene shocked her again. The Goblin King usually took her team over an hour to reach. Now it took less than 5 minutes. While she was dazed, the Goblin King died to my corpse explosion. At the same time, I reached level 15. Only now did she realize the gap between us was not something hard work could ever bridge. She walked over to the dropped loot. Unfortunately, no staff had dropped. The Goblin Staff is the best gear for mages under level 20. She could buy one, but she didn't want to ask her father for money. Then I tossed her the staff from my previous run. Seeing Sarah's confusion, I showed her my magic book. I told her I didn't need staves. Sarah clenched her fists. She thought I didn't even care about the extra stats. I knelt down and patted the Goblin King's head. Sorry, I need to kill you 5 more times. I left a stunned Sarah behind and headed for the teleportation circle. Sarah actually found my behavior quite cute. We cleared the dungeon 5 more times. Over the next half hour, all the cooldown talismans were finally used up. Sarah was overjoyed to reach level 14. Getting into Summer Capital Academy was now a certainty. You're almost level 16 now, Sarah said. Do you want to aim for the top rank in the exams? The provincial topper gets massive points and a chance to join God Creation Academy. It is the most prestigious academy in the Divine Summer Empire. Only the elite of the elite are admitted there. The only person from West Sea City to ever get in was our senior Xavier. If you can make it in there, Principal Miller would probably wake up, laughing from his dreams hearing this. I immediately became interested. If I get the chance, I must give it a try. Then I noticed my best friend Benny was being rejected while trying to join a team. After all, he is only a level 11 knight. His level is too low to tank monsters. Even ordinary teams require at least level 13. Seeing this, I offered to take him through the dungeon. Sarah had no objections. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dynasty Guild was furious. Have you lost your mind? How could you even think of blocking the dungeon entrance? Do you think the professionals of the Divine Summer Empire are just for show? Stay in the guild for the next few days, and don't go anywhere. However, Slade asked what should be done about the others. The leader sneered. I have already sent people to investigate, to eliminate so many of our experts at once. That person's power is beyond your concern. On the first day of the final exam, the examiner targeted me to increase the difficulty. He assigned me high-level monsters, but I simply used my Soul Flame skill. The high-level monster instantly turned to ash. The examiner was completely stunned by the sight. Earlier, Sarah and I had invited Benny to clear the dungeon with us. He was deeply moved that the top players were willing to carry him. You guys are my saviors. Then he gave us a mischievous look. So tell me more about the juicy gossip between you two. Sarah was instantly furious. If you don't shut up, I'll rip your mouth apart. Seeing this, Benny quickly made a gentlemanly gesture to keep quiet. From now on, I'll follow you to anywhere. Hearing this, Sarah finally calmed down. But a second later, Benny gave me a thumbs up. Good luck, Dante. Try to win Sarah over tonight. As soon as he finished, a fireball shot toward him. He ran away in terror, while Sarah fumed with her hands on her hips. That big mouth of his really needs a lesson. Soon we arrived at the dungeon entrance. When he saw me select the nightmare difficulty, Benny was scared out of his mind. Boss, are you sure you didn't pick the wrong difficulty? One hit from a nightmare monster and I'm dead. Seeing his cowardice, Sarah snapped at him. You're not the one tanking. So what are you afraid of? Then, I used corpse explosion to insta-kill the Goblin King. Benny stared at the boss's corpse in disbelief. A nightmare boss that I'm too scared to look at is already dead. He immediately grabbed onto my leg. Boss, I'm following you from now on. I'll follow your every command. Sarah started to mock him. You're a knight, have some dignity. Don't be so spineless. Who needs dignity with the boss around? What use am I as a knight? After that, we just had to wait for the big exam to start. Meanwhile, the principals gathered on the city wall. They were waiting for their students, as the exam starts tomorrow. The top student from School No. 3 was a level 12 gladiator. School No. 2 had a level 13 Hawkeye archer, but the students from School No. 1 were still nowhere to be seen. The other principals began to gloat. I heard 2 geniuses from your school are applying to Summer Capital Academy, but it seems they won't even make it here. Principal Miller grew worried. Could something have happened to them? Just then several figures appeared against the sunset. Seeing us return, the principal breathed a sigh of relief. Benny had already reached level 12. Sarah's level had risen to 15. The teachers from other schools were filled with envy. Our top student is only level 13. Yet someone from your school reached level 15. But what happened next shocked them even more. My level had reached a record-breaking level 16. When they saw the rare weapons we were carrying, they realized just how many times we had cleared the dungeon. The principal happily sent us home on the bus. The next day, the highly anticipated grand exam began. The principal handed out teleportation stones. Crushing them would transport us to the exam site. After I teleported, I looked around. Tens of thousands of candidates had gathered in the square. Suddenly, a voice rang out as a tall tower descended from the sky. The trial tower is open. Different classes will face different exam scenarios. Combat classes will be sent to the battlefield. Support classes will be sent to non-combat areas. After passing the basic test, you can choose your difficulty. Different difficulties and results will yield different points. These points will determine your final exam grade. You are permitted to use any equipment you brought with you. Apart from that, no other items are allowed. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. The candidates began lining up to enter the trial tower. When it was my turn to enter, the people at the top of the tower began to discuss me. He is the Necromancer reported from Westia City. According to the rules for rare mage classes, he is level 16. So let's send a monster 2 levels higher. A high-level mage monster appeared before me. The exam countdown began as soon as it started. I used Soul Flame in just 0.1 seconds. The monster turned to ash. The examiners were in complete disbelief, while others fought for their lives. I was casually eating a sweet potato. The examiners were shocked by this scene. In my exam room, my summons were doing all the work. Every skeleton warrior could one-shot the monsters. Right after my Soul Flame killed the mage monster, instantly the examiners lost their composure. What should we do? He killed it in an instant. We can't determine the upper limit of his power. An old man then made a suggestion. TST. Using the difficulty level of a legendary class, a level 20 monster soon appeared before me. I used Soul Flame and one-shot it again. Seeing this, the old man decided to stop the test. Start the second round immediately. An announcement came over the speakers. The first round of the exam has ended. Total number of participants 10,632. 5,200 people have passed. The results are out. A second later, everyone's scores appeared before them. In the next second everyone's exam results appeared. My score of 0.1 put me far ahead. After seeing this, Nero, the vice president of the Dynasty Guild, exclaimed that I must have cheated. Looking at the rankings, I wondered if I should hold back. After all, my score might scare people to death. Then the broadcast announced the official start of the second round. We had to choose one of 3 difficulty levels. Killing harder monsters grants more points. The time limit is 30 minutes. To catch up with the top 3, Nero chose Hell difficulty without hesitation. Sarah knew she wasn't suited for fighting strong monsters alone. She chose the normal dungeon to win through quantity. Instead, the second place student had a rare assassin class. They were very strong in close combat and duels, so she also chose Hell difficulty. At that moment all the examiners were watching me. They all wanted to see which difficulty I would pick. Naturally I chose the highest difficulty, Hell. After all, even I am scared of my own combat stamina. A level 13 elite monster immediately appeared in front of me, but I didn't even bother looking. At its stats it was so weak that 2 skeleton warriors would be enough. A skeleton warrior killed the elite monster with just 1 normal attack. Unfortunately, it takes 5 seconds for a monster to respawn. After it dies, the teachers were in complete disbelief when they saw this. He could actually summon 2 skeletons that could one-shot Hell level monsters. Meanwhile, Nero and the others were exhausted and covered in sweat, but Dante was actually eating a sweet potato. During the exam soon, 30 minutes passed. Nero was thrilled when he heard the announcement. He couldn't wait to see the leaderboard, but he was in total disbelief when he saw it. Monsters spawn every 5 seconds. The maximum possible kills in 30 minutes is 320. Yet Dante actually killed 301. Does he not need any time to kill them? Even the principals were shocked by my results. Even the legendary Xavier only scored 700 points back then. The third round began, where candidates chose a boss difficulty. I still chose the hardest difficulty, but the monster stats disappointed me again. I hope the next 2 rounds will be more challenging. With 1 frenzy strike, my skeleton warrior one-shot the boss. The teachers were shocked once again. They had never seen a summoned creature use skills before the round soon ended. Benny's total score was 302. My score was still far ahead of the others. Then another announcement was made. The difficulty of the 4th round will increase significantly. You will face 10 waves of monsters. Each wave consists of 10 monsters. Even if you haven't cleared the previous wave, the next wave will spawn every minute. The final wave will be led by a boss. You must kill them all to pass. The old man laughed, wondering how I would handle this. He believed this round still wouldn't be a problem for me. I raised my hand and summoned more skeleton warriors, while others reveal their trump cards during the exam. I've only used less than 1/10 of my power, yet the examiners are already shocked, speechless. In the 4th round, one summoned 25 skeleton warriors. Paired with my soul flame skill, I can still relax and eat my sweet potato. The examiner's blood pressure spiked just watching me. How many trump cards does this kid have? The 4th round was absolutely 0 pressure for him. Other candidates wish their skills had no cooldown. The students watching this are glad they gave up on this round. Seeing this, Vinny knew it was time to show off. He told everyone how I soloed the Nightmare Dungeon. As time passed, only 5 candidates remained in the arena. The last wave of monsters began to spawn. Nero used his trump card Berserk. His strength and constitution increased by 500%. For 5 minutes afterward, he will be in a weakened state for 30 minutes. He slaughtered the monsters like a god of death. Soon the examiner announced the results. Only 5 people passed the 4th round. My points are still far ahead of everyone else. Sarah and the others thought their scores were enough to enter Summer Capital Academy. But it wasn't that simple. Don't think you're safe. Just because you're in the top 5, you can still be eliminated. If you fail the last round, you will be teleported into the battle realm. Various types of monsters will spawn inside. The first wave will have over 100 monsters. This includes elite types, leaders, and even bosses. The battle realm is divided into 5 stages. Each stage grants different points. In stage 5, monsters are level 19. Felix will also face level 19 monsters in his stage. At the highest stage, level 19 monsters are worth 500 points each. In stage 4, level 18 monsters are worth 400 points each. Once you enter the battle realm, the examiners can only see your score changes, so use whatever trump cards you have. The next moment I am teleported into the battle realm. The first wave of monsters has already spawned. I can see their levels, but I cannot see their attributes. To my surprise, a skeleton warrior cannot one-shot them. If 1 hit isn't enough, then 2 will do. I then use corpse explosion on the monster's body. It instantly kills 10 more monsters. Meanwhile, the examiner outside looks at my score in disbelief. A 5,000 point jump. Did he kill 10 monsters at once? I plan to wait for more monsters to gather before using corpse explosion again. However, I realize the corpses here disappear after only 10 seconds. I have no choice but to summon more skeleton warriors. I use them to lure the remaining monsters together. Soon all the monsters are gathered in one spot. Corpse explosion. Activate the skill immediately. A continuous chain of explosions erupts. My score begins to increase rapidly. It jumps by 4,500 points in an instant. The old man is stunned by this sight. What kind of class is a necromancer exactly? Where is his limit after clearing the wave? I wait for the next spawn. The next second, Countless fireballs rain down from above. I quickly order my skeleton warriors to block the attack once the fire stops. A group of level 16 orc mages appears. I smile calmly. Now it's my turn. Other candidates collapse in fear when facing these enhanced monsters, but to me, they are just experience points for leveling up. I summon 100 skeleton warriors. The other candidates are left speechless in shock. One use of my corpse explosion skill even makes the Abyssal Demon King break into a cold sweat. Hundreds of monsters corrupted by abyssal energy spawned at once. None of the other candidates dared to step forward, but I refused to just sit and wait for death. I walked toward the horde of monsters behind me. Sarah calls out to stop me. Dante, what are you doing? There are over 100 enhanced monsters there. I ignore her warning and keep walking. My actions immediately catch the attention of the other candidates. It ignites their fighting spirit. Soon all the candidates follow my lead. People of the Divine Summer Empire, do not fear death. When I am within 50 meters of the monsters, I begin summoning more skeleton warriors. In just a few moments, 100 skeleton warriors appear on the battlefield. Their incredible speed shocks everyone. Their damage and defense are even more terrifying. They only lose 1/5 of their health after taking a direct hit. Based on this, I estimate the strength of these enhanced monsters is around 3,000 based on the damage they take. I estimate their constitution is around 3,500, although their health is high. My corpse explosion skill will deal even more damage. To my surprise, killing these monsters grants a massive amount of experience. I use corpse explosion without hesitation. The violent explosion catches every student's attention. Before they can react, more powerful explosions erupt within the monster swarm. In an instant, the monsters on the battlefield are wiped out. The students are stunned by the sight. This also draws the attention of the Abyssal Demon King. In the Blood Moon, more monsters surge out from the Blood Moon. The students are surrounded once again. I realize that to save everyone, I must defeat the demon in the Blood Moon. I hurl a monster's corpse toward the Blood Moon. As it makes contact, I activate Corpse Explosion. At the same time, I cast Soul Flame. A terrifying scream echoes across the battlefield. Impossible. No class in this world should be able to burn my soul. Outside, the experts repairing the trial tower notice something. The mysterious elder looks horrified. The interference from the abyssal power is rapidly weakening. Hearing this, Magnus releases a suffocating aura. Did all the students in the tower die? The elder quickly explains. I can still feel human presences inside the tower. However, the demon's presence has weakened significantly. It seems to be heavily wounded. Hearing this, Magnus finally sighs in relief. Next time, finish your sentence all at once. You scared me to death, but the abyssal demon in the tower is heavily injured. How could examinees at level 10 or so manage that? Meanwhile, a golden light shoots up inside the tower. Corpse Explosion reached level 2. I am surprised to see the skill level up. Corpse Explosion level 2 detonates a corpse. The explosion range has increased to 20 meters. The damage has increased to 150% of the corpse's health. A massive swarm of monsters surges from behind me. I simply smile at the sight. This is the perfect time to test my upgraded Corpse Explosion. An abyssal demon has descended upon the exam grounds. Other students are terrified, but this isn't enough to make me use my full power. Level 16 villain orc mages have just spawned in my area. These level 16 orc mages continue to refresh. I summon 10 skeleton warriors. They are enough to deal with these fragile mages. It turns out to be easier than I expected. The skeleton warriors kill them in a single hit. Then I activate my corpse explosion skill. In an instant, dozens of monster corpses explode at once. The battlefield within 100 meters becomes a death zone. Hundreds of monsters die instantly in the blast. My score increases by 6,000 points. The examiner is completely stunned. Did he just one-shot over 100 monsters at once? His summons are already so powerful. Is his area of effect skill this insane too? They think my class has surpassed the legendary rank. It can even rival the most elite classes. The aura of death on the battlefield grows stronger. This means the second stage is about to begin. 40 orc squads spawn at the same time. The monsters are split into two types: tanky warriors and high-damage archers. This formation is nearly impossible for most candidates, but it won't be a problem for me. The examiners watching the screen grow nervous. In the history of the Divine Summer Empire's exams, only one person has ever cleared the third stage of the battle realm. They hope I can break that record today. Kale is in third with 6,200 points, but my score suddenly jumps by another 20,000. Seeing this, the examiners can no longer stay calm. Has he already awakened a talent? If so, it is a great blessing for the human race. If he awakens another talent during his second job change, he will be a rare dual talent user. Meanwhile, the trial tower floating above the Divine Summer Empire begins to glow with a faint purple light. A dark purple beam shoots toward the trial tower. A powerful voice booms from inside the tower. How dare you? A giant golden hand reaches out from the tower. The demon clone smiles wickedly. You can't stop me. To terrifying powers collide. The golden hand quickly crushes the demon clone. However, the trial tower is corrupted by abyssal energy. 3 powerful masters try to purify it. They realize it will take at least an hour. They are worried about the students taking the exam. On my battlefield, all monsters suddenly disappear. All students in the battle realm are teleported to the same spot. While we are all confused, a man named Magnus appears above us. Everyone screams when they see him. God, Magnus has descended upon the exam site. The examiners realize what his appearance means. Something terrible has happened to the battle realm. Magnus tells the students the truth. Demons from the abyss have invaded the battle realm. They want to kill the geniuses of the Divine Summer Empire. It will take 1 hour to fix the space's rules. You must survive on your own for that hour. The examiners panic after hearing this. The enemy wants to destroy the future of our empire. Most students are paralyzed with fear. Even the weakest abyss demons are level 70. These students stand no chance against them. However, I'm not worried. If level 70 demons truly entered this space, we would all be dead long before in our past. Magnus would not bother warning us if it was hopeless. The demon's power must be suppressed in this realm. A student points to the sky and yells. A blood moon hangs over the battle realm. Abyssal energy pours out from the moon. All warrior classes rush to the front. They vow to protect their teammates with their lives. A corrupted orc warrior laughs wickedly. As expected of the Divine Summer Empire's geniuses. Too bad none of you will survive today. The group is relieved to see the monsters are only level 19. They can't break the level limit of the battle realm. Suddenly, a swarm of abyssal monsters steps out of the blood moon. Seeing this, Sarah grabs my arm tightly. There are so many, can we really win? I smile calmly at her question. If they are only at this level, I can handle them though. I am only a level 17 student who hasn't graduated. I killed a level 90 Abyssal Demon King. That examiners couldn't beat. My final score crushed everyone. To make me the national champion, my corpse explosion skill just leveled up. During the battle, it now deals damage equal to 15% of the corpse's health. The explosion range has also doubled. Monsters that required many hits can now be killed in one shot in the blink of an eye. My level increases. The other students look on in absolute shock. This guy is actually using abyssal monsters to level up. Suddenly the monster corpses are thrown into the air. They rush toward the blood moon in the sky. The Abyssal Demon King knows his remnant soul is about to vanish. I will remember you. I will tear you to pieces when you reach the abyss. As he speaks, massive explosions erupt around him. His body is instantly blown into countless fragments. The battle realm finally returns to normal. Experts outside the tower feel the abyssal consciousness fade. They are shocked to find that not a single student was injured. This is the opposite of what they expected. They desperately want to know what happened in the battle realm. The experts decide to teleport the examinees back first. Then they will review everything that happened inside the battle realm. While Sarah is asking about Dante, a phantom of Magnus descends into the battle realm. Magnus tells them that, since the abyssal power has vanished, they will be sent back. All students are teleported to the plaza to wait for their results. As the students leave, the experts begin reviewing the records of the battle realm. They discover that Dante defeated the Abyssal Demon King all by himself. Everyone is shocked by Dante's incredible strength. They didn't expect this kid to turn the tide of battle on his own. With such a powerful class and high intelligence, he has the potential to be a top expert. A moment later, Dante's name appears at the very top of the plaza screen. He ranks first with a total of 34,605 points. Seeing this, Principal Miller jumps with excitement. He is proud that Dante has brought such honor to their school. He then notices that Sarah has secured the second place rank. The other school principals are incredibly envious of Miller's students. Soon, the results of the other 3 teammates also appear. Nero is completely stunned when he sees his own score. His evaluation is marked as poor. This means that not only Summer Capital Academy, but no top 20 academy will accept him. Realizing this, Nero instantly loses his mind and starts shouting. He screams, "Why did I get a poor rating?" The next second, he is declared to have violated exam rules and is expelled from the grounds. Just as the examiner is about to announce the provincial top score, an emergency message arrives. The Empire suddenly announces that Dante is the national top scorer for this year's exam. Hearing this news, Principal Miller is so shocked that he freezes in place. He is overjoyed and feels like he is walking on air. After learning I am a student from his school, the people nearby are amazed. They all say they will send their children to number 1 high school in the future later. I return home to share the good news with my grandmother's portrait. Suddenly, Principal Miller arrives with a mysterious man. The mysterious man emits a suffocating aura. Sensing danger, I quickly summon skeleton warriors for protection. The man immediately hides his aura. Upon seeing this, he remarks that such a reaction is worthy of a national top scorer. Once I see who he is, I quickly bow to him. It turns out this mysterious man is Magnus. He says he is here to discuss my admission to Summer Capital Academy. During our talk, he suddenly notices my skeleton warriors. He asks why their attributes are only 250. He wonders how I could save the situation in the battle realm. With such stats, I am shocked to hear his question. I realize that others cannot see the skeleton's attributes. After my talent boost, Magnus doesn't believe such low stats could defeat a Demon King. He asked me what kind of talent I have awakened. Hearing this, Principal Miller also asked me if it is true. I have no choice but to tell them. I awakened an amplification talent. I explained that it can increase the power of all my skills. Magnus then reveals he has 2 reasons for his visit. First, he wants to give me the rewards from Summer Capital Academy. Second, he wants me to join a trial in 2 days. However, he says he cannot reveal the details of the trial yet. Hearing this, I immediately agreed to participate. My skeleton warrior once crushed all the geniuses during the big exam, but now they are being looked down upon by ordinary students at the academy. In the end, the skeleton warrior only needs to give them a single look. That was enough to scare the man and make him stumble back. After I agreed to take the trial, Magnus gave me the rewards for being the national top scorer. This included a chiffon points card, and to skill scrolls I also received qualification to enter the Divine Summer Tower. This was the most valuable reward of all. Even Magnus warned me to be fully prepared before entering the tower. After explaining everything, he led me to Summer Capital Academy. He even personally escorted me to the boys' dormitory. The dorm manager was shocked when he saw this. He had never heard of Lord Magnus being so kind to a freshman. Furthermore, my tone toward Magnus was very cold. He immediately guessed that I was this year's national top scorer. He then began explaining the dormitory fees. He suggested I save as many points as possible. As a new student, he told me a 4-person or 2-person room would be good enough. However, I ignored his advice and chose a single room. Although the man was shocked, he didn't try to stop me. He took me to the single room and pulled out a card reader. When he saw the balance on the card, he was shocked again. He couldn't believe I had over 100,000 points. No wonder I didn't hesitate to choose a single room. Seeing his shock, I explained it was the reward for being the top scorer. The man seemed calm as he left the room, but he was actually devastated. He hadn't even earned a fraction of that since he started working there. It is truly frustrating to compare yourself to others. I then began to meditate to recover my mental power. I didn't wake up until someone knocked on my door the next day. When I opened the door, I saw Raven, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. I gave her the Goblin King's crystal core. As a greeting gift, this item was quite valuable. Even the wealthy Raven was shocked by the gift. This crystal core could be used to craft high-tier, grade 5 jewelry. It was worth at least 1 million gold coins. On the market, I didn't think much of it, since it wasn't very useful to me. After finishing my enrollment procedures, Raven asked me to follow her to meet someone. We soon arrived at a classroom. I was there to meet the other students participating in the trial. Level 23 Sierra was the leader of this squad. A male mage there became upset when he heard I was only level 17. He complained that they shouldn't just bring any random person along. Raven immediately told him that I was the top national student. However, the man became even more arrogant. He said he had seen many top students before. Compared to the Hidden Dragon squad, they were nothing. He walked up to me and spoke coldly. He told me not to act entitled, just because Magnus recommended me. In the Hidden Dragon squad, only strength mattered. He said they could carry me through the trial, but I had to keep my mouth shut and stay quiet. He warned me not to drag them down, or he would deal with me himself. I sighed deeply after hearing his threats. I thought Summer Capital Academy was a prestigious place. I didn't expect them to recruit such idiots. The mage was instantly enraged by my words. He immediately launched a scorching flame spell at me. Sierra quickly stepped in to block the attack. Sierra warned him to stop immediately, or he would be disqualified from the trial. The man finally calmed down after hearing that. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I was just testing the rookie who replaced my brother. Sierra warned him again not to cause trouble. Since Lord Magnus personally introduced him, he must have extraordinary abilities. If you stay this impulsive, you will eventually pay the price. Meanwhile, Raven took me to the shop to buy supplies. Afterward, I returned to my dorm to use a skill scroll. I learned the basic skill. Slow curse. It curses enemies in range for 1 minute. It reduces the speed of monsters within 5 meters by 5%. After my talent's amplification, the skill improved. The slow effect reached 50%, and the duration reached 10 minutes. Although it is slightly inferior to my summoning and attack skills, this curse skill is still very important. I hope I can learn more skills from different systems in the future. The next day, the entire trial team assembled. We then entered the teleportation array to the trial grounds. To my surprise, the Divine Summer Tower actually floats in midair. Guided by the power of the Divine Summer Tower, we were soon teleported to Mermaid Island. A mission stone appeared before us. By touching it, I understood the objective of this trial. The mission is to kill the final boss and obtain Mermaid's Tears. However, Mermaid's Tears only drop in Nightmare difficulty, and only 3 will drop in total. This means only the first 3 teams to clear the dungeon will get the Mermaid's Tears. Sierra became worried after seeing the objective. Mermaid's Tears are used to craft special equipment. Only 3 of them drop every year. People from beyond the Divine Summer Empire come to Mermaid Island. Geniuses from other empires will also be there. There are dozens of teams competing in this dungeon. Our chances of getting the tears are now much lower. Sierra's expression became serious as she spoke. I am mostly worried about the rival empires. This kind of competition has happened many times before. Before we started, Sierra told the priest to buff everyone to ensure our safety. After the buff, all my attributes increased by 30%. My skill damage also went up by 20%. I wondered if these buffs would work on my skeleton warriors. I immediately summoned a skeleton warrior to test it. I asked the priest to use his buffing skill on it. However, his skill could not be applied to the skeleton warrior. Seeing this, the warlock mocked me again. It can't even receive buffs. It seems this summon is as useless as its master. Just then, the skeleton warrior released a terrifying aura. The man was so terrified that he stumbled back. He tried to save face, but Sierra stopped him. Deep down he knew he was no match for me. The moment the skeleton warrior looked at him, he felt the cold presence of death. Sierra then led us toward the dungeon entrance, but wild monsters blocked our path. Spirit 200, luckily their levels weren't very high, skills none, so we began clearing monsters as we moved forward. But as we got closer to the island center, the monsters' levels became higher. At this rate it would take at least 3 hours to reach the dungeon entrance. Sierra came up with a strategy. Jade would control the monsters along the path, while the rest of us just charged ahead. However, we still fell behind the other teams, and the monsters ahead were becoming even more numerous. Even Jade said she couldn't control monsters at a higher level than her. While everyone was struggling, I stepped forward. I told them I would handle clearing the monsters. Entering the trial tower for the first time, this man was surrounded by the Empire's geniuses, but I summoned less than a tenth of my skeleton warriors, and terrified them so much they didn't dare come near earlier. While our team was heading to the dungeon entrance, we encountered many high-level monsters, blocking our path. This caused us to fall far behind the other teams. I told them I would deal with the monsters. Along the way, hearing this, Benny sneered at me. What can a level 17 weakling like you even do? You haven't lifted a finger this entire trip. You should just stay hidden behind the women. Sierra knew he was just being spiteful, but she still had to act. If I really had a way to handle them, I didn't respond to her. I simply raised my hand and summoned a skeleton warrior. Seeing this, Sierra suddenly realized my plan. She realized I could use the skeleton warrior to draw the monsters aggro. The skeleton warrior charged at the monsters. Immediately the rest of the team rushed toward the center of the island. Everyone stopped once they reached the safe zone. Sierra, the team captain, quickly thanked me, but Benny complained that I should have done this from the start. He claimed we would have reached the dungeon entrance by now. I turned and warned him that this was the last time. Instead of stopping, he became even more arrogant. He said my summon's contribution didn't matter, and it didn't change the fact that I was useless. Just as I was about to teach him a lesson, Jade suddenly shouted for everyone to run. A group of monsters was charging toward us. Sierra saw they were summoned by a person. It was the legendary Shikigami summoner class. A man threw out paper charms from his hand. They instantly transformed into terrifying spirits. Sierra realized he was trying to block our path. Our team wasn't the only one affected. Other teams from the Divine Summer Empire were also being blocked. The man mocked us as he prepared to leave. He told us to teleport away if we couldn't handle it. He claimed the mermaid's tear belonged only to his country. Seeing me prepare to summon, the team placed all their hope in me. However, one skeleton warrior could only draw a third of the monsters. Just as the others were losing hope, I summoned another skeleton warrior. Then a third one appeared. Everyone was amazed by the sight. Yet Vinny still looked at me with disdain. Soon the group rushed toward the summit. The smug man was shocked to see us. Those monsters should have blocked us for hours. He ordered his hidden archers to stop us. A rain of arrows suddenly shot toward us. I ordered my skeleton warriors to shield the team. The team began to panic as their formation broke. They suggested forming one elite team. This was the only way to fight the enemy. Benny immediately had a selfish idea. He told Sierra he was moving to another team. He would only stay if she kicked me out. He was certain Sierra would choose him over me. But as he waited to see me humiliated, Sierra told him to leave instead. Benny was shocked by her response. You're choosing a level 17 weakling over me. Don't you want to enter Genesis Academy? I do, but as a knight, I have my principles annoyed. Benny finally left the team. I hope you don't regret this choice. To stop the others from giving up the trial, I promised to carry them through the dungeon. Sierra was skeptical at first, but seeing Raven's trust in me, she agreed. We then continued toward our destination. At the summit, two teams blocked the waterfall. The players from Nationwide kept shouting threats. They declared that anyone from the Divine Summer Empire who approached would die. I ignored them and walked straight toward the entrance. Seeing me take the lead, the other Divine Summer teams charged forward too. Vinny sneered at the sight. He wondered if those fools were rushing to their deaths. Nationwide responded immediately. They summoned an ancient spirit and fired a volley of arrows at us. Sierra quickly raised her shield to protect us, but she didn't notice what I was doing. I raised my hand, and dark shadows rose from the ground like a tide. My skeleton warriors instantly blocked all the incoming arrows. A skeleton warrior killed their summoned spirit with a single casual slash. Everyone was stunned by the sight. They finally understood why Magnus had personally recommended me. Even the players from Nationwide were speechless. They wondered what kind of broken class could summon so many terrifying skeletons. Not even their legendary Shikigami summoner could do such a thing while they were in shock. I reached the dungeon entrance. To avoid further trouble, I decisively chose Nightmare difficulty. Our figures vanished into the dungeon instantly. The Nationwide players grit their teeth in anger. We had successfully entered the dungeon, while the others were discussing their strategy. To kill monsters, kill notifications suddenly started popping up above their heads. Before they could react, I ordered my skeleton warriors to find more targets. Raven told the others to hurry and keep up. I planned to clear this, just like the Goblin King dungeon. I summoned dozens of skeleton warriors to clear the path ahead. The rest of the team followed behind in a daze, just collecting experience. We reached a valley in less than 5 minutes. A giant elite boss was circling a pool of water. Its stats were even higher than the Goblin King Sierra. Our tank prepared to take the lead. I shook my head and told her to stay back. I summoned several skeleton warriors to attack. However, the monster was too agile. My skeleton warriors couldn't even touch it. Luckily, the slow curse I learned last night came in handy. The serpent's speed was instantly cut in half. My skeleton warriors easily climbed onto its body. It was soon covered in swords. In its final moments it tried to use venom. But venom is useless against skeletons without flesh. A skeleton warrior finally pierced its skull. As the serpent died, everyone's experience points surged. This clearing speed was absolutely insane. We then headed toward the end of the dungeon. A grand palace soon came into view. This was the home of the Mermaid Queen. There were countless monsters patrolling outside. They were all enhanced elite monsters. Sierra began to feel nervous, but to me they were just extra experience. I ordered my skeleton warriors to charge, but this time my skeletons met a real challenge. The Mermaid Queen's stats were incredibly high. She destroyed 12 of my skeleton warriors in one hit. I had to send out my entire army. For the second time, we fought our way to the Mermaid Queen's palace. Hundreds of elite monsters surrounded the area, while the others were worrying about the numbers. I sent my skeleton warriors to attack. The noise quickly alerted the mermaid soldiers. They used their skills and charged toward us. I ordered my skeleton warriors to use Frenzy Strike. Then I followed up with Corpse Explosion. Kill notifications and EXP gains flooded my vision. The others couldn't believe their eyes. What kind of insane skill is this? This is the first time I've seen EXP gain like this. Once all the monsters were defeated, the palace doors slowly opened. The Mermaid Queen finally appeared. Her stats were all over 5,000. The moment she showed up, Raven and the others' eyes went blank. I realized she had a passive charm effect. I used clarity to wake them up. However, their stats were temporarily reduced. The Mermaid Queen's aura began to rise. I saw she was about to cast a skill. I ordered my skeleton warriors to interrupt her. Forced to stop, she raised her trident and began charging. The trident shot forward like a bolt of lightning. It instantly destroyed one of my skeleton warriors. Sierra quickly asked the priest for buffs. She wanted to tank the hit, so the skeletons could get close. I told her it wasn't needed, and cast Slow Curse on the queen. Restraining chains wrapped around the queen. In the next second, but the moment the Mermaid Queen activated her skill, the effect of the Slow Curse vanished instantly. That strike also cost me 12 skeleton warriors. Sierra saw this and told me to recall my skeletons. She said it was time for her team to step up instead. I raised my hand, and summoned even more skeleton warriors. Hundreds of skeleton warriors crawled out from the ground. The sight left everyone completely stunned. Under the relentless pressure, the Mermaid Queen was quickly overwhelmed. My skeleton warriors went into a frenzy. They landed continuous strikes on her body. Moments later, she collapsed to the ground with a final cry of despair. We had successfully obtained the first mermaid's tear, while the others celebrated the completion of the mission. I asked Raven if she had a cooldown amulet. Everyone was shocked by my request. They wondered if I planned to take all 3 mermaids' tears. We soon exited the dungeon. The people from the Sakala nation began to mock us. They laughed because we had come out in less than half an hour. They assumed we retreated because the dungeon was too difficult. Vance stood by and mocked us as well. Our comrades from the Divine Summer Empire comforted us. Instead, but to everyone's surprise, Raven used a cooldown amulet right in front of them. Before anyone could react, Raven and I re-entered the dungeon. The other 3 stayed behind to avoid slowing us down. To avoid any further delays, I decided to go into full performance mode. Based on my previous experience, I devised a new strategy. We killed the mini-boss in less than 5 minutes. Then, we wiped out all the elite monsters around the palace. After the last fight with the Mermaid Queen, I had developed a much better plan. The moment she stepped out, I cast Slow Curse simultaneously. I used Corpse Explosion on the bodies around her. Following a series of continuous explosions, the Mermaid Queen was instantly turned to ash. She probably never expected that. As a final boss, she would be defeated before even saying a word. This time we obtained a Mermaid's Tear and a silver-grade magic book. We also found 2 silver-grade daggers. Meanwhile, Raven finally leveled up. This made even Raven, who usually hates grinding, very excited. She immediately urged me to start the next run, seeing us teleport out in under 10 minutes. Sierra and the others were shocked again. Dante's power was even more terrifying than they imagined. Then Raven and I entered the dungeon one last time. This run was even faster than the previous one. Now all 3 mermaids' tears were in our hands. As we teleported out again, the Sakala country team burst out laughing. How pathetic. You probably fled without killing a single monster. What a waste of that cooldown amulet. But just as they finished speaking, the light at the dungeon entrance began to fade. Everyone realized this meant the dungeon was disappearing. The dungeon only vanishes once. All 3 mermaids' tears are collected, and we happened to enter exactly 3 times. They realized all the mermaids' tears were in our hands. The Sakala Kingdom players immediately surrounded us. They tried to force us to hand over the mermaids' tears. Seeing this, our Divine Summer Empire comrades joined the fight. Since our team secured the mermaids' tears, they would never let the Sakala Kingdom take them. The conflict between the 2 nations officially began. Their Shikigami summoner struck first. He summoned 2 spirits at once. Their pressure was so heavy that the weak couldn't breathe. I immediately cast Soul Flame. The Cyan fire shot toward the two spirits. Both were destroyed the moment the flames touched them. The Shikigami summoner was enraged. He burned a talisman, and a creature with a massive axe appeared in the sky. This was his life-bound spirit, the Great Axe Spirit. The Great Axe Spirit charged into the crowd. No one from Divine Summer could break its defense. I ordered my skeleton warrior to use Frenzy Strike. It killed the spirit in a single hit. Everyone was left in shock. I was confused it was just too weak. Since his life-bound spirit was killed, the man suffered a severe backlash. I ordered my skeleton warrior to finish him off. The man fled in terror on another spirit. Seeing this, the Sakala Kingdom players lost their will to fight. Their strongest legendary class had been easily defeated. I entered the Hall of Dungeons for the first time. I broke a clear record that had not been touched in 3 years. This attracted a large crowd of onlookers, but I was still not satisfied with my leveling speed. Magnus had told me the requirements to enter God Creation Academy. The first requirement is to reach level 30 earlier. After I drove away the Sakala Kingdom's legendary Shikigami summoner, the rest of the Sakala Kingdom players lost their arrogance. As I summoned 5 more skeleton warriors to the field, the cowards fled in panic. Immediately following their lead, all the Sakala Kingdom players began to escape from the hilltop. Seeing this, the Divine Summer Empire players were overjoyed. Those cowards were so arrogant before, but now they are pathetic. Nearby Vance was filled with deep regret. If he had not left the team, he would have finished the trial by now. Sierra crushed the teleportation stone. We returned to Summer Capital Academy. Soon I received a message from Magnus. He asked to meet me. After watching the recording of the trial mission, he explained the use of the Mermaid's Tear to me. It turns out the Mermaid's Tear increases the success rate of awakening talents. As a reward for defeating the Sakala Kingdom and getting the tear, he offered to fulfill one of my requests. He asked me what I wanted. I immediately thought of my missing sister. I asked him about her whereabouts. Magnus said he could not reveal any information about her. She joined God Creation Academy at the beginning of the year. All student records at God Creation Academy are kept secret. He told me that if I want to find her, I must join God Creation Academy. Then he sent me the requirements to join. Since he couldn't fulfill my first request, Magnus told me to ask for something else. I chose a cooldown amulet. This will help me level up much faster. That way I can join God Creation Academy sooner. Magnus agreed to give it to me. However, I must reach level 20 first, and then complete a specific mission. He then handed me a crystal. It was a teleportation stone for the Hall of Dungeons. He suggested I go there to level up. I took the stone and teleported immediately. A moment later I appeared inside the hall. People everywhere were looking for teams. I checked the requirements for God Creation Academy. First, I need to reach level 30. Second, I must clear the hell level Abyssal Frontline Dungeon. Finally, I need 1000 contribution points. While I wondered how to get those points, a blonde girl interrupted my thoughts. She realized it was my first time in the Hall of Dungeons. She offered to explain how everything works. She held up one finger. She only wanted 100 points for the info. One immediately transferred the points to her. She was very happy to receive the payment. Then she began her explanation. There are 95 dungeons in the hall. They are categorized by color based on their difficulty. Every dungeon has its own clear record. Breaking a record grants special rewards. This building with 5 orbs is the quest center. After her explanation, I still didn't know how to get contribution points. I asked her how to earn them. The girl was shocked by my question. She didn't expect a freshman to care about contribution points. Yet she explained that they are very hard to get. You must complete academy trials and official quests. Earning them is extremely difficult. Academy quests are usually finished the moment they are posted. Many points are required to advance. Further in the academy, suddenly, my bracelet notified me that I received 50 contribution points. This was my reward for the Mermaid Island trial. Everyone around me watched in total disbelief. I thanked the girl and walked to the magic stone. I placed my hand on it to select a dungeon. I chose the level 17 mutated forest. The current record was 1 hour and 17 minutes. It had been the record for 23 years, so I chose nightmare difficulty. The crowd began to mock me for picking a low-level dungeon. They thought I was just a rookie, pretending to be an expert. They doubted those were real contribution points. Inside the dungeon, I summoned skeleton warriors to clear the path. I rushed straight toward the boss to save time. I soon found the boss hiding in a pool of water. The mutated shark turtle roared as it emerged from the water. I commanded my skeleton warriors to surround and attack it. Its super defense skill was surprisingly powerful. Even a frenzy strike barely dealt any damage to it. I finally understand why no one could break the record. But this defense is meaningless to me. I cast Soul Flame to strike its soul directly. It roared in agony the moment the flame hit. It unintentionally exposed its weak underbelly. My skeleton warriors swarmed it immediately. It was dead in an instant. My experience bar increased by 35%. Meanwhile, a bell rang in the Hall of Dungeons. The red orb in the center of the hall lit up. My new record for the mutated forest was displayed. Everyone watching was stunned. What kind of monster is he to break a team record alone? I was then teleported out of the dungeon. My bracelet showed I earned 1000 points and 5 contribution points. Since breaking records grants contribution points, I decided to break every dungeon record. but when I tried to enter the level 20 spider lair, I saw that it required level 18 to enter. I was still only level 17. I had no choice but to clear the mutated, for I had no choice but to go back and clear the mutated forest one more time. After clearing the dungeon, I finally reached level 18. Records: first place 1 hour 12 minutes. I set my sights on the record for the spider lair. You are next. The terror of my skeleton army has received an epic upgrade. The tattered bronze grade skeleton warriors have now evolved into armored silver grade warriors. Their stats have also been significantly increased. After clearing the dungeon and reaching level 18, I turned my attention to the level 20 dungeon. The spider lair 1 hour 12 minutes. I will break this 3-year-old record today. Without hesitation, I chose nightmare difficulty. The next moment I appeared in a dark cave. I used soul flame as a light source to start exploring. To save time, I summoned skeleton warriors to scout the paths. Their exploration speed surprised me. My skeleton warriors encountered monsters at every fork in the road. It seems these massive swarms of spiders are the dungeon monsters. I immediately cast soul flame at them. Hundreds of them were burned to death instantly. The XP is equivalent to 20 elite monsters of the same level. This is truly a great place to level up, but suddenly, my skeleton warriors were covered in spiders. The damage from one spider is negligible, but hundreds of them biting at once is a problem. I tried to recall the skeleton warriors to the summon space, but I couldn't, because there were too many spiders on them. So I used corpse explosion. Killed level 18 spider EXP plus 500. The spiders on the skeleton warriors vanished in. The small spiders on the skeleton warriors vanished instantly after exploring for 10 minutes. I finally found the boss, the Spider King. This was the first dungeon where I truly experienced being swarmed. I wouldn't let it down. It didn't take long for me to defeat the Spider King. My experience points increased by 80%, but because I was delayed for too long by the small spiders, I failed to break the dungeon record. Meanwhile, everyone in the Hall of Dungeons was waiting to see me fail. He hasn't come out yet, and the record time has already passed. It looks like he died inside. Hearing this, Sierra couldn't help but worrying. But a second later I was teleported out of the dungeon. She rushed over to comfort me, but I told her I had already cleared it. Hearing this, she was struck speechless. She couldn't believe I cleared a dungeon alone. That even 5-man teams struggle with, and seeing how relaxed I looked, it seemed this wasn't even my limit. Meanwhile, I was calculating the leveling efficiency of the spider lair. Although it gives 3 times more EXP than the mutated forest, it takes as much time as 4 runs of the mutated forest. Even if I spend 40 points to reset the cooldown, the time spent makes it inefficient. So I asked Sierra if there was a dungeon with better leveling efficiency. After thinking, she told me about a dungeon that perfectly matched my needs. It was the level 25 large-scale dungeon, the Tyrant Desert. Not only can you enter at level 20, but it also allows a 40-man team to enter at once. I was intrigued. It seemed I had to reach level 20 as quickly as possible. After thanking her, I entered the spider lair once again to break the record. This time I chose not to kill every single spider. After killing the boss, my experience increased by 70%. At the same time, the bell in the Hall of Dungeons rang once more. Everyone exclaimed that I must have broken the record. Again, they suspected I might be a talent awakener, but Vance mocked me from the side. What awakener? He's just lucky. He's just an ordinary student who recently finished the exam. He probably used his connection with Magnus to get a powerful item, otherwise he couldn't clear a nightmare dungeon in 10 lifetimes. Just as he finished speaking, I walked out of the dungeon. My completion time was displayed for everyone to see. I had officially broken the record. When I saw Vance, who kept causing trouble for me, I could no longer suppress my killing intent. I've tolerated you enough. Do you really think I won't kill you here? The killing intent made Vance feel the fear of death. Once again, he was so terrified that he didn't dare to speak. Seeing this, I didn't want to waste any more time on him. My priority was reaching level 20 to challenge the Tyrant Desert. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of Summer Capital Academy gathered. They were watching the recording of my run through the spider lair. Magnus spoke with a look of satisfaction, even though I saw his battle footage during the exam. Seeing him now is still shocking. A white-haired elder nearby nodded in approval. He asked Magnus what talent I had awakened. Magnus told him it was an amplification talent. However, I don't know the exact multiplier. It's his private information, so I didn't ask for details. He will definitely join the God Creation Academy. In the future, his sister Moira is already there. She is currently being trained by that old man. Hearing this, the elder spoke meaningfully. It looks like our human race will soon have to new rising stars. Meanwhile, I stood before the Spider King once again. After killing it, I finally reached level 20. All of my attributes have significantly increased. My summoning space grew from 120 to 200. Even my most common summoning skill leveled up. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Can summon a silver tier skeleton warrior. I immediately summoned it. A second later, an armored skeleton appeared. Its 4 basic stats increased from 2000 to 4000. Its skill Frenzy Strike also leveled up. It deals 300% strength damage, with a 10-minute cooldown. However, summoning them now consumes more spirit. It is time to get some new equipment and items. So I went to the exchange. First, I traded the dungeon gear for low-level skill scrolls. Then I went to the point shop to buy high-level gear. My eyes soon landed on a long sword. There was also a spirit robe and a ring made by Barrett. Equipping the full set activates a special set effect. Altogether, the set provides a massive boost to spirit. As I was deciding whether to buy it, a loud commotion nearby caught my attention. You dare sell scrap metal with no stats for 50,000 points. But when I saw the attributes of this side, I was shocked. My unique hidden class. Necromancer finally found its exclusive weapon. It costs 50,000 points, but it sat unnoticed in a junk shop for 50 years. Before it was priced at 500 with no stats, so everyone thought it was an ordinary scythe. The new 50,000 point price tag made people furious. Scrap metal with no stats for 50,000. That's insane. I bought it immediately without a second thought. The moment I touched that scythe, I felt the power of death itself. I realized it was a growth-type weapon. From the Necromancer set once unlocked, it can summon an undead general to lead my skeleton army. It can also absorb abyssal souls to gain experience and grow. Reaching certain levels will unlock even more skills. Back in my dorm I used a basic skill scroll. A golden light burst from the scroll. I successfully learned a new skill, bone armor with my talent boost. It provides 1000 points of physical and elemental defense. The duration is also extended to 50 minutes. This makes up for my low health and weak defense. The next skill I learned surprised me even more. It was the exclusive skill Summon Skeleton Mage. I used the skill immediately. A skeleton in a black cloak appeared before me. Now my skeletons finally have long-range attacks. The next day, I went to the office to get a quest from Magnus. Magnus was shocked that I reached level 20 so quickly. It was much faster than his own progress back then. He quickly regained his composure and spoke. Your task is simple. Enter the level 20 dungeon, the Tyrant Desert. Kill the boss within the time limit, and bring back the Tyrant's heart. However, it is a 40-man large-scale dungeon. The difficulty will be extremely high. If you can bring back the heart within 3 days, I will give you a basic cooldown amulet. Cooldown amulets are far superior to those in the Hall of Dungeons. Some high-level dungeons have cooldowns, lasting several months. Once you encounter those types of dungeons, that is when the cooldown amulet truly shows its value. Also, the reason I am giving you 3 days is because the Academy's opening ceremony is in 3 days. I hope you can make it back before then. After I left, a white-haired elder slowly walked out of the room. Are you so sure he can bring back the Tyrant's heart in 3 days? Knowing his personality, I'm certain he is going to solo it. Remember when you tried to solo it at level 30? You crawled back in a pathetic state. Hearing this, Magnus was speechless. Meanwhile, I have arrived at the entrance of the Tyrant Desert dungeon. The bystanders nearby were shocked. Does he want to break the record for a large-scale dungeon too? The moment I touched the dungeon teleportation stone, the record-holding team's information appeared. It was set by a 40-person team from Wyvern Academy. Just as I was about to enter, a blonde girl stepped forward and asked, "Are you planning to level up in the Tyrant Desert?" I told her about my mission to get the Tyrant's heart. She was instantly shocked. That is a treasure that only drops from the final boss. It can be crafted into a powerful Tyrant's necklace. Furthermore, that item only drops once a year. The last time it dropped was 2 years ago. Then she realized something was wrong. Wait, where are your teammates? You aren't planning to solo the Tyrant Desert. Are you even Wyvern Academy? Had to use all their geniuses to clear this dungeon. How can you defeat the final boss alone? Just as she finished, a man in golden armor walked out of the crowd. A large team followed behind him. It turns out they are students from Centurion Academy. To break the record for the Tyrant Desert dungeon, they prepared a lot of gold-grade gear. Seeing this, I knew I had to hurry. I stepped into the dungeon portal in front of everyone. Their leader gave me a disdainful look. He then ordered his team to enter the dungeon. After entering, I immediately summoned skeleton warriors to scout. Soon my skeleton warriors encountered a monster. A strange, withered tree emerged from the ground. My skeleton warrior was caught off guard and almost pulled under. The tree's stats suddenly appeared. I was shocked when I saw its attributes. As expected of a large-scale dungeon, even the mobs are as strong as the bosses on Mermaid Island. It would be difficult if my skeleton warriors weren't silver grade. After 2.5 seconds, the desert ghost tree was finally defeated. Surprisingly, it gave hundreds of thousands of EXP. To be safe, I immediately activated my bone armor. Then I continued to explore the dungeon. Soon I found an oasis ahead. I knew this place could be a monster nest. I sent my skeleton warriors to scout it out. Before they reached the oasis, a scorpion monster attacked. However, my skeleton warriors are no longer weak. It was killed instantly with a single frenzy strike. The commotion immediately attracted more scorpion monsters. I also noticed some fruit growing on the plants. I quickly summoned more skeleton warriors to harvest the fruit. The skeleton warriors soon returned with the fruit. I discovered that these fruits can restore spirit. I took a bite and my spirit began to recover rapidly. Unfortunately, the fruit only lasts 5 minutes after being picked. It seems I have to make this my main battlefield. Using the fruit's recovery effect, I began to continuously summon skeleton mages. In just 2.5 hours, the summoned skeleton mage skill reached level 20. The once tattered mages evolved into silver level. Elemental mages they now control for elements wind, fire, ice, and lightning. Their 8,000 spirit gives them incredible damage output. I looked at the monsters and gave a devious smile. You had fun killing my skeleton warriors. Didn't you? Now it's my turn. This massive dungeon, that no genius in the academy could clear. I cleared it alone and found it far too easy. My completion time shocked the academy's experts. It drove all the students into a frenzy. After the first captured the last city in the dungeon, the final boss, the Leonian Tyrant, appeared in less than 2 minutes. I lost nearly 30 skeleton warriors to its cyclone. This was the first boss to truly put pressure on me. To lighten the burden on my skeleton warriors, I cast Slow Curse on the Leonian Tyrant. Unexpectedly, the restrained tyrant could still attack. Its sonic wave instantly killed 14 more skeleton warriors. Even my bone armor shattered in less than 3 seconds. Before I could react, the tyrant used Frenzy Leap, and it was coming straight for me. If I get hit, I might lose all my remaining skeleton warriors. I quickly cast Soul Flame to block it. Fortunately, the attack interrupted the tyrant's skill. It was knocked down and the skeleton warriors seized the chance to counterattack. In an instant, the skeletons covered its entire body. I also kept casting Soul Flame from the side. With the skeleton mage's elemental attacks falling constantly, the tyrant's health began to drop rapidly. A moment later, it was dead. Obtain Tyrant's Heart drop cooldown 1 year. Unlike the Ant Queen's drops, all 3 items it dropped are gold. Great, I have also reached level 21. Skill Summon Skeleton Mage. I noticed that the skill, which was originally level 10, has automatically risen to level 21. Along with my level, I was surprised. Does a maxed out skill level up with the player? If so, I need to clear the Tyrant Desert again to max out my other skills. Meanwhile, 6 loud bells rang out in the Hall of Dungeons. Everyone in the hall was shocked. 6 bells mean a new record has been set for a large-scale dungeon. Vance, the grandson of the Centaurian Academy's principal, was thrilled. It looks like our Centaurian Academy set this record, but a man nearby disagreed. I remember. The great Dante also entered the Tyrant Desert. It might be him breaking the record again. Hearing this, Vance became annoyed. Which academy is Dante from? How dare he compete with Centaurian Academy? A lucky immediately told him about me soloing the dungeon. After hearing it, he burst out laughing. Is he trying to kill me with laughter? Soloing a 40-man dungeon. He really doesn't know his limits. A student from Summer Capital Academy nearby snorted coldly. What? It's impossible for one person to enter a large dungeon. He is a master who has already set to dungeon records. Vance was about to say something when the news broke. News that the Tyrant's Heart had dropped spread through the hall. Everyone was shocked to hear this. No way, the Tyrant's Heart actually dropped. It must be the students from Centaurian Academy who set the record after all. It is almost impossible for one person to kill the terrifying tyrant alone within an hour. This sudden news made Vance's face twist with joy, but a second later he was hit with a harsh reality. An announcement appeared above the hall, showing I broke the Tyrant Desert record. Clear time 14 o'clock. A moment later, I stepped out of the portal. The crowd stared at me, unable to believe their eyes. A gloomy Vance walked up to me. So you're Dante, you dare steal from Centaurian Academy. You are asking for death. Meanwhile, I was only thinking about finding Magnus. To finish the quest, I ignored his barking and left the Hall of Dungeons immediately. Soon after, Magnus received a notification from me. He had no idea I was calling to turn in the quest. He assumed I was calling him to help me find teammates. Instead, I informed him that the Tyrant's Heart was already in my hands. Magnus completely lost his composure. Did you really break the Tyrant Desert record? He quickly calmed down and asked for my location. After the first told Magnus where I was, I received the rewards for breaking the Tyrant Desert record. I gained 5,000 points and 30 contribution points. Just then, I sensed a space fluctuation behind me. In the next second, Magnus and I appeared in a white-haired elder's home. The elder was actually Master Ulrika Divine Array. Master, Magnus then asked me to take out the Tyrant's Heart. Both of them were shocked when they saw the heart I produced. After questioning me, they learned I had cleared the dungeon solo. Furthermore, it only took me 14 hours. The two were stunned once again and looked at each other in disbelief. Alaric then looked at Magnus with a mischievous grin. Magnus, it's time to fulfill the promise you made to him. A bit annoyed, Magnus threw the cooldown amulet to me. You don't need to tell me. Then he told me a way to enter the God Creation Academy as quickly as possible. The method was to enter the primordial battlefield to earn contribution points. Usually only those at level 40 who have completed their second job change can enter. I can give you early access to the primordial battlefield, but your mission is to bring back the items listed on this paper. I looked at the materials on the list and felt a bit troubled. Everything started with the word dragon, meaning they weren't dropped by low-level monsters. Magnus saw my concern and quickly explained, don't worry, they aren't actual members of the dragon race. They are just a type of orc known as the dragon tribe. Essentially, they are no different from the Leonians in the Tyrant Desert. So are you interested in taking on this mission? Hearing this, I accepted the mission without hesitation. This way, I would be able to earn even more contribution points. After I left Alaric, worried that entering the primordial battlefield early might be life-threatening, Magnus argued that, since I could solo a large-scale dungeon, I should be allowed to go and gain some experience. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Dungeons, the Centaurian Academy team just emerged. They had cleared the dungeon in less than 16 hours. This made them think they had broken the record, but while they were gloating, The onlookers were laughing at them, sensing something was wrong. They looked at the hull records. They realized it wasn't their completion time. It was the record for the tyrant's heart drop. The leader was stunned when he saw the record, I said. He remembered the boy he had just ignored. He couldn't help but cry out in shock. Impossible. 2 level 21 kids are faster than Centurion Academy. How can they be faster than us? The next day I returned to the Hall of Dungeons to challenge the Tyrant Desert again. People saw me and rushed over to ask for help. They offered to pay 1,000 points each. They just wanted me to help them complete the Academy mission. I was surprised by the offer. If I take 39 people into the dungeon at once, I can earn 39,000 points in a single run. I could then use those points to reset my cooldowns. I immediately agreed to the deal. Points plus 39,000. I can't believe I'm working as a power leveler. Business was booming, and a long line formed. Everyone had seen me preparing to enter the Tyrant Desert again. They all wanted to join my party. They were willing to pay 1,000 points each as a fee. All they wanted was to finish their academy missions. I accepted their request. My only condition was that we needed a full group of 40. This way I would earn 39,000 points per run. No one had any objections. I led the 39 members into the dungeon. I summoned skeleton warriors to push toward the oasis. Every monster we encountered was killed instantly. However, the experience gain was disappointing. Instead of hundreds of thousands, I only received a few thousand. At least, the points earned would let me solo this many times. Later, the skeleton warriors ahead encountered hundreds of monsters. I quickly summoned skeleton mages to attack. Then I used corpse explosion. In an instant, every monster was dead. Everyone was shocked by the display of power. I told the group to wait there. I would call them after I cleared the ant cave. After waiting for 20 minutes, one man suggested pulling a monster to pass the time. Since Dante makes it look so easy, they thought they could handle just one monster. Together, several of them agreed and took action, but the man accidentally pulled 2 monsters. Instead of one, everyone immediately felt the pressure. A knight used a skill to draw the monster's attention. A single hit from the monster shattered his shield. He was sent flying by the heavy impact. The combat classes began attacking with all their strength, but their attacks barely scratched the monster. They finally killed one monster by using their superior numbers. However, their stamina was almost completely gone. The knight was still struggling against the second monster. They began to deeply regret their foolish decision. Just as the scorpion monster rushed toward them, the skeleton warrior I left behind to protect them finally attacked. It killed the monster with a single strike. The survivors were moved to tears. Thank goodness Dante left a summon to protect us. However, some people were still questioning my efficiency. It's been over 10 minutes. Why hasn't Dante killed a single monster yet? Killed level 26 Desert Soldier Annie XP plus 8,000. Just as he finished speaking. Killed level 26 Desert Soldier Annie XP plus 8,000. The notifications popped up endlessly. He was shocked by such terrifying efficiency. By then I had already reached the queen's nest. Like before, I used corpse explosion to kill her instantly. After that I led the group to the tyrant's castle. I blew the gates open once again. The Leonian tyrant appeared before everyone. This time I was much more relaxed. Sorry, old friend. I'm in a hurry this time. One immediately ordered my skeletons to attack. To the others, the Leonian tyrant looked like a mere toy before me. In no time, the notification for the tyrant's death appeared. Everyone burst into tears of joy. The quest that had troubled them for years was finally complete while they cheered. I teleported out of the dungeon, back at the Hall of Dungeons. I asked Sierra to arrange the next group. A student from Centurion Academy saw this. He sneaked into the team to see how I soloed the dungeon. Soon, I led the next group of students into the dungeon. Compared to the previous run, it only took me 7 hours to clear the dungeon. This time, the spy from Centurion Academy broke into a cold sweat. At my power, he immediately went back and reported everything to Vance. Upon hearing the news, Vance immediately found a way to deal with me. He called his ally, Vance, to discuss a strategy against me. Meanwhile, the principal heard that I was taking people through the dungeon. Magnus, that kid you like, is being far too reckless. The principal said he is charging fees to take people through the Tyrant Desert. Magnus didn't seem to care. That's nothing new. This has happened in the academy for years. But he is taking 39 people at once. The principal shouted. Every student who was stuck on that dungeon has passed. Now Magnus joked in response. The kid really has a good head for business. I'm impressed he thought of this. However, he shouldn't charge a low price. He shouldn't make it too easy for those people. The principal was furious after hearing this. Magnus been unhappy with the academy's rules for a long time. Many talented students failed because they were not social enough to find a team. I think Dante is doing the right thing. Magnus said. Alaric also agreed that the academy's system needed reform. The principal stood up angrily. You two are always on the same side. They laughed as they watched him leave. The old man still has a fiery temper. There is only one person in the world who can handle him. Meanwhile, I used the fruit to upgrade my bone armor to level 21. With my talent bonus, it now provides 21,000 defense. Slow curse also reached level 21. The slowing effect is much stronger than before. Soon I reached level 20 to my skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, and skills like corpse explosion all leveled up. Skeleton mages reached level 22, and corpse explosion is now level 3. Slow Curse and Bone Armor also reached level 22. All my other skills leveled up as well. I earn another 39,000 points. After carrying people through dungeons multiple times, I now have 350,000 points. However, 350,000 points is still not enough. A single intermediate skill book costs 80,000 points. This isn't enough to learn all the intermediate skills I need. I need to find a way to get more points. But then during today's opening ceremony, Vance wanted to defeat me in front of everyone. To prove himself, he challenged me and offered 5,000 points as a bet. When I heard that, I told him it was too little. I held up one finger. Anyone with less than 100,000 points isn't worthy of challenging me. My unique class Necromancer has finally met its match. My invincible silver level skeleton warriors were countered by a single crystal. As the man crushed the crystal in his hand, the skeleton warriors instantly turned to ash. Even my summonings failed earlier. When Vance bet 5,000 points to challenge me, I told him it was far from enough. I held up one finger. I want 100,000 points, or you aren't qualified to challenge me. Hearing this, Vance laughed. 100,000? Do you even know how much that is? You aren't even worth that much if I sold you. I didn't bother to explain. Instead, I put up all my points as the bet. Whoever loses must pay the other the full amount. My confidence left Vance completely stunned. If Vance refused the challenge, he would lose face. After hesitating, he agreed. Magnus called him an absolute idiot for it. Alaric stood nearby with a grin. That kid has led so many dungeon runs lately. He must have at least 300,000 points. Principal Miller snorted. He just uses cheap tricks. Dante, the national top scorer. Vance and I stepped out. The crowd was incredibly excited. We finally get to see the great Dante fight. Vance looked at me with disdain. National top scorer, what a joke. You are nothing in front of me. I responded coldly. Your level is lower than mine. This made him furious. You're just a peasant. You aren't worthy of comparing yourself to me. I ignored him and repeated my words. Your level is lower than mine. He was completely enraged. Did your elders never teach you manners? You bastard. My gaze turned ice cold at his words. I looked at him as if he were already a dead man. He was instantly terrified by my aura. It was that same look from the dungeon, but he quickly regained his composure. You only rely on summoning and corpse explosion. Without corpses or the ability to summon, you are just useless trash. I immediately summoned a skeleton warrior. If we weren't at the academy, you would already be dead. In an instant, the skeleton warrior appeared above his head. Just as the sword was about to strike, Vance pulled out a crystal. As he crushed it, the skeleton warrior above him turned to ash. At the same time, I felt my summoning skill being sealed. Vance said smugly, I prepared this summoning sealing talisman just for you. Let's see how you fight me now. He raised his staff and began chanting. Intense flames gathered into rain of fire. Seeing this, Alaric immediately suspected that someone was using Vance to target me. Vance could never have obtained a mid-level summoning sealing talisman on his own. The rain of fire poured down upon me. I calmly activated bone armor. The flames completely engulfed me. Vance burst out laughing. How does it feel to be burned alive? But as the flames faded, I was completely unharmed. Vance stopped laughing instantly. How is this possible? My strongest skill did nothing. Refusing to give up, he launched more skills at me. I stood still and let every attack hit me. Yet they still couldn't wound me at all. Growing bored, I said coldly, your skills are too weak. I cast Soul Flame at him, and a blood-curdling scream erupted from his mouth. In an instant, he began bleeding from his eyes and nose. Fortunately, a god-level healer arrived, just in time to save his life. The crowd watched in a cold sweat. This freshman is terrifying. He defeated a senior with just one skill. Dante slowly walks toward him, overwhelmed by fear. Vance quickly kneels and begs for mercy. Just don't kill me, I'll give you all my points. Just as he says this, the referee announces Dante as the winner. According to the bet, Vance must pay Dante 358,000 points. Vance is completely stunned. Is this a joke? He just joined the academy. How can he have that many points? The referee glares at him coldly. Are you calling me a liar? Vance quickly apologizes for his outburst. Then pay the points immediately. But Vance doesn't have enough points. The referee transfers Vance's current points to Dante. First, Vance is ordered to pay the remaining balance within 6 months. Otherwise, he will be expelled from the academy. Dante's account balance immediately increases by 128,000 points. He walks past Vance and leaves the stage. Just then, Magnus sends a message. They are leaving for the primordial battlefield. In 1 hour, Dante goes to the exchange to sell his extra gear. He earns a total of 2 million gold coins. After finishing, he meets up with Magnus. Led by Alaric's power, Dante and Magnus arrive at the outskirts of the Divine Summer Tower. Guided again by the tower's energy, they finally reach the primordial battlefield. Although it is Dante's first time here, he feels a strangely familiar aura. They soon arrive at the human base. The soldiers notice the 5-star badge on Magnus. They immediately salute, with the highest military honors. I am surprised by their reaction. Magnus notices my expression and quickly explains, Brat, I know what you're thinking. They aren't saluting me, they are saluting this badge. We arrive at the military ID office, but the clerk is busy playing games. He doesn't even look up, until Magnus asks for an ID for me. The man starts swearing instinctively. Who's the fool interrupting my business? But then he sees the 5-star badge on Magnus. He almost pees himself in terror. 5-star general. Magnus personally brought a rookie here. He immediately rushes to possess my military ID. Once I have it, Magnus explains how it works. Killing monsters in the primordial battlefield earns merit points when points reach a certain amount. The badge upgrades the highest rank as general. The stars represent the merits earned within each rank. More merit means more stars. Each rank is divided into 5 stars. Then Magnus says he's taking me somewhere else soon. We arrive at the Hall of Heroic Souls. He explains, this is where the Empire's ancestors are honored. Every seal floating in the air belongs to a fallen hero. Their soul power will protect the Divine Summer Empire. Forever, Magnus bows respectfully. Magnus, a descendant of the Divine Summer, prays for the ancestors to protect our youth. Suddenly, the demon-slaying tower erupts with a dazzling light. A beam of light shoots down and covers Dante. A gold star on Magnus' badge begins to fade. The demon-slaying tower has recorded your soul imprint. Now even if you die in the primordial battlefield, we can bring you back to life. Dante is shocked. Magnus sacrificed an entire star of merit, just to give Dante a second chance at life, while others flee from monsters in the primordial battlefield. Dante treats them as prey to farm merit points. In less than 10 minutes his merit reaches 1 star. Even his death scythe finally levels up. Magnus sacrificed his own merit to save Dante's soul. This allows Dante to resurrect once if he dies. Magnus explains that many dungeons are scattered across the battlefield. Abyssal monsters often guard these entrances. To prevent humans from entering, he advises Dante to buy plenty of teleportation stones. After giving instructions, Magnus says goodbye. Dante wastes no time and heads out to hunt. Soon after leaving the city, he is attacked by an unknown creature. It is an invisible undead monster. The skeleton warriors sense it and strike first. The monster's form is finally revealed. A skeleton warrior slashes at it, but it deals 0 damage. Dante checks its stats to understand why. The monster has a passive skill that grants physical immunity. Dante immediately summons his skeleton mages. If physical attacks fail, he will use magic. The skeleton mages launch their elemental spells. The battlefield specter is instantly engulfed in flames. A strand of soul breath falls into my hand. I am surprised to find that the will of the dead can enhance equipment. However, I cannot afford to let my guard down. Since there are physical immune monsters here, there might also be magic immune monsters. There could even be monsters with dual immunity. While heading to the dungeon entrance, 3 figures appear running in terror. A pack of abyssal hounds is chasing them. A man reaches me and tells me to run instead. I walk straight toward the hounds. They shout that I am a dead man. There are over 100 abyssal hounds behind them. When I see human remains in the hounds' mouths, my killing intent instantly explodes. You all deserve to die. I summon my skeleton warriors and mages. The skeleton mages launch elemental attacks into the pack. The skeleton warriors charge forward to join the slaughter. As the first abyssal hound is killed, my badge begins accumulating military merit. My death scythe also absorbs a strand of abyssal soul. At this rate, I only need 30 more kills to level up. I immediately use corpse explosion on the hound's carcass. Following a massive explosion, my military merit points increase rapidly. My death side reaches level 2. Meanwhile, inside a dark cave, a monster sends out more minions to find food. By this time I have reached the dungeon entrance, but to everyone else I'm just a rookie. I notice this dungeon has a hell difficulty setting. To experience something different, I decide to challenge the hell difficulty. People from the Divine Summer Empire tried to stop me, but they're too late. They both look on in disbelief. He actually went in all by himself. Nearby, a man from the Sakala Empire sneers. Let's see what difficulty this fool chose. He throws out a dungeon detection charm. A moment later, the dungeon information appears. Hell difficulty: 1 person entered, 1 person alive. The Divine Summer people are filled with despair. It's bad enough that he entered alone, but he even chose the highest difficulty level. He is walking into certain death. The man from the Sakala Empire mocks them. How many minutes do you think he'll last? A Divine Summer warrior points his sword at the marker's throat. Don't you dare insult the Divine Summer Empire. Shut up if you want to live. Meanwhile, I realize something is wrong as soon as I enter. My storage space is restricted. I can't use any potions or supplies. I can't even use a teleportation stone. The only way out is to clear the dungeon. Just then a monster patrol spots me. They charge at me immediately. Their stats are incredible. Even a common soldier here is stronger than the Ant Queen in the Tyrant Desert. I summon over a dozen skeleton warriors to defend myself, but in the very first exchange, all my skeleton warriors are stunned. I lose 3 of them in the blink of an eye. Since melee isn't working, I summon skeleton mages for ranged attacks. Combined with the warrior's siege, we quickly kill all the level 30 dragon spearmen. This battle makes me realize I need to be more cautious. Although I have many skeleton warriors, if they get stunned, they stand almost no chance of survival. This actually excites me. Usually I just steamroll through dungeons. This is the first time I've had to be this careful. Even though I'm being extremely cautious, the second squad of dragon spearmen still spots me. The difficulty of this dungeon is impressive. I'm forced to summon skeleton warriors to draw their attention unexpectedly. The warriors I send out are instantly locked in place. I recognize it immediately as a mage's control skill. When shackles, it seems these monsters possess some intelligence. They can even use basic battle tactics. I have no choice but to use overwhelming numbers. Again I crush them with pure quantity. At the cost of 5 skeleton warriors, I finally killed the level 30 dragon spearman. Suddenly a dragon mage launches a sneak attack on my skeleton mages. It knows the mages are the bigger threat, but I anticipated this move. I immediately counter with Soul Flame, ignoring its defense. Soul Flame kills it instantly to my surprise. They dropped a dragon horn. A material Magnus needs, but the drop rate is terrible. I've killed so many and only got one. After recalling my heavily injured skeleton warriors, I continue heading deeper into the dungeon. Who would have thought? This hell difficulty dungeon hides a shocking secret. Once the final boss falls, I actually obtained the unique hidden title, Dragon Working. I even get a class change certificate that others usually only get at level 40. It turns out that, after I killed the second wave of dragon soldiers, another dragon horn dropped unexpectedly, but I'm still far from the amount needed for the task, so I continue searching for more dragon monsters. Soon I encounter a third group of dragon spearmen. To reduce the losses of my skeleton warriors, I use my usual method to pull the monsters. Combining it with my slow curse skill, I successfully control all the dragon spearmen. Then I order the skeletons to counterattack. Meanwhile Magnus has returned to the academy. Alaric immediately notices that Magnus' military merit has decreased. By 1 star it seems you really value him. You even spend a merit point to place a brand on him. Magnus acts like it is no big deal. It is just a little bit of merit. It is nothing compared to a kid like Dante. Besides, I need him to collect some materials for me. In the dungeon, consider it a bit of training for him. Speaking of the dungeon, Alaric's expression suddenly turns serious. The dragon frontline outpost has a hell difficulty. Did you warn him not to challenge it recklessly? Magnus breaks into a cold sweat upon hearing this. I actually forgot about that. That kid wouldn't really challenge hell difficulty. Right? Alaric quickly comforts him. You don't need to worry too much. He cleared a massive dungeon with 39 others easily. At most it will only give him a bit of trouble. Besides, he still has the mental brand you placed on him. He won't die meanwhile. Inside the dungeon, I have already killed all the dragon soldiers. However, the dungeon progress is only 1/3 complete. My skeletons have already suffered heavy losses. I have to admit, hell difficulty is truly insane. I want to see what kind of monster the final boss is. After 2.5 hours of fighting, I finally reach the castle, where the final boss is located. Just as I order my skeleton warriors to storm the castle, a skeleton warrior behind me is suddenly insta-killed by an invisible attack. This sudden attack makes me extremely alert. A monster capable of insta-killing a skeleton warrior at that speed must be very strong. Then a second skeleton warrior is insta-killed right before my eyes. I immediately realize these are invisible monsters. I order my mages to perform an area of effect attack. As the skeleton mages rain down their area attacks, the monsters hidden in the void are soon forced out of stealth. Their attributes also appear before me. Seeing these extreme stats, I finally understand why my skeleton warriors were insta-killed. However, they are no longer a threat without their stealth. In the next second, the skeleton warriors launch a counterattack. Together with the mages, they quickly kill all of them. I also obtain a dragon heart needed for my quest. But suddenly, a barrage of arrows rains down from the city walls. I quickly activate bone armor to defend myself. Then I order the skeletons to throw the assassins' corpses at the enemy the moment the corpses reach them. I use corpse explosion. A massive blast erupts on the city walls. The explosion instantly kills a group of archers. I also obtain a drop of dragon essence. With the archers gone, the skeleton warriors quickly enter the city. However, I still don't see any sign of the final boss. As I wonder where it is, the giant statue beside me begins to crack. Once the outer stones fall away, a dragon leader with a terrifying aura appears before me. Its status panel appears, showing skills like mass stun and resistance fortification. Feeling its terrifying pressure and power, I can't help but break into a cold sweat. I immediately distance myself from it. At that moment, the dragon leader lets out a roar. Violent power erupts from its body. Sensing its intent to attack, I immediately cast Slow Curse on it. Restraining chains instantly bind it tightly. Next, the skeleton mages launch their elemental attacks. I thought this would heavily wound it, but it has already activated resistance fortification. It blocks all attacks without taking any damage. Even my Slow Curse effect is greatly weakened. It easily kills the skeleton warriors closest to it. Then it slams its weapon into the ground. Every skeleton warrior within 100 meters is instantly stunned. This causes me to lose 12 skeleton warriors. Seeing this, my expression becomes serious. I can keep summoning skeleton warriors, but my mental power cannot handle that kind of drain. I summon the undead general to use general's presence. Surprisingly, the buff warriors break free from the stun instantly. This is great. The boss's control skills are no longer a threat. All the skeleton warriors swarm the enemy at once. With the skeleton mage's help, half its health vanishes instantly. In pain, the dragon chief uses its area stun again, but the undead general's buff protects my warriors. The stun effect disappears in less than 3 seconds. Just as I think victory is mine, The dragon chief lunges directly at me. It knows I am its biggest threat. Fortunately, bone armor blocks its full force strike. I seize the moment to cast Soul Flame. It ignores defense, making the beast scream in agony. As the skeleton mages continue their elemental attacks, the dragon chief finally runs out of health. After its death, a title appears above my head. It is the hidden reward for soloing the hell-level dragon frontline outpost. All my stats increased by 500, and skill costs are reduced by 50%. I also received a class change certificate. Other seniors are just monster food in the primordial battlefield, but I see these fearsome monsters only as merit points. I alone killed hundreds of demonic dogs to save the others. My power leaves the other seniors completely stunned. After killing the hell-level dragon chief, I obtained the unique title Dragon Working. I've collected over a third of the materials needed for my advancement. Thanks to the dragon cores, I have reached level 23. My skills have also leveled up to 23 along with me. More importantly, my attributes have been significantly boosted. Gear side of Thanatos. Level to 100. Spirit skill consumption is now reduced. My spirit stat is now 19 plus 600. This means I can now summon twice as many skeletons as before. This will make clearing hell-level dungeons much easier. I exit the dungeon and prepare to use a cooldown amulet to continue farming, but as soon as I teleport out, I see corpses everywhere like a living hell. The thick scent of blood in the air makes me frown. I quickly activate bone armor just in case. At that moment, several demonic dogs lunge at me from behind. A massive pack of demonic dogs appears behind them. One immediately summons skeleton warriors to drive back the dogs. But just as I prepared to summon skeleton mages to join the battle, a sudden attack lands near me, blowing the abyss hellhounds away. A man leads his team to provide support. Young man, come here. This place is surrounded by abyss hellhounds. Once I am safe, they tell me to use a teleportation stone to return to the fortress, but I ignore their suggestion. Instead, I asked why they are risking their lives staying here. With their strength, they could easily break through and escape. It turns out, they are waiting for people from the Divine Summer Empire who are still inside the dungeon. Meanwhile, those from the Sakala Empire are abandoned by their own and become food for the hounds. The priest then detects that the dungeon is finally empty. He immediately tells everyone to evacuate, but I remain standing still. You go first. I'll clear them out and continue farming the dungeon. One immediately summon my skeleton army. As the skeleton mages begin chanting, violent elemental attacks rain down on the pack of hounds. The skeleton warriors finish off the survivors. In an instant, a massive number of hounds are dead. The team is shocked by what they see. They never imagined these terrifying hounds could be so weak against this young man, but the next moment completely shatters their common sense. I slowly raise my hand as a red light glows around it. A massive explosion creates a torrent of energy across the battlefield. The sheer power and visual impact leave the people behind me speechless. The military merits from killing so many hounds instantly promote my rank to 1-star private. My death side also reaches level 3. After absorbing abyss souls, it grants me a 300-point bonus to my spirit attribute. After that success, I used corpse explosion again to clear the remaining hounds. Seeing this, the group assumed I was a genius from a top academy. But then, the man realized something and looked horrified. He recognized me as the boy who entered the hell difficulty dungeon. My god, he really cleared a hell difficulty dungeon all by himself while they were in shock. My rank rose 2 to star private. My death side also reached level 4. The spirit attribute bonus from leveling up is getting even higher. I can't wait to see what other surprises further upgrades will bring. I looked at the hound corpses on the battlefield, still wanting more. It's a pity there were only about 200 abyss hellhounds. I wish there were more abyssal monsters to kill. Meanwhile, the others slumped to the ground in fear. After the battle, they all agreed that the primordial battlefield is far too dangerous. Their team leader walked up to me to express his gratitude. He introduced himself as a level 31 Holy Light Knight from Summer Capital Academy. Since we were from the same academy, I politely shook his hand. I told him that I was also a student at Summer Capital Academy. I mentioned that I'm a level 23 Necromancer. The man became curious after hearing this. He asked me which year I was in. I told him I just attended the opening ceremony yesterday. As soon as I said that, he dropped his shield in shock. So you're just a freshman? He gasped. The hell-level dragon boss, once feared as a reaper of death, was now nothing more than a toy in my hands. It couldn't even scratch me before losing its last drop of blood. A moment ago I had agreed to help Raven level up, but when she heard I wanted to grind a hell difficulty dungeon, Raven was completely stunned. After all, even level 30, Sterling only offered to take her through nightmare grade. Realizing this, she looked at me with total admiration. Great. I've always wanted to see a hell difficulty dungeon. Meanwhile, Sterling was laughing to himself nearby. He thought I was just lying to impress the girl. He expected Raven to come crawling back to him soon. Raven and I soon reached the dungeon entrance. I used a cooldown amulet to reset the dungeon's timer. We then disappeared into the portal. The crowd watching was completely stunned. Wait, did they really just enter hell difficulty? The last ones to clear hell difficulty were from God Creation Academy. They're dead for sure inside the dungeon. Raven was immediately covered by bone armor. She realized this was a skill I used to protect her. Seeing how calm I was, she felt completely safe. With my previous experience in this dungeon, clearing out the dragon soldiers was incredibly easy. The speed of our progress left Raven in awe. Obtain Dragon Hide X1. You make this look so effortless. She said EXP plus 300,000. I bet this isn't even your full strength. Slain LV30 Dragon Spearman. This dungeon isn't that hard. I replied calmly. Raven stuck her tongue out at me teasingly. Others struggle just to survive Nightmare grade. But with you, Hell difficulty feels even easier than Nightmare. My skeleton army continued to crush everything in their path. We progressed through Hell difficulty at lightning speed. Soon we arrived at the final boss's castle. Before entering, I asked Raven if she needed anything other than a dragon core. Do you need any other drops for your quest? Hearing this, Raven showed me a ring. She said the first part of her quest was complete. The ring was the Goblin King's ring. It is the best accessory for anyone under level 40. It has a powerful attribute that adds 1 level to all skills. It was crafted using the Goblin King's crystal core. I gave her while she was showing it off. I suddenly pulled her aside. A dragon assassin appeared, right where she had been standing. Raven broke into a cold sweat. She didn't expect stealth monsters in Hell difficulty. However, her class has a skill to detect stealth. She immediately activated her detection skill to find the hidden assassins. Soon all the nearby assassins were eliminated. Raven looked at me proudly. See, I'm actually quite useful. Suddenly, she was shocked to see I was already a star private. She pouted and punched me lightly in the chest. Your military merit is way ahead of mine. After I promised to keep carrying her, we reached the statue of the Dragon War King. I cast bone armor on her and told her to stay back. Raven was confused because she had never seen me so cautious, but she obeyed and watched from a distance. The stone shell of the statue began to crumble. The terrifying Dragon War King awakened once again. Even from afar, Raven was shaken by its powerful aura. One immediately cast Slow Curse to restrict its movement. Like before, the Dragon War King used its resistance to break the curse. Then it unleashed a massive knockback skill. The ground began to crack under its immense power. Even Raven, standing far away, was blown back by the shockwave, but I used bone armor to withstand the impact. Then I launched a counterattack with Soul Flame. I summoned the undead general to buff my skeletons. With General's presence, my skeleton warriors recovered from the stun and attacked the boss enraged. The Dragon War King used its stun skill again, but I had already recalled all of my skeletons. The boss's skill hit nothing but air. Once the shockwave cleared, I summoned the skeletons back. This strategy kept my skeletons from taking any damage. After a series of fierce attacks from my army, I easily defeated the powerful Dragon War King. Once again, the EXP from the kill even made Raven level up. I also obtained a class change voucher for Sarah. She was so surprised and happy that she suddenly hugged me. This is great, I finally got a class change voucher. She quickly realized what she and shyly stepped back. She nervously explained that she was just overexcited. As I gave the boss's golden dagger to Raven, Grant's team was in serious trouble. At the dungeon entrance, a high-level demon and its abyss hellhounds had surrounded them. To others, these demons were unstoppable monsters, but to me they were nothing more than ants. They couldn't even scratch my defense. I killed them instantly with a single soul flame. Everyone present was stunned by my power. It turned out the Desert Reaper had come to avenge its offspring. It had personally entered the primordial battlefield. However, it couldn't find my scent among the humans. Enraged, it ordered its hounds to devour everyone. Screams echoed throughout the human camp. Just then Sterling's team teleported out of the dungeon. They were immediately stunned by the swarm of abyss hounds. Sterling quickly activated his Holy Knight defensive skills. Golden orbs of light instantly protected his teammates. This powerful defense saved them for now. But looking at the endless sea of hounds on the battlefield, they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Grant shouted that there was a demon in the sky. The abyss demon was already right above them. As the demon prepared to strike, Sterling actually smirked. You can't break through my defensive aura. But before he could finish, the demon's axe ignored his defense and hit his shield. The terrifying force sent him flying instantly. He crashed into a stone wall before finally stopping. That single strike almost killed him. Everyone watching couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. They thought a legendary class Holy Knight would be powerful. It turns out he's useless. Then the demon noticed Sterling's class. Killing a legendary Holy Light Knight would be a huge prize. Sterling quickly claimed he had already sent a distress signal. He warned that human powerhouses would arrive soon. He tried to scare the demon into running away, but the demon didn't care at all. It was determined to kill him to claim the credit. At that exact moment, Raven and I teleported out of the dungeon. The demon suddenly stopped its attack. It smelled a very familiar scent on me. It was you. You're the one who killed my child. I'll crush you. I looked up, completely confused. The next second, the demon's giant axe swung down at me. At that moment, my bone armor skill was triggered. After the attack, I looked at it with contempt. Are you hungry or something? Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Enraged, the demon began a frenzied assault on me. However, it still couldn't break through my bone armor. I took advantage of the gap in its attacks and cast Soul Flame. The blue flames instantly set its head on fire. The strike broke its spirit, and it began to flee in panic. I wouldn't let it escape, so I cast Slow Curse. The demon was instantly frozen in midair, unable to move. Every abyss hellhound on the battlefield was also pinned in place. The demon struggled desperately, but couldn't move an inch. Seeing this, Raven burst out laughing. She had already expected this outcome. After all, ordinary monsters in hell difficulty were stronger than this. I summoned my skeleton army to clear out the abyss hellhounds. The demon was now completely in despair. Soon corpse explosion continuously detonated among the hounds. Finally, only the battered demon remained slumped on the ground. After the demon was killed, I gained 50 military merit points. I also obtained the rare material demon essence. Alchemists and blacksmiths can use it to craft powerful equipment. My death side reached level 7, increasing my spirit by 2,100. My spirit attribute has been greatly enhanced. After this battle, my rank rose to 5-star private. Even Raven received a significant amount of military merit, as I stood high above receiving everyone's admiration. Sterling was consumed by jealousy. He has already forgotten that I saved him from the demons. He secretly swore to make me kneel and beg for mercy. One day he even wants to make Raven his woman. He is furious. The mysterious demon hiding in the void. The mysterious demon in the void is finally enraged. Just a wisp of its consciousness descended on the primordial battlefield. It terrified the experts of the guard squad, for it is the Flame Demon King, one of the 7 demon kings. After I finished off all the abyss demons, I immediately checked on Grant's squad. Grant patted his golden shield and said they were fine. Thanks to your shield, I finished my equipment set. Just then a group of people arrived. From the distance, Grant recognized them as the Eternal Great Wall Guards. They had clearly come in response to the distress signal, but to their surprise, the battle was already over before they even arrived. They were shocked to see the corpses of hellhounds everywhere. Confused, they asked what had happened here. They also asked who had sent the distress signal. The guard captain walked up to me. After learning the truth, he didn't believe a level 23 recruit could do this at first, but he understood when he saw my 5-star badge. To become a 5-star private, one must kill many hellhounds. Well done, young man. I will report this to headquarters. Just then another group appeared behind them. The leader was a divine summoner. Grant recognized her as Vivian, the princess of the Mo clan. Her class is legendary great. Her stunning beauty captivated every man there. Vivian asked about the distress signal. She prepared to leave after the captain said everything was under control. But then I caught her attention. My aura seemed to disgust her. She gave me a meaningful look and left. I noticed her badge was for a 4-star lieutenant. Seeing me deep in thought, Raven told me Vivian was searching for a Nirvana crystal. Grant finally understood. No wonder she left the deep areas of the primordial battlefield. She is looking for the Nirvana crystal. It is a rare material that increases the chance of class sublimation. Professionals further define their path. During the second class change, there is also a small chance for class sublimation to occur. For example, my rare paladin class could sublime into the legendary Holy Light Knight, but the natural success rate is far too low. A Nirvana crystal can greatly increase those odds. Deep within the primordial battlefield, monsters called battlefield specters have a low chance of dropping it. Then Raven added something. The battlefield Ghost King boss is a guaranteed drop. Grant sighed. That is a world level boss, and it rarely appears. It is incredibly hard to defeat. I became curious. Vivian is already a legendary class, yet she still wants to sublime. Does a rank higher than legendary even exist? Suddenly a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the void. The Abyss Hellhound is dead, and even the Abyss Hound demon I sent failed. It seems a formidable professional has appeared among the humans. Furious, it plans to send higher-level demons to test him again. Meanwhile, the human experts are shocked after sensing its rage. That aura just now felt like the Flame Demon King. What exactly happened to make him so furious? Regardless, we must report this to the superiors immediately. Elsewhere, Magnus anxiously asks Alaric what happened. Alaric quickly comforts him. I saw his image through the Hall of Heroic Souls and the demon-slaying tower. That kid not only wiped out many Abyss Hellhounds, but he is already a 5-star private now. Most importantly, he even killed an Abyss Hound demon. Magnus is also shocked to hear this. He achieved so much in just 2 days. It seems the upcoming class competition will be very exciting. Alaric is surprised to see Raven by Dante's side. He didn't expect them to be together. Magnus quickly asked what else he saw. I saw Alaric's nemesis together with Dante. I can't wait to see Alaric's reaction. Meanwhile, Raven and I cleared the Dragon Outpost dungeon on Hell difficulty again. My level has reached 24. Even Raven's exclusive set is almost complete, but the moment we teleported out of the dungeon, the crowd pointed and shouted that a Shikigami had appeared. A beast pulling a carriage was slowly approaching. The people on the carriage were the Sakura Empire team. The captain was the Shikigami summoner I had a conflict with before. People guessed they came to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon for the hidden title. Little did they know, I already obtained that unique hidden title. Then the Shikigami summoner noticed that Raven and I looked familiar. After thinking for a bit, he realized he had met his enemy. The Abyssal army had descended upon the war fortress. While everyone was afraid and trying to survive, I applied to lead an attack as a level 24 recruit. After I led Raven through the Hell difficulty dungeon again, I unexpectedly ran into enemies from the Sakura Empire. Upon exiting, The Sakura Empire team laughed when they saw my level. They mocked me for being a level 20 for rookie. In the primordial battlefield, they asked if I was there to be a snack for the abyssal demons. But the Shikigami summoner was shocked. He remembered I was only level 10 something. Back on Mermaid Island, I had already reached level 24 in just a few days. He knew exactly how powerful my skeleton army was. He felt that if he didn't kill me now, he would never get another chance. However, his teammates noticed his intent and stopped him. They pointed out that they were outnumbered by the Divine Summer Empire people. If they started a fight, they would be the ones to die. The Shikigami summoner looked around. He saw everyone watching them like hawks. He had no choice but to suppress his killing intent. He said he would settle things with me at the professional competition. I hope you don't disappoint me then, he said. Then he turned and entered the dungeon. Raven knew they were only holding back because of the people around us, but I didn't care at all. I could have taken them all on by myself. I was curious about this competition he mentioned. Raven explained the details to me. Every 5 years, a world-class professional competition is held. Each class system has its own specific competition events. This time the competition is being held in the Divine Summer Empire. Countless powerful professionals will come to participate. You won't be able to skip it, so I'll join the competition with you. It is divided into team and solo matches. Teams must consist of 5 members. Plus, the rewards for the solo champion are very generous. You must remember to sign up when the time comes. Just then the badges on our chests suddenly glowed with golden light. Raven immediately realized this was a Divine Summer military order. At the same time, everyone from the Divine Summer Empire received the order. The next second, a booming voice echoed across the primordial battlefield. All Divine Summer soldiers assemble at the war fortress. As soon as the voice finished, everyone was forcibly teleported back to the fortress. People from the Sakura Empire were amazed by the sight. Is this the unity of the Divine Summer Empire? Something like this would never happen in our country. We were soon all teleported back to the war fortress. I immediately asked Grant what was happening. Suddenly, the demon eye in the sky shot out a beam of light. It was pointing directly toward the abyss. This meant a massive wave of monsters was about to attack. I then learned the truth from Grant. The demon eye isn't just for observing the abyss. Monsters' movements, it is said to have full command over every large-scale battle. Those voices from earlier were sent out by the eye. Then the demon eye's voice rang out again. Teleportation vortexes appeared around us once more. The next moment, we were standing on top of the city walls. The demon eye then warned all professionals below level 30 not to leave the city. A figure on the city walls caught everyone's attention. He was the Ni clan's exclusive legendary class, the Overlord. He was a godlike presence among the troops. Morale instantly soared. The man raised his long sword. Hear my command. Under this skill, no one's attacks would harm their allies. He then plunged his sword into the wall. A buff appeared on everyone. All basic stats were increased by 50%. I felt the power surging, but I was also helpless. My total amplification talent had already maxed out. These effects, this meant my skeleton army couldn't benefit from this buff. Then Raven pointed into the distance and told me to look. A holy summoner was at the front line on a white horse. She stared expressionlessly ahead. A massive swarm of monsters was rapidly approaching. Just as the crowd began to feel fear, morale boost a buff landed on everyone. For 10 minutes, defense and attack power increased by 30%. Cast aside fear and fight. Energy condensed in front of Vivian. A beam of light blasted through the abyss hellhounds. A low-level demon realized Vivian was a threat. It charged straight toward her. Vivian didn't panic at all. She used her horse to knock it back. Meanwhile, countless elemental attacks rained on the monster army. Then my skeleton warriors began charging down the walls. My god, whose summons are these? There are so many of them. Hundreds of skeleton warriors instantly charged at the monster army. Their strength stunned everyone. They could kill an abyss hellhound with just one strike, but the professionals on the front line were suffering heavy casualties. They were being thrown to the hellhounds as food. I realized that taking the initiative could reduce the casualties, so I approached Marcus and spoke calmly. I want to apply to join the battle outside. While others were struggling to survive, I wiped out the entire abyssal army by myself. This forced the abyssal demon king to descend upon the fortress personally. It used just one basic skill, and instantly shattered my bone armor. Even with damage transfer, I lost all my skeleton warriors. Back when the commander first agreed to let me join the battle, Raven looked at me with concern as I left. After all, there were many low-level demons outside. But to me, these monsters were just experience and military merit. Grant was confused when he saw me. Junior Dance, you are only level 20-something. Why are you here? I calmly replied that I was here to clear the field. I then summoned my skeleton army. My presence immediately attracted the demons' attention. The hellhounds stopped their current fights and rushed toward me. They were determined to avenge their young. I didn't panic as the monster army swarmed me. I raised my hand and cast Slow Curse. Instantly, all the monsters were slowed and stuck in place. My greatest advantage was the monster corpses on the battlefield. They allow me to maximize the power of my corpse. Explosion. As a red light glowed from the monster corpses, a massive explosion instantly swept the entire battlefield. Low-level demons with fast reactions tried to flee for their lives, but in the end, they were all swallowed by the scorching flames. Countless kill notifications popped up. Level 31 Abyss Hellhound, level 36 Abyss Demon. Vivian looked at the scene in total shock. Is this really his skill? It's terrifying. Some people were so scared, they even dropped their weapons. My god, even a second-class user couldn't clear the field alone. But he did it. It shows just how powerful his Necromancer class is. Grant looked relieved. Luckily, Dante is a student at our summer capital academy. After the baptism of the explosion skill, only a few injured hellhounds remained on the battlefield now. I'll leave the rest to my skeletons. Vivian realized the aura she hated came from these undead summons. But as soon as the last hellhound was killed by a skeleton warrior, the Abyssal Demon King's gaze locked onto that skeleton. At that moment, I realized I had lost my connection with that skeleton. The Demon King's roar echoed from the Abyssal Teleportation Array. Hearing this, I walked straight toward the teleportation array. I want to see who is hiding in there. Everyone was terrified when they saw what I was doing. That is a teleportation array, created by an Abyssal Demon King. Is he really planning to attack the Black Mist? That's not something we can handle at our level. A skeleton warrior carried a monster corpse to the front of the array. As the monster corpse exploded inside the array, the voice from within did not disappear. Instead, it only made its hatred for me grow stronger. Seeing that I couldn't hurt it at all, I realized I still have a long way to go. But just as I was about to leave, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared behind me. The next second, a red beam shot out from those eyes. They instantly pierced through the skeleton warriors, shielding me, but the attack didn't weaken at all. I quickly activated bone armor to block it. It shattered in less than 2 seconds. The red light then hit my body directly. Damage transfer caused me to instantly lose 124 skeleton warriors. Even then, the power of the red light did not fade. At that critical moment, the magic eye in the sky emitted a golden light. The beam struck the Black Mist directly. A shrill scream echoed from within. This barely saved my life. Raven rushed over to check on my injuries. I didn't expect the Abyssal Demon King to attack through a teleportation array. Its power was terrifying. My desire to grow stronger became even more intense. Just you wait, Abyssal Demon King. Marcus then announced our great victory. Next, he began distributing the military merits. My Death Scythe finally underwent an epic transformation. Before, I could only summon an army of skeletons. Now I can form an army of bosses. The Death Scythe gained a new skill, Soul Evocation. It can record the souls of every boss I kill. I can summon those souls to fight for 3 minutes by consuming mental strength. After the magic, I repelled the Abyssal Demon King. Marcus announced a great victory. He began distributing the merit points. A total of 10,000 Abyss Hellhounds were killed in this battle. Except for Dante and Vivian, the other 1,000 warriors each received 20 military merits. Vivian received 500 merits. Dante received 3,500 merits. Hearing this, Vivian smiled. He is the man I admire most. It is only fair that he receives this much. The other warriors also agreed. He deserves every bit of it. He killed 80% of the monsters on the field. Without him, many geniuses would have died today. But the Holy Light Knight, Sterling, couldn't accept this. He fought so hard against the monsters, yet his reward was barely a fraction of Dante's. It was an absolute humiliation. Meanwhile, I focused on my death side. It was evolving after absorbing many Abyss souls. Many others were being promoted after receiving their merits. My rank also rose rapidly. It didn't stop until the badge turned silver. Everyone was stunned by the sight. My god, it's a silver 2nd lieutenant badge. Raven playfully gave me a salute. Greetings, officer. You're now a 2nd lieutenant, and probably the youngest one in the Empire. Just then Marcus walked toward me. As the youngest 2nd lieutenant of the Divine Summer Empire, you are awarded the title Star of Shinzia. Title immediately appeared above my head. It adds 300 to all attributes, and reduces skill costs by 20%. It also provides 10% damage reduction. But Marcus was shocked when he saw my other title. You have another one. Where did you get the dragon working title? I had no choice but to tell him the truth. I explained that it's a unique hidden title. You get it by soloing the dragon. Frontline outpost on hell difficulty. It increases all attributes by 500, and reduces all skill costs by 50%. Vivian was also in complete disbelief. She had tried to solo that dungeon before, but she almost died in the process. Marcus patted my shoulder. Excellent. Our empire has gained another genius. As a reward, I'll allow you to use the military facilities in the fortress. However, using them requires military merit, so make sure to spend it wisely. After everything was settled, I returned to the fortress. By now, the Death Side's evolution was complete. It had reached its current level cap of 25. It increased my spirit attribute by 3,000 points. To upgrade it further, I must unlock the full set. I'll have to find information on the other pieces soon. The evolution also added a new skill, Soul Evocation. It can record the souls of all bosses I kill. I can summon those souls to fight for 3 minutes by consuming spirit. I was stunned after reading the skill description. If that's the case, as long as I kill enough bosses, I can build an army of bosses. It looks I'll have to keep grinding the Hell Outpost dungeon. Later, Grant told me what happened. Several war fortresses in the Divine Summer Empire were attacked. Even fortresses in other countries were hit. To some extent, Fortress No. 1 is the furthest from the Abyss. There are 9 other fortresses, blocking the Abyss forces for us. The strongest enemies here were only low-level demons, but there's no guarantee that stealth or assassin demons didn't show up. Raven looked at me with concern after hearing this. The Abyssal Demon King has targeted you. You must be very careful in the primordial battlefield from now on. Just then her communicator suddenly rang. She saw that her grandfather was looking for her. Soon an old man walked slowly toward us. The moment I saw him, my pupils dilated in shock. The badge on his chest was a 5-star Divine General's. I didn't expect Raven's grandfather to be as famous as Magnus. Raven quickly greeted him, "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" But the principal was furious to see me with her. "Dad, why are you hanging around my granddaughter?" He clenched his fist to teach me a lesson. But Raven stopped him. The principal quickly claimed he was just testing my courage. After Raven introduced us, I politely bowed to him. "Greetings, Senior Alaric." I realized he must be the principal of Summer Capital Academy. Seeing my politeness, he decided to let the matter go. But then he suddenly flew into a rage again. That old man Magnus, while I was away from the academy these past few days, he took it upon himself to send you to such a dangerous place for a mission. It's a good thing you're okay, or I'd never forgive him. Come back with me now. I'll give you other tasks to do. But Raven insisted on finishing the mission with me. Hearing this, Alaric immediately turned his anger toward me. "Dante, what kind of spell did you cast on my granddaughter?" But Raven told him she was staying with me by choice. Alaric had no choice but to drop the matter. "Fine then, I'll send a few people to help you finish the mission." Raven quickly pulled out a dagger. "Look at this, Grandpa." He immediately recognized it as a gold dagger from the Hell Dragon frontline outpost. Then he noticed the dragon working title above my head. He was absolutely shocked. "This kid is unbelievable. I need to ask Magnus what's going on with him." Who would have thought the god of slaughter, who once killed 10,000 demons, is now being blocked at a dungeon entrance by a group of foreigners? Their captain even tried to intimidate me, but my skeleton warriors scared him so much, he collapsed with just one strike. Earlier Alaric had come to the primordial battlefield to take Raven away from me, but after seeing my dragon working title, he changed his mind and allowed Raven to stay with me. He knew that one day, my achievements would surpass his own. Afterwards, I went to the military shop in the fortress to buy some items. I opened the military merit shop and found some dungeon escape talismans. They would be useful for my next run in the Hell level Dragon frontline outpost. I bought 2 and gave one to Raven. Suddenly a divine summoner named Vivian approached us. She wanted me to help her defeat the battlefield Ghost King. After speaking, she tossed 2 crystals to Raven. "These are teleportation stones. You can use them to reach me. Once I find the battlefield Ghost King, the battlefield Ghost King drops at least 3 Nirvana crystals. When it dies, I only need 1 of them." Hearing this, I agreed to the deal without hesitation. I wondered why she chose to ask me for help instead of someone else. After all, I was only level 24. I wasn't sure if I could handle a level 38 world boss. Raven told me that clearing Hell level dungeons solo already made me stronger than Vivian. Not even Vivian was capable of soloing a Hell level dungeon. My top priority was to level up as quickly as possible. I decided to use my cooldown amulet to keep farming the Hell level Dragon frontline outpost. I soon reached level 25 with my boosted stats. My clearing speed became even faster. In less than 2.5 hours, we reached the dragon leader. After killing it, I immediately used soul evocation on its corpse. The dragon leader's soul began flowing into my death siphon. Just as Raven was happily leaving the dungeon to start another run, we saw a large group of people approaching us. With great momentum, "Move out of the way," a man shouted as he tried to push me aside. However, he found that he couldn't move my body at all. Shocked, the man turned and yelled at Raven instead. "Get lost, you are stepping on our prince's red carpet." He reached out to push Raven away. Suddenly a long sword swung down toward his arm. The man was so terrified that he collapsed onto the ground. A skeleton warrior stood over him, staring him down coldly. Raven warned me to be careful. They were people from the Gyro Holy See. Just then a voice from inside the carriage called for them to stop. Hearing the voice, the knights all bowed respectfully. Then a nobleman stepped out of the carriage. When he saw Raven's stunning face, he immediately spoke to the man who had been rude to us. "How dare you be so disrespectful? Back off now." Then he bowed deeply to Raven. "My subordinate was out of line earlier. I apologize to you both on his behalf." He then began to introduce himself. He claimed to be a level 31 Vulcan fighter from the Gyro Holy See. The crowd nearby was shocked to hear this. However, some were unimpressed. "He's nothing compared to the legend who killed 10,000 demons." Just then, Lucius reached out his hand to Raven. "Beautiful lady, would you give me the honor of clearing a dungeon with you?" I immediately stepped in front of Raven. "You aren't worthy." The god of slaughter, who once killed 10,000 demons, was now being confronted by a foreign group looking for trouble. But my power was far beyond their imagination. With a wave of my hand, my slow curse wiped them all out. Even my skeleton warriors could crush a legendary class like Lucius. This all happened after Raven and I left the Hell difficulty dungeon. We ran into the Vulcan fighter from the Gyro Holy See. Captivated by Raven's beauty, he wanted to help her level up, but I told him he wasn't worthy. Lucius looked at me with disdain. "You're just a level 25 rookie. I'm much more qualified than you are. I'm here to solo the Dragon frontline outpost on Hell difficulty." I'm going to earn that legendary title. With your strength, you'd struggle to even finish a nightmare-grade dungeon. But Raven burst out laughing. Meanwhile, the crowd around them couldn't help but snicker too. Seeing this, Lucius looked confused. Just then a subordinate hurried over. He told Lucius that the outpost title had already been claimed, and it was taken by the young man standing right in front of him. Lucius was stunned by the news, but he immediately ordered his men to gather around. They quickly came up with a plan. One of the squad leaders said with concern, "This is the territory of the Divine Summer Empire. If we do this, it might start a war between our nations." Lucius let out a cold laugh. "As long as we're discreet, we'll be fine, no one will know, even if they die." Seeing Raven and me enter the dungeon again, Lucius quickly crushed a dungeon tracking scroll. A moment later, his entire squad vanished into the dungeon entrance. In an instant they appeared right in front of us. Lucius said smugly, "Bet you didn't expect us to follow. Blame yourself for taking my title. Now I'll just kill you and take it back." He then crushed a teleportation seal scroll. Raven realized her escape talisman had become useless. Feeling victorious, Lucius became even more arrogant. "Don't waste your energy. This is the price for offending the gyro." Holy See suddenly leaned toward Raven. "I don't have the heart to kill you. I'll make you my plaything instead." Hearing that, I laughed. "Since you used a teleportation seal scroll, that means you can't use dungeon teleportation scrolls either, and why are you so sure that we are the prey?" I immediately summoned my army. "Since you came here to die, none of you will leave." Lucius looked at them with disdain. "You think some useless skeletons can kill me? I have the legendary class Vulcan fighter." He activated his combat form, physique of the fire god. In this state, all my attributes are doubled, my skill damage is tripled, and I have 300% damage reduction. I am also immune to all control skills. How can your weak skeletons compete with me? I was slightly surprised by his strength. I used Slow Curse to control his subordinates. Then I ordered my skeleton army to target them first. Lucius tried to block my army by himself, but a skeleton warrior knocked him back with one strike. His men were filled with despair. Even their leader couldn't stop these skeletons. There was no way they could survive. The skeleton army quickly reached them. Within moments my army killed everyone. "Your incompetence caused your men's deaths." I sneered. Lucius was furious. "I'll make sure you join them in hell." I took out my death scythe and spoke calmly. "Didn't you want to clear the hell difficulty outpost? I'll use you to test my new skill." The next second, the dragon leader appeared as an undead summon. I mastered soul evocation in less than 2 weeks. Even my undead summons can crush foreign geniuses. One strike was enough to make them kneel and beg for mercy. While I was clearing the hell difficulty dungeon with Raven, Lucius used a tracking scroll to follow us with his entire squad. I wiped out all his men in less than 30 seconds. Then, I summoned the Dragon Guardians undead to fight him. Lucius was completely shocked when he saw this. He couldn't believe I could summon a boss from hell difficulty. Before he could react, the dragon leader was already in front of him. A massive dragon blade slammed down onto his sword. The impact sent him flying into a stone wall. As he struggled to stand, he realized his physique of the fire god had worn off. His will to fight began to crumble. The Dragon Guardian's blade was already coming down. For another strike, Lucius cast aside his pride and started begging for mercy. "I am the holy son of the gyro Holy Sea's Vulcan temple. If you spare me, I'll give you everything I have." I wasn't moved by his words at all. The Dragon Guardian's final blow landed instantly. Afterward, Raven spoke with disdain while she looted the bodies. "I thought this holy son was someone special. I didn't expect him to beg for his life like that. Still, you just killed a holy son of the gyro Holy Sea. Aren't you afraid of their revenge?" She continued before I could answer. "No matter what happens, I'll stay with you." Meanwhile, inside the gyro Holy Sea, a stone statue began to crack and change. Everyone present was terrified by what they saw. Something happened to Prince Lucius. "Find the Grand Bishop immediately." Elsewhere, Raven and I teleported out of the hell difficulty dungeon. Once more, since our cooldown amulets needed to be recharged, we returned to Genesis Academy. I went straight to the exchange to sell the extra gear we collected. The staff were completely shocked when they saw the items I was selling. "My god, which expert is this? He's actually selling gear from the hell difficulty outpost." As I left the exchange, I received a call from Magnus. "Kid, you didn't even tell me you were back." But when he saw my level, he was stunned. "What, how are you already level 26? I told him that if I hadn't been carrying someone through the hell dungeon, I might have reached level 27 already. Old man Alaric burst into laughter after hearing that. "I bet the person you carried was the principal's precious granddaughter." After learning I cleared the hell difficulty dragon outpost solo, Magnus curiously asked if I had obtained that legendary title. I immediately displayed the dragon working title above my head. I didn't just get this title. I said I also earned the Star of Shinsha title during the defense battle. Magnus was overjoyed. Good. As expected of the man I chose. Then I gave him my cooldown amulet to recharge. I also gave him dragon materials to help me craft a tyrant necklace. In exchange, Magnus had a small request. I must win the championship for my group in the professionals tournament in 10 days. Finally, I took out Lucius's Vulcan set. Magnus was completely shocked. "How did the gyro Holy Sea's Vulcan set end up in your hands, old man?" Alaric suddenly realized the truth. "Kid, don't tell me. You killed a Vulcan fighter from the Gyro Holy See. He is a legendary class holder, highly valued by the Gyro Holy See. I had no choice but to tell them everything that happened in the dungeon. As soon as I finished, a terrifying roar erupted from Alaric. The pressure made the entire backyard tremble. How bold they dared to hunt our students on Divine Summer Empire soil. I heard they have ways to resurrect people using their divine statues. That young fighter might not even be dead yet. Magnus slowly stood up. It's been a long time since I fought. It seems some people have forgotten my other name. It turns out Magnus has another identity, the god of slaughter. I recalled the history I once read in books. Magnus once single-handedly invaded the Sakala Empire. He killed 2 of their 3 top powerhouses. He nearly wiped out their entire nation. Soon a massive, scorching fireball appeared above the Gyro Holy See. 2 figures emerged beside the fireball. Ian Alaric, Ward Korth. Magnus and Alaric were finally enraged. In their fury they destroyed the Holy See's saint and their divine statue together. After Magnus learned that Raven and I were hunted in the dungeon, he and Alaric went to the Gyro Holy See to demand an explanation. Sensing the danger, the Pope and the elders appeared instantly. Who dares to trespass into the Gyro Holy See? But a second later the Pope broke into a cold sweat. The intruders weren't just the god-tier professional, Alaric, but also Magnus, the god of slaughter himself. He immediately lowered his head and apologized to them. Welcome, distinguished guests. If we have offended you in any way, the disciples below watched the scene in total disbelief. Is it really the end for the Gyro Holy See? Alaric spoke with a face full of rage. You have a boy named Lucius in your Holy See. Don't you tell him to get out here. The Pope immediately ordered the elders to bring the newly resurrected Lucius. He then asked cautiously, I don't know how Lucius has offended you both. The Pope thought that, since Lucius was the holy son of the Vulcan temple, he should try to save the boy's life if possible. But Alaric only gave him a cold look. He didn't offend us. He offended my granddaughter and Magnus' disciple. The Pope was shocked to hear this. This was even worse than offending the masters themselves. What on earth did that damn Lucius do? The elders then brought Lucius before them. Lucius saw the scene and thought the Vulcan god he worshipped had descended. But a moment later a force pulled him into the air. The Pope quickly explained, this is the person you are looking for. He was just resurrected a few days ago. Alaric immediately unleashed his mental pressure on him. As the power flooded Lucius's mind, the hatred in his heart was instantly magnified. That brat dared to kill me. I'll kill him sooner or later. Sooner or later, I'll kill him and make his woman my plaything. The pontiff sensed trouble when he heard this. Lucius's dark thoughts were fully exposed. He wanted to plead for mercy, but one look from Magnus scared him into silence. Magnus once nearly destroyed the entire Republic of H by himself. Angering him could ruin the entire Gyro Holy See. Alaric then spoke calmly. Since he can resurrect after dying once, it means his mark is left in the holy statue of the order. He slowly raised his hand. A scorching fireball fell toward Lucius and the Holy See. The elders told everyone to run for their lives. But Lucius just laughed. You can't kill me. I will just resurrect. Before he could even scream, he turned into ash. A massive explosion rocked the Holy See. The pontiff was helpless to stop it. He only hoped the 2 men would calm down. He sighed at the elders' desperate looks. It's enough that the others survived. Given their tempers, they were merciful not to wipe us out entirely. Think about how many people died in the Republic of H. Now that the holy statue is destroyed, the Gyro Holy See is severely weakened. We must stay hidden for a long time. Meanwhile, Magnus and Alaric returned to Summer Capital Academy. Magnus teased Alaric as soon as they sat down. Alaric, since when did you have such a good temper? Have you gotten used to spoiling your granddaughter? You're the same. If it were in the past, you would have killed everyone from the Gyro Holy See. Long ago Magnus claimed he was just tired of killing, but only Alaric knew the real reason he spared them. It was so they could kill more abyssal monsters for us. Soon the 100 class user tournament arrived. I was planning to sign up for the tournament. The tournament is divided into 3 formats. The first is the team tournament. Participants are divided into groups every 10 levels. I will be in the level 20 to 29 bracket. Rewards for the under level 40 team matches are very generous. Champions of each group receive a glimmering novice scroll. They also get a lesser wonder potion, a lesser god tire potion, and 50 million gold coins. With my current strength, winning the championship shouldn't be a problem for me. I'm just not sure about the rules and rewards for the challenge matches yet. At that moment I ran into Sarah and her friends. They curiously asked what level I was now. I told them I had already reached level 26. They were completely shocked when they heard that. Damn, what kind of insane leveling speed is that? I worked hard for a whole month just to reach level 17. This is crazy. Vance from Centurion Academy is done for. I ran into Sarah and her group on my way to register for the tournament, but my level left them completely frozen. Just then Raven also arrived. Sarah was curious and asked who she was. Before I could explain, Raven nervously said she was just my friend. Raven told everyone her class and level. Sarah was shocked once again. Raven quickly explained that it was all thanks to Dante. Sarah realized that Dante must have helped her level up. She couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy still. She politely introduced herself. Dante's high school classmate. The others nearby began to tease them. They joked that being talented comes with these kinds of romantic troubles. Sarah and her group then left to find teammates. At that moment Raven started to feel worried. She realized that before she even met him, Dante already had such a beautiful girl by his side. She asked Dante if he and Sarah were very close. Dante quickly explained, they were just ordinary classmates. Raven burst into laughter after hearing that. You are so dense. If I had such a pretty classmate, I would definitely try to date her. As she spoke she noticed some familiar faces. It was Sierra and her group, whom they had fought alongside on Mermaid Island. Raven went over to ask if they were entering the tournament. She also asked if they had found a team yet. Jade replied crossly. She said, the other players looked down on their low levels. No one was willing to team up with them. Dante then stepped forward and invited them to join his team. Sierra didn't agree immediately. She had heard that Dante could solo the tyrant Desert Dungeon. She knew that if she joined his team, winning the championship would be a sure thing. However, she said she had one condition. Her condition was that if they won the championship, they would only take a share of the contribution points. The other two quickly agreed. That's right, we don't want anything else. Just a few contribution points will be enough. At our level, we wouldn't even find a team without you. I understood their resolve. If I didn't accept, they wouldn't join the team. So I agreed to their terms. Then we went to the registration desk to sign up. Just then Vance arrived with a lackey. With your strength, boss. The class user tournament championship is definitely yours. Everyone nearby stayed far away from him. They were afraid of offending the grandson of the Centurion Academy's dean. Then Vance noticed Raven and me. Why is Raven teaming up with another man? When he saw it was me, he immediately blocked our path. Raven looked disgusted. This disgusting guy is here again. Why are you with this guy? He noticed how close we were standing. His expression turned sour. Raven said with annoyance, is it any of your business who I'm with? Vance was furious. Not my business. Everyone knows you're my fiancé. Shut your mouth. I rejected your proposal. But then you told everyone we were engaged anyway. Out of respect for our family's long history, I didn't hold this against you. But you've told this lie so much that you actually believe it. If you can't stop, find a healer to fix your brain, so you don't go crazy in public. Raven was quick to explain, because she was worried I'd be upset. But I knew that anyone who could make her this angry was a piece of trash. Besides, I had already seen Vance's true colors at the Hall of Dungeons. Then Vance became even more aggressive. This isn't over. You're my woman. No one can take you, Dante. Last time you stole the Centurion Academy's record at the Hall of Dungeons. Now you want to steal my woman. To hearing this, I didn't even bother to look at him. Vance flew into a rage at my reaction. Kid, you're dead. I'll kill you sooner or later. Raven and the others drew their weapons, ready to fight. Even I felt a strong killing intent for the first time. But suddenly Vance's face turned pale with terror. A figure slowly descended behind him. Who did you say you wanted to kill? I didn't expect that. Returning to the primordial battlefield as a recruit, I would be looked down upon by ordinary soldiers. But as soon as I summoned a few skeleton warriors, he was left speechless with shock. While I was registering for the tournament with Raven and the group, we ran into Vance, the grandson of the Centurion Academy's principal. When he saw Raven with me, he immediately threatened to kill me. But in the next second Magnus appeared behind him. Seeing who it was, Vance collapsed to the ground in fear. Honorable Magnus, I didn't say anything. Seeing him so terrified, Magnus instantly lost all interest in killing him. Get lost. If there's a next time, I'll personally send your head to your grandfather. Hearing this, Vance fled without looking back. Then Magnus landed in front of Raven and me. Kid, were you really going to kill him? If I hadn't shown up, I told him that I would have. Magnus continued to ask. His grandfather is a level 81 top-tier class user. I told him I had already considered the consequences. At worst, I would just return to the primordial battlefield. I was confident I could survive there. Magnus patted my shoulder with a satisfied look. Good kid, you shouldn't be hesitant when you act. Just like when you killed the son of God from the gyros. Holy see, after you killed him, Alaric leveled their whole order. They didn't even dare to complain. In this world, strength is the only thing that matters. You have to earn people's fear yourself. Then he threw the recharged cooldown amulet to me. I sent the upgrade instructions for the amulet to your device. Once you have the materials, I'll find someone to help you upgrade it. I also sent you a new mission. After explaining everything, he left knowing Raven and I had a mission. Sierra agreed to meet us at the tournament. After they left, I checked the mission Magnus gave me. I had to go to Fortress No. 3 and kill abyssal demons. I needed to reach the rank of 2-star second lieutenant. I also had to bring back elemental crystals from the elemental mystic realm. Raven immediately told me what she knew about that area. The primordial battlefield outside the fortress is known as the elemental plains. A massive battle once broke out there. Nearly 100 elemental mages above the third transition cast forbidden tire spells over 1,000 times. Since then, the entire area became elementalized. Later, many elemental creatures were born there. Raven said she had never seen these creatures before. Seeing her curiosity, I told her we would find out once we arrived. I took her to the Academy's teleportation platform. A second later, we arrived at Fortress No. 3. To save time for the mission, we headed straight for the elemental plains. However, soldiers stopped us at the exit. They said the weakest monsters there were level 33, but the two of us were only level 26. The guard captain heard the commotion and came over. He asked where our elders were, and why we were sent here. He said, this place was not meant for people of our level. Just then a monster appeared nearby. It was a level 33 fire element spirit. Suddenly the guard captain was shocked. Several skeleton warriors had appeared beside me. Their incredible speed surprised him. Their power was far beyond his imagination. They killed the fire element spirit with a single strike. The guards were stunned by what they saw. They couldn't believe a level 26 class user summons could instantly kill a level 33 monster. Then the captain was shocked once again. He noticed the second lieutenant badge on my chest. He remembered he was already level 38. When he reached that rank, I was only 18, so he quickly apologized and let us pass. Raven and I then set out to find the materials, but we encountered monsters shortly after leaving. It was a wind elemental with the ability to fly. I immediately summoned my skeleton mages to counter it. Others could only run for their lives in the primordial battlefield, but I was using less than a tenth of my power. The result shocked everyone present. Shortly after Raven and I left the fortress, we encountered wind elementals, so I summoned my skeleton mages. Faced with these flying abyssal monsters, the skeleton mages' ranged attacks were the perfect counter. However, it annoyed me that they dissipated instantly after death. This meant my corpse explosion skill was useless. Just then the ground began to shake violently. It felt like something big was about to happen. Then a group of class users came running from the depths of the elemental plains. They were screaming for help. A massive swarm of elementals was chasing them. Raven was shocked by the sight. Did these guys disturb an elemental nest? But I was happy knowing this meant the elemental mystic realm was appearing. Elements go berserk when the mystic realm appears. This caused a massive surge of elementals. I headed straight toward the depths of the elemental plains. The others thought I was suicidal. Kid, can't you see the elementals behind us run? But I ignored them instead. I summoned my skeleton army. At my command, the skeleton army charged toward the elementals. The elementals were instantly overwhelmed by my skeletons' insane stats. Kill notifications kept popping up one after another. Suddenly, a shrill scream gave Raven a splitting headache. My high spirit power meant I wasn't affected at all. I knew that scream came from Ethelgerd, the elemental queen. It was time to wrap this up quickly. I raised my hand and cast Slow Curse. Instantly all the elementals were frozen in place. The skeletons took the chance and unleashed their full power. Meanwhile, the class users who fled were just glad to be alive. They were confused when the elementals stopped chasing them. One of them pointed at the battlefield and shouted, "Look." They watched as the elementals were slaughtered by my skeleton army. Everyone who had mocked me was now completely shocked. His class is absolutely terrifying, and we were the ones calling him a madman. Once the elementals were all dead, a portal appeared in front of us. I took Raven and entered the mystic realm. Without hesitation, we found ourselves in a world of ice and snow. A glacial palace stood before us. I sent my skeleton warriors ahead to scout. It didn't take long to find where Ethelgerd was located. We immediately headed toward her, but on the way we found a man emitting a freezing aura, sitting on a throne. His attribute panel appeared before me. I was surprised to see his agility was 0. However, he could negate half of all physical damage. Sensing our presence, he immediately launched ice attacks at us. Raven and I were forced to dodge his relentless assault. Now I understand why its agility is 0. It has completely merged with the glacial palace. This makes its ice elemental attacks incredibly powerful. I dodged its strikes and summoned my skeleton warriors to counterattack. Its physical resistance greatly reduced my skeleton's damage. However, I still had the advantage in numbers. But then the elemental general unleashed an area of effect skill. Under the dense barrage of elemental strikes, my skeletons began to fall one by one. I had to recall them all back to the summoning space. Suddenly I looked at the elemental general in shock. Its wounds were slowly healing. Is this the recovery power it gained in exchange for 0 agility? It doesn't matter. I just need to deal damage faster than you can heal. I summoned the undead dragon king to join the battle. Its attributes were even higher than the elemental generals. It truly lived up to being a hell difficulty dungeon boss. To end this quickly, I summoned all my remaining skeletons. My overwhelming power was finally being revealed to the world. While others struggled with monsters in the primordial battlefield, I swept through the elemental mystic realm with ease. While searching for the ultimate boss, I encountered the area boss, the water elemental general. Its skills were annoying because they countered my skeleton army, so I summoned the undead dragon king to take it down. The water elemental general cast its ice whirlwind skill. Countless ice spikes rained down on the dragon king. However, the attacks failed to deal any damage at all. This was the effect of its passive skill, Resilience Fortification. Once the water elemental general finished its assault, I summoned my army to launch a counterattack. As the skeleton's attacks rained down on it, a terrifying pillar of water suddenly burst from its body. This was another one of its large-scale skills. In an instant, the surrounding 100 meters were flooded. I realized these skills were quite effective against my skeletons. Luckily, my skeletons had already transferred the damage to the Dragon King. Once the flood receded, the skeleton army charged again. The Dragon King also dashed forward at high speed, with a massive blade light slashing through the boss. The water elemental general's body turned into water and vanished. The The system notified me that the boss was defeated. I gained 1.48 million experience points. I also obtained 10 water elemental cores. I then recalled the Dragon King's soul. I tried using soul evocation, where the boss had disappeared. However, there was no reaction at all. I realized that elemental life forms might not have souls. Raven sensed that the elemental chaos had lessened. Significantly, she guessed it was because the water elemental general was dead. We then headed toward our next destination. The Sea of Fire turned out to be even more dangerous than the glacier to be safe. I cast bone armor on both of us. I felt very curious about this place. Since we passed a glacier and now a Sea of Fire, maybe we'll see worlds of wind and lightning next. We soon found a burning volcano in the center. Suddenly the volcano opened its eyes, and a tribute panel popped up before me. It was one of the realm bosses, the Fire Elemental General. It's another stationary elemental monster. There's no special strategy for dealing with this kind of monster. I just have to rely on the sheer number of my army to kill it. A second later, scorching flames erupted from the Fire Elemental General. It turned into a wide-range attack that hid everything in its path. This is deadly for skeleton warriors fighting at close range, so I summoned all my skeleton mages. I ordered them to cast Ice Storm on the Fire Elemental General. Countless ice spikes rained down on the Fire Elemental General. In pain, the Fire Elemental General put up a desperate final resistance. It used its massive skill. Flame explosion again. The ground for hundreds of meters around began to tremble violently. Then searing flames erupted from the earth. Seeing this, I quickly pulled Raven to a safe spot. Meanwhile, the skeleton mages continued their relentless attack. Seeing that the Fire Elemental General was about to collapse, I turned to Raven and said, "The new year is coming. Let me give you an early fireworks show." As soon as I finished speaking, the Fire Elemental General's body exploded. It created a brilliant display of fireworks. Across the sky, I felt a bit awkward. As I picked up the Fire Elemental core, it dropped, but Raven looked at me, clearly moved. I didn't think a blockhead like you could actually be romantic. Meanwhile, a team of class users from the Republic of H found the entrance to the elemental mystic realm. Once inside, they realized there wasn't a single elemental spirit in sight. The captain told them that someone else might have already entered. The others immediately urged the team to hurry up and catch up, but the captain let out a cold laugh. I can still sense the residual elemental aura. It means they haven't been in here for very long. With them clearing the way, we can reduce our unnecessary losses. I defeated the 4 elemental generals by myself. I even faced Ethelgerd, the strongest boss in the elemental mystic realm. However, a team from the Republic of H was planning a sneak attack. Right after they entered the elemental mystic realm, they found that all the elemental spirits had strangely vanished. The captain realized that someone had already cleared the area. He immediately thought of a perfect plan. He would use me to eliminate all the monsters along the way. Once I reached Ethelgerd, they would kill me. This would greatly reduce their team's casualties, so they followed us by tracking our trail. Meanwhile, Raven and I continued toward the center of the realm. Suddenly, a massive figure blocked our path. It was an elemental general, one of the realm's bosses. It was a combination of both wind and lightning elements. I realized this was going to be difficult. This elemental general was actually able to move. It was also a flying monster. This made the situation very tricky for me. As I was thinking, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck me. Luckily, my bone armor blocked all the damage. I immediately cast Slow Curse on the boss. It was instantly restrained by chains and lost its mobility, but lightning continued to strike the ground from its body. My skeleton warriors below were losing their combat power. Some were even reduced to piles of bones by the strikes. Fortunately, the skeleton mages further away were not affected. They unleashed a barrage of elemental attacks. The restrained elemental general was forced to take the hits. Once the lightning power dissipated, the skeleton warriors began their counterattack. Under the relentless assault of my skeleton army, the elemental general soon dissolved back into elemental energy. The system notified me that I gained 1.52 million XP. I also received 10 wind and 10 lightning elemental cores. I knew if I didn't kill Ethelgerd quickly, these elemental generals would soon resurrect. Raven and I rushed toward Ethelgard's location. We soon arrived at the elemental palace. A blonde woman was sitting on the throne. She is the final boss of the elemental mystic realm. Ethelgerd, she has a trait that has all physical and elemental damage. She is the strongest boss I've encountered so far. The elemental power around her prevents the skeleton warriors from getting close. A casual strike from her instantly killed several skeletons. Seeing this, I started to worrying. My skeletons were already worn out from the previous battles. They might not be able to handle Ethelgard. As I was thinking, she began gathering elemental energy. A moment later, 3 elemental beams shot out, instantly destroying 5 skeleton warriors. I was stunned by her overwhelming power. She truly lives up to her title as the queen of this realm. Before I could react, she used her elemental starburst skill. 2 elemental vortices appeared and sucked in all my warriors. Watching my skeletons die one by one, I realized I was in a serious predicament. For the first time, since elemental beings have no physical bodies or souls, my corpse explosion and soul flame skills are useless against her. It looks like I'll have to summon the undead general and dragon leaders to fight her. Meanwhile, The Republic of H squad noticed me fighting Ethelgard. Their leader immediately ordered the mage to launch a lethal attack at me. As the mage began chanting her spell, a massive amount of energy gathered around her. Raven, being an assassin, immediately sensed this power. She quickly warned me that a sneak attack was coming. Just as she finished speaking, a massive magic circle appeared beneath our feet. Countless flames began raining down on us from above. But that wasn't all. As the mage finished her chant, a giant meteor plummeted straight toward us from the sky. Seeing this, I smiled. Perfect timing. Dante is absolutely furious. Now he is not only soloing the strongest boss in the elemental mystic realm, but he is also about to wipe out the entire Republic of H squad. While I was busy fighting Ethelgard, the Republic of H squad finally decided to make their move against me. As their mage finished her spell, numerous terrifying meteors rained down on Raven and me. Seeing this, I just smiled. This was exactly what I needed. I activated bone armor to block every single attack. With the thought, I summoned 95 skeleton warriors. That should be more than enough to handle them. The Republic of H squad was shocked when they saw this. They knew Ethelgard didn't have any undead minions. So there was only one possible explanation. These skeletons had to be my summons. They immediately took their battle stances, ready to strike, but suddenly, their movements came to a complete halt. This was the effect of my slow curse. At the same time, I ordered the skeleton mages behind me to attack. The skeleton mages began chanting their spells. Every attack targeted their healer. Hundreds of elemental attacks hit him simultaneously. After just one volley, he was on the brink of death. The Knight Captain was shocked by my power. In less than 3 seconds, one of his teammates was nearly dead. At this rate, his entire team would be wiped out. He quickly used a group taunt skill. Then he used restraining chains on my skeletons. This drew all the aggro to himself. He pulled out a potion and told his teammates to drink it. After drinking the purification potion, my slow curse instantly wore off. They took the chance to rescue their dying healer. Once the curse was gone, the healer immediately cast a healing spell on himself. But the skeleton mage's next volley was already coming. The Knight Captain used a defensive skill to protect everyone. He managed to block the entire elemental attack. Raven warned me that they were all over level 40, and they had all completed their second class advancement. I tried to cast slow curse on them again, but it had no effect. I realized they had used a special potion that made them immune to curses for a short time, but it didn't matter. I could still kill them without it. I summoned more skeleton warriors to surround them. They used their skills to try and push my skeletons back, but their attacks barely did any damage to my warriors. They all looked terrified. Boss, what do we do? These summons won't die. The captain was also incredibly shocked. He didn't expect my strength to be so great. I could deal with their entire squad. While fighting Ethelgard, he immediately ordered everyone to retreat, but it was already too late to escape. I slowly raised my hand. As a blue flame ignited in my palm, the healer screamed as the soul flame began to burn them. This sudden attack shocked the remaining members. Then the skeleton mage's elemental attacks followed. The captain gasped for air as he struggled to move. He quickly shouted for everyone to pull back, but when he turned around, all his teammates were already dead. Desperate, he drank another healing potion. As a skeleton warrior's blade swung down on him, he didn't hesitate to activate his ultimate defense skill. He fled into the distance, tanking the skeleton mage's spells. I didn't bother chasing after him. It's hard to stop a knight who is determined to run away. Right now, defeating the boss Ethelgard was my priority. I ordered my skeleton warriors to throw the corpses toward her. As Ethelgard prepared to use her elemental bombardment, again a mage's corpse suddenly appeared right in front of her. I immediately used corpse explosion to detonate the body. Ethelgard's spellcasting was instantly interrupted. I didn't stop there. I threw 2 more corpses at her. After 2 rounds of massive explosions, Ethelgard sat on her throne, covered in wounds. No one would expect a man who looks this frail to be so deadly. He killed a demon in one shot that a whole team of class users couldn't beat. Everyone who saw this was completely shocked. They couldn't believe a level 26 weakling had this much power. After I wiped out the team from the Republic of H, I used corpse explosion to deal with Ethelgard. After 4 rounds of explosions, Ethelgard was covered in wounds. Even her elemental power had dimmed significantly. Seeing this, I knew the chance to finish her had come. I summoned my entire skeleton army for a final assault. With her skill sealed, Ethelgard could only fight back physically. Under the relentless attacks of the skeleton army, her body shattered into pieces and vanished. The system notified me that I killed Ethelgard. I gained 2.3 million experience points. I also received 5 elemental crystals. With the fall of the elemental queen, the entire elemental mystic realm began to disappear. Soon Raven and I returned to the primordial battlefield. Most of my skeletons were still healing in the summoning space, but I didn't plan on returning to the academy yet. Instead, I headed to battlefield No. 3 to hunt monsters and increase my rank. However, I only found ordinary abyssal monsters nearby. Killing one only gave a single pitiful merit point. It seems I need to find abyssal demons instead. Raven mentioned that abyssal demons are highly intelligent. They don't usually appear out in the open. Just then a distress signal appeared in the sky nearby. We immediately rushed toward that direction. At the same time, a team of class users was surrounded by abyssal monsters. Just as they tried to break through a weak point, a figure blocked their path. It was a level 38 Abyss Wolf demon. The captain was paralyzed with fear. It was an abyssal demon. They thought they were dead. Meanwhile, Raven and I arrived. We also spotted the Abyss Wolf demon in the air. Hearing us, the demon turned its head. It expected high-level class users to arrive as reinforcements. It didn't expect a level 26 kid and a level 25 girl. The trap team fell into total despair. They didn't expect their saviors to beat weaklings. The demon launched and its first target was Raven. Behind me, you look tender. You'll taste delicious in an instant. It appeared right in front of me. But just as its claws were about to strike, I cast slow curse, freezing it in midair. My skeleton army appeared behind it. My skeletons immediately began clearing the battlefield. The team was shocked to see all the monsters were immobilized. They took the opportunity and quickly escaped the circle. While they were relieved to be free, what they saw next left them stunned. The powerful Abyss Wolf demon was instantly killed. What kind of skeletons are those? Even an abyssal demon couldn't fight back, and there are hundreds of those terrifying creatures. The system notified me of the level 38 Abyss Wolf demon's death. Gained 380,000 experience points. I then told the team to leave the area immediately. I announced that I was going to clear the field. Everyone was completely confused. They didn't understand what I meant. By clearing the field, Raven explained that I was just going to finish off the remaining monsters. She told them they just needed to stay back. To avoid getting hurt, they quickly tried to stop me. They said saving them from the Abyss Wolf demon was enough. They believed the remaining man-eaters couldn't be dealt with so easily. They told Raven to call me back immediately. However, I had already reached the front of the monster swarm. I slowly raised my hand, and the monster corpses instantly exploded. A massive explosion swept across the entire battlefield. The ultimate battle of my challenge at the abyssal entrance had finally begun. Even a level 40 professional with a second-class change would only be considered food for the demons here. But at level 26, I was wiping out all the demons in the abyss. I had just used the corpse explosion skill on the fallen monsters. It instantly killed all the remaining enemies. Everyone who saw this was beyond shocked. They never expected a level 26 class user to have such power. The military merit gained from killing the monsters promoted Raven to the rank of 6-star private. She was very satisfied with this speed, but I knew if I wanted to gain even more merit. Just as I was about to leave with Raven, the leader of the class user team called out to me. "Thank you for your help, young man. With your strength, you won't stay in this area for long." The abyss is divided into several different zones. It starts with the surface layer. Battlefields No. 1 to 3 correspond to the surface and deep layers of the abyss. In the Divine Summer Empire, these battlefields lead to the abyssal entrance. Only weak demons can sneak through, but even are too much for ordinary class users to handle. Demons are ranked much like human class users. In the deepest part of Battlefield number 3, some areas overlap with the abyssal entrance. There you can see the true abyss. Furthermore, there is a dungeon located there. That might be the perfect place for you. Hearing this, I immediately became interested in that place. More demons meant more merit points to earn. After asking him for the exact location, I took Raven and headed toward that area. As we saw more demon hunting squads along the way, we knew we were getting closer to our goal. After 2.5 hours, we finally reached the abyssal entrance. Countless terrifying eyes emerged from the other side of the entrance. Raven and I felt a chill run down our spines. Suddenly a scream came from above us. An abyss demon came crashing down toward the ground. I immediately became alert and prepared for combat, but I soon realized the abyss demon was already dead. Then a mysterious assassin came into view. He was fully equipped in platinum-grade gear. He even had the ability to fly through the air. Raven noticed he was a level 40 plus second advancement class user. No wonder he could insta-kill a level 38 abyss demon. This confirmed we were in the right place. We then began our hunt for other abyss demons. Half an hour passed, but we only encountered common man-eaters. There was no sign of any demons. Just as I thought the assassin had killed them all, a group of abyss demons suddenly appeared in the sky. Blood was even dripping down from where they were. Then a dagger fell from the sky. The moment Raven and I saw it, we recognized it as the assassin's platinum gear. Clearly, the mysterious assassin had been devoured by the demons. Raven looked terrified, but I remained calm. Although it was a pack of abyss demons, only one of them felt somewhat threatening. Its attribute panel then appeared before me. Its stats were similar to Ethelgard's in the elemental mystic realm. This meant I had a good chance of killing it. The abyssal shadow demon looked down and sneered at me. It mocked a level 26 weakling for daring to come here. Its subordinates said they could have an extra meal. They then charged straight toward us. I activated bone armor and shielded Raven. A wicked smile appeared on my face. I am the one who usually outnumbers others, not the other way around. I immediately summoned my skeleton army. Seeing this, the abyssal shadow demon tried to retreat into the shadows. I didn't give it the chance and cast slow curse. It was instantly restrained in the air by red chains. Hundreds of skeletons then swarmed the enemy. I went on a killing spree alone at the abyssal entrance of the primordial battlefield. But as I reached the abyssal border, countless monsters and demons flooded into the primordial battlefield. I was forced into a tough battle. After I trapped the abyss shadow demon, with my slow curse, my skeleton warriors swarmed it. However, even with continuous frenzy strikes, the demon still wouldn't die. I realized it had a physical resistance trait. It could negate half of all physical damage. So I summoned all my skeleton mages. As the skeleton mages began chanting their spells, the demon panicked, knowing the next attack would be fatal. It immediately used its entangle skill. It possessed one of my skeleton warriors. This allowed it to escape my slow curse, while gaining a durable body to tank the damage. But then the elemental attacks rained down from above. The blast instantly forced the demon back into its true form. Wounded and desperate, it called for its minions to help. I smiled and asked, "Are you looking for them?" My skeleton warriors held up the corpses of its minions. The Abyss Shadow Demon was enraged. "I will tear you to pieces. In that case, you can have them back." I ordered my warriors to throw the corpses at the demon. Then I activated Corpse Explosion. The demon watched helplessly as the corpses swelled up. A massive explosion instantly swallowed it. System level 40 Abyss Shadow Demon killed. EXP plus 800,000 military merit. Plus 500 obtained Demon Crystal X1. Raven looked at her badge in disbelief. I never thought I would reach the rank of second lieutenant. At this age, if Grandpa found out about this, he would be completely shocked. But now I need 10,000 military merit to rank up again, so we decided to head to the abyssal border. Meanwhile, at Summer Capital Academy, Magnus said he just wanted to see Dante's limits. He can even solo hell difficulty dungeons. He wiped out tens of thousands of abyss hellhounds. Easily, the elemental mystic realm shouldn't be a problem for him. But Alaric didn't agree. The elemental mystic realm is a level 40 dungeon. It can't be compared to other dungeons. The elemental queen stats are like a high-level demons. Even if the kid has many skeletons, they are useless against her area of effect skills. Magnus just laughed and replied, if he can't win, can't he just run away? The bosses in the elemental mystic realm cannot move. Besides, even if he actually dies inside, he has the Hall of Souls brand I gave him. He can come back to life. I sent him to more than just that realm. Alaric could no longer sit still. Have you forgotten one thing? Sarah doesn't have a Hall of Souls brand. Just then Alaric approached from behind. He had overheard some of their conversation. He asked Magnus who was going to die. Magnus tried to quickly change the subject, but Alaric asked where he had sent Dante. Magnus finally admitted he sent him to the primordial battlefield. Magnus vowed that Raven would be safe, as long as I was there. Hearing this, Alaric snorted coldly. Raven has my soul shield incantation, so she should be fine if she isn't. I will hold you responsible. Meanwhile, Raven and I had reached the abyssal border. Suddenly, countless creepy eyes appeared beyond the border. A swarm of monsters and demons then came pouring in. They shouted about wanting to feast on legendary human flesh. But a moment later, elemental attacks rained down on them. The weak monsters were killed instantly. Only a few powerful demons managed to survive. Vulcan, the king of flames deep within the abyss, was finally furious. He forced open the abyssal gate to launch an attack on me. A single strike from him shattered my bone armor. The damage transfer even destroyed hundreds of my skeletons instantly, as the monsters poured into the primordial battlefield. Through the abyssal entrance, my skeleton mages kept raining elemental attacks on the crowd. The weak monsters died instantly. Only the powerful demons survived the initial wave. But then I hit them with my slow curse. I summoned all my skeleton warriors to charge forward. Faced with the fierce attacks of hundreds of skeleton warriors, the demons began falling one after another. I immediately used Corpse Explosion on their bodies. Following a massive explosion, notifications for EXP and military merit kept popping up. The blast instantly killed every remaining demon. Looking at the abyssal passage, I gave a wicked smile. This abyssal passage is a great place to farm military merit. More creepy eyes soon appeared within the abyssal entrance. It meant more monsters would emerge soon. I ordered my skeletons to throw the demon corpses back inside. Then I used Corpse Explosion on the bodies. A massive blast echoed through the abyssal passage. EXP plus 370,000 military merit plus 50. Kill notifications flooded my screen. A massive amount of golden energy surged out from the passage. This energy was the military merit earned from killing the demons. In an instant, Raven's merit and mine increased by 3,000 points. 1 minute later, as the next wave prepared to enter the primordial battlefield, another glowing corpse was tossed into the abyssal gate. Soon more crimson eyes appeared at the abyssal entrance. After 3 rounds of explosions, my merit reached 8,500. I was only 1,500 points away from becoming a 1-star. Second Lieutenant Raven's merit also reached 7,900. Suddenly the abyssal passage began to distort. The shockwaves from the explosions must have shortened its duration. The distortion grew more severe. I realized it might not recover. It's a pity I won't be able to farm merit here anymore. But a second later, the distorted passage suddenly stabilized. I was relieved. It looked like we could reach our rank after all. Suddenly an intense fear gripped my heart. I activated bone armor and immediately pulled Raven away. Found you. A roar boomed from within the spatial passage. My ears rang violently from the sound. For a moment it felt like I had lost my hearing. Sarah frowned clearly in a lot of pain. I want you dead, a giant. I roared as it emerged from the abyssal passage. Countless energy orbs gathered around it. In the next second, death ray shot out from the passage. I couldn't dodge in time and was hit instantly. In an instant my bone armor shattered. Fortunately, the remaining damage was transferred to my skeletons. Summon space 186/240. I panicked as I saw my skeleton count dropping fast. My skeletons were being wiped out. If this continues I'll definitely die. Summon space 180/240. My eyes fixed on the unstable abyssal passage. If I destroy the passage I can stop him. I ordered my skeletons to throw the remaining corpses into the passage. Then I activated corpse explosion. Violent explosions rocked the inside of the passage. Vulcan's death rays were instantly cut off. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The passage could no longer hold itself together. A furious roar echoed from within. Dante Vulcan was absolutely livid. It was clear the explosion had injured him. He could believe a mere mosquito had actually hurt him. I completely ignored his shouting. The next time we meet, I'll definitely blow you to pieces. As I spoke, the abyssal passage vanished completely. Raven rushed over to see if I was hurt. I told her I was okay. I only lost a few skeleton warriors, but I'll make sure to pay him back double for this. It was another shining moment for my unique, hidden class, the Necromancer. Not only did I sweep Battlefield No. 3 by myself, but I also blew up a high-level demon from the abyss. However, I unexpectedly disturbed a demon king from the depths of the abyss. With a casual strike he shattered my bone armor. I had to sacrifice hundreds of skeleton warriors to escape after confirming I was okay. Raven finally felt relieved. Vulcan is so despicable. A demon king actually launched a sneak attack on us. It's lucky it was you. Any other class user would be dead. Once I get stronger, I'll go to the abyss and beat him up. Raven waved her fist looking fierce. I patted her head to comfort her. I blew him up twice even if I didn't hurt him. I still embarrassed him, don't worry. One day I'll show him who is truly stronger. I didn't feel any fear at all. Then, I sent my warriors into the summoning space to recover. Thinking back on Vulcan's attack, I still felt a chill. That death ray that hit me, it didn't just crush my bone armor. It caused massive damage. Although the damage was transferred to my skeletons, every one of my warriors and mages was injured. If he had attacked just once or twice more, back at Battlefield No. 1, my bone armor could at least hold out for a second or two. Now it shatters instantly upon contact. My bone armor is much stronger now than before. This shows that, the closer it is to the abyssal entrance, I need to become stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might be killed instantly the next time we meet. After a short rest, Raven and I set off again. We followed the abyssal border to the deepest part of Battlefield No. 3. This area should have the highest number of abyssal demons. I expected to see battles everywhere. Instead, it is very quiet here. A dungeon entrance vortex is spinning wildly. It makes a strange sound about 500 meters away. A small simple fortress stands on the ground. High-level class users are all around the fortress. There is also a teleportation array. The moment she saw the teleportation array, Sarah let out a cry of surprise. I am also shocked that there is a teleportation array here. Does that mean we could have teleported here, directly from Fortress No. 3? If I had known, I wouldn't have walked all this way. A large group of class users is gathered at the dungeon entrance. They are just like the people at other dungeons. They are sitting together, talking and laughing. They don't seem worried about the nearby abyssal world. Seeing Dante and Sarah's shocked faces, the group starts laughing. Two more fools who didn't know about the teleportation array. Yeah, we see idiots like them every day. That's what happens when you don't check the info. Some guards are more understanding. Or maybe they just wanted to save their military merits. After all, teleporting costs military merits. Or maybe they just wanted some romance along the way. Unlike a lonely guy like you. While they were joking, one of the guards suddenly shouted, "Look at their levels. One is level 26 and the other is level 25. Coming to Battlefield No. 3 at those levels is suicide. Any elemental spirit in the elemental planes could easily kill them." Everyone wondered how they even made it here alive. They looked at each other, unable to understand it. Suddenly, the teleportation array flashed. A team of class users appeared. Raven smiled when she saw who it was. It's Luna Grant, and the others also smiled. "What are you guys doing here?" Raven quickly answered for me. They noticed Sarah's badge had reached silver, 2nd lieutenant rank. She must have killed many demons on the way. But considering Dante's power, slaying demons is an easy task. They still remembered the battle at Battlefield No. 1. Dante had completely dominated the defense of the fortress. He was like a god of war. Raven then asked why they came here. Luna explained they were here to level up. They had all reached level 31. The outpost dungeon was only level 26. It no longer provided enough EXP for them. But the world dungeon here in Battlefield No. 3 is level 30 thanks to Grant's outpost set. They had already cleared it once on Nightmare grade. Even so, the difficulty was still very high. But overall, it provides much more EXP than the Hell level outpost. Grant then began telling me about the situation inside. World dungeon Battlefield No. 3 is quite unique. It contains elements of the human world. 3 different forces converge within the dungeon. This gives it characteristics from all 3 sides. The entire dungeon feels very strange. The monsters inside will even attack each other. It's like a real battlefield. When class users enter, they must choose one side to support. You'll understand the details once you're inside. Grant said he told me everything he knew. However, I wanted to ask him about hell difficulty. Grant shook his head vigorously when he heard that. I want to live even at level 31. Going into hell difficulty is suicide. Look at the hundreds of class users here. Hardly any of them have ever attempted hell difficulty. Despite his warning, I never even considered nightmare grade for any dungeon. The rewards for hell difficulty are several times better than nightmare. Naturally, hell difficulty is my first choice. Back when I was level 21, I dared to solo the level 6 Dragon Frontline Outpost on hell difficulty. Now that I'm level 26, I'm confident enough to face the hell level. World Dungeon Battlefield No. 3. If I can't win, I can just use a dungeon escape charm to get out. Plus, this isn't like the entrance to the Primordial Battlefield No. 1 dungeons. I don't have to worry about demons appearing outside the dungeon, because the dungeon constantly absorbs power from both the abyss and the human world, within a range of several thousand meters. No spatial rifts can open here. Plus, there are many class users around. Even if dozens of demons attacked, there is a field base nearby. That base is guarded by high-level class users, so those resting outside the dungeon don't need to worry about demon ambushes. Hearing I was set on hell difficulty, Grant agreed to meet me here once we exit. He wants to hear what hell difficulty is really like. Then Raven and I headed for the entrance, but some kind class users nearby warned us to stop. Young man, this is a level 30 dungeon. The monsters inside are very dangerous. You can't even handle normal difficulty monsters yet. I suggest you find a team to go in with. I just smiled at them, I thanked them, and chose hell difficulty without hesitation. No team has ever dared to enter World Dungeon Battlefield No. 3 on hell difficulty. Yet I'm entering alone with the girl to level up. The class users nearby let out a sigh. To them, Raven and I are as good as dead. But then someone suddenly spoke up. Everyone was shocked by his words. What do you mean impossible? A few days ago, an 18-year-old, level 20 for second lieutenant, appeared on Battlefield No. 1. He even soloed the outpost dungeon on hell difficulty. The class users gasped in shock. Some were left speechless. Little do they know he's talking about me. Raven and I have been teleported into the dungeon. We can clearly see the entire dungeon world from here. It is a strange place. One side is shrouded in darkness. There is the abyssal world, the human world, and the elemental planes. Three forces have split the world into three distinct zones. There are two paths in front of us. One leads to the darkness of the abyssal world. The other leads to the daylight of the human world. We must choose one path to move forward. However, the paths haven't opened yet. We can't make a choice just yet. Look, Raven suddenly points to the center, where light and dark meet. I look over and I'm stunned. It's the dark power of the abyss. A massive wave of monsters is rushing out. They look exactly like abyssal demons. Each one is terrifying and bloodthirsty. Some demons are flying through the air. Others are charging on the ground, riding terrifying beasts. Their aura is overwhelming on the human side. Top-tier class users over level 70 are hovering in the air. Many more are charging across the ground. But I noticed something is wrong. These aren't living people. They are all phantoms. It's the same for the demons on the abyssal side. Both sides are locked in a fierce battle, where light and dark meet. Most of the abyssal demons have the ability to fly. Even the ones riding beasts on the ground can take flight at any moment. This puts the human side at a major disadvantage. The human race is at a disadvantage. As soon as the battle begins, suddenly a mage raises his staff high. Airborne ban immediately. All demons and human powerhouses fall from the sky. Except for that mage, the sky is empty. He holds his staff high. Forbidden spell. Elemental cataclysm. Instantly, the elements everywhere go into a frenzy. The entire dungeon world shakes violently. Hundreds of human mages raise their staffs and shout together. Various forbidden spells rain down on the demons. In an instant, the demons suffer heavy casualties. Seeing the situation turn grim, a massive figure appears. It stands tall, reaching between heaven and earth. It is thousands of meters high. It waves its wings, and a terrifying elemental power erupts from its body. It instantly sweeps through the entire human army. Forbidden spells and abyssal power collide and explode. A brilliant, seven-colored light covers the entire dungeon. After a moment, the light fades away. Both the humans and demons have vanished. The world that shifted between light and dark has turned into a land of elemental chaos. Elemental spirits begin to appear within it. I realized that scene was just a vision of a past war. It shows the origin of the elemental planes. This was likely just the tip of the iceberg of that battle. Now the barriers on both paths disappear. This means it is time for us to make a choice. Without hesitation, I choose the path leading into the night. That area is tainted by abyssal energy. It's where the most demons gather. For me, it's the perfect place to farm military merits. We head down the mountain path. It's peaceful until the foot of the mountain, where abyssal monsters appear. Ahead of us is a vast, endless plain. No buildings, no cover. Deep within the plain stands a statue over 100 meters tall. That's the endpoint where the boss awaits. This dungeon is unique but simple. Clear out all the abyssal monsters to win. My skeleton warriors are now fully recovered. I summon them all. This is a level 30 dungeon on hell difficulty. I can't afford to be careless, especially since I'm only level 26 and soloing this. We soon encounter the first monster. It looks like a battlefield wolf demon, but it's much larger than any I've seen before. It sits atop a blue wolf over 5 meters tall. The wolf even has wings. My skeleton warriors charge in with their blades. The skeleton mages fire their skills from behind. A barrage of elemental attacks overwhelms it. Suddenly a roar erupts. It's still alive. A focused attack from 100 skeleton mages could cripple a level 40 demon, but this monster only has minor injuries. I cast an inspection spell on it. Its information panel appeared. Trait affected by abyssal energy. Defense increased. Dan to realize the truth. These monsters are closely tied to the abyss. They exist because of abyssal energy, even though their level is suppressed. 100 skeleton mages couldn't kill it instantly. Its 3-meter blade struck a skeleton warrior. A metallic clang echoed. The skeleton warrior only flinched. It didn't retreat a single step. Without special attack effects, there is nothing to fear. Regardless of its HP or defense, it's just a matter of a few more strikes. The front line used Frenzy Strike. Red light glowed as the blades landed. In an instant the monster was covered in wounds. Yet there was no blood. Only black mist seeped from its injuries. The battlefield wolf demon feels no pain. Unlike regular demons, it has no sensation. 10 skeleton warriors unleashed their skills simultaneously. Then the skeleton mages fired their second volley. This time the battlefield wolf demon couldn't hold on. It let out a strange cry. Then it vanished into black smoke. System, you killed a level 34 battlefield wolf demon. EXP plus 680,000. This is double the EXP of a normal demon of the same level, but this is a level 30 dungeon on hell difficulty. After all, I frowned at the spot where it disappeared. Like the monsters in the elemental planes, they leave no corpses. This means my corpse explosion skill is restricted. I'll have to push forward and take them out one by one. The moment I entered the next area, the world was completely shrouded in darkness. All light entering this place is swallowed by the dark. The only light source was the soul fire. In the skeleton skulls, I used soul flame to provide some light. It only lit a small area, but then Raven's eyes flashed. Her assassin skill had activated. Assassins are like spirits of the night. The darkness is her best ally. In her vision, the darkness actually makes things clearer. There are so many monsters. Raven whispered. She saw the monsters hiding in the dark one by one. I told her to point out their locations. I would handle the killing. Raven was overjoyed. She felt like she had been useless until now. She didn't expect to be helpful here. Raven pointed out the exact location of each monster. I immediately sent the warriors to attack. Clearing one by one isn't as fast as aerial attacks, but it's efficient and much safer. There are many monsters here, and sometimes several are lured at once, but that only takes a little more effort. After continuous fighting, I realized something. These monsters just have slightly higher health. Nothing else is special about this hell difficulty. This is much easier than the dragon frontline outpost. Our EXP is skyrocketing as we go. By the halfway point, Sarah leveled up. Sarah asked, is this really hell difficulty? It's too easy. After killing a few more monsters, I finally leveled up too. Now I have 140 skeleton warriors. I'm saving my recovered spirit power for now. Since I don't know what the boss is like, it's better to save my energy. It might be useful later as we push forward. The dark world has been cleared without us noticing. The monster difficulty didn't change in the second half. We usually face more than 2 monsters at once, but I'm not worried. My skeletons are doing all the work up front. They are tireless and feel no pain. They don't fear death. No one is more dedicated than Raven, spoke up Dent. Don't you think it's getting brighter? I had already noticed the change. As we kill more monsters, the pitch black area is indeed lighting up. But Raven was confused. The boss statue is getting much darker. It really is getting darker. Some of the black energy is fading into the air. Killing monsters seems like a ritual to wake the boss. And that dissipating black energy. I noticed they seem to be flying toward the human side. I'm sure my observation is correct. As we eliminate the abyss monsters, the power of the abyss is weakening. And the monsters we kill, their energy flows into the statue after death. The dungeon seems easy so far. The boss is likely the hardest part. After all, this is a level 30 hell difficulty dungeon. It can't be this simple if this is all there is to it. If teams are just careful and lure monsters out to kill them one by one, even Grant's team, let alone a full 12-man squad, could clear it with some effort. Who knew how difficulty hid such a secret? After I killed the boss in the dark world, a mysterious person in another world calls my name. When Raven and I entered the hell difficulty, Battlefield No. 3, we witnessed a great battle from the past. Then 2 paths appeared before us. One leads to the dark abyssal world. The other leads to the light human world. I chose the abyssal world without hesitation. I thought I gained many merits by killing monsters along the way, but the monsters here are much weaker than in other dungeons. My merits haven't increased, but the giant boss statue is changing. I suspect the real difficulty lies with the boss. In the Nightmare Grade, Grant mentioned these changes don't happen, and that scene at the beginning didn't occur in Nightmare Grade either. If it had, Grant would have said so. He was very detailed about their run. Some parts match, but others are completely different. It's clear that hell and nightmare difficulties are completely different. The final boss statue in Nightmare Grade wasn't this big, it was only 30 meters tall. Not 100 meters high like this one. Generally, the larger the size, the stronger the power. I must be more cautious. The abyssal world is brightening up a bit. Now we can finally see the monsters. Raven can finally give her eyes a rest. So far this dungeon hasn't been difficult at all. That's exactly what's wrong. How can a hell difficulty dungeon be this easy? As the monsters die, the sky gets brighter. The darkness is almost gone. Only a few monsters are left. The boss statue is now indescribably black, many times darker than the thickest ink. A faint light is glowing from its center. The statue is vibrating. It's about to awaken. Once I kill these last few monsters, it will fully revive. I spoke to Raven with a serious expression. Go to the foot of the mountain and stay back. Raven knew she might become a burden to me. She told me to be careful and left without any worries. I ordered the skeleton warriors to finish off the rest. As the last monster died, the darkness in this abyssal world vanished. The statue began to roar and rumble. Standing at its feet, I look like an ant. The pressure from its massive size makes it difficult for me to breathe. Pieces of stone begin to fall off the boss. Soon a giant monster resembling a black leopard appears. It looks exactly like the Demon King I saw when I first entered. Then its status panel appears. It is a level 36 elemental leopard king. It has 2 skills: elemental explosion and elemental sweep. Trait extreme speed. I realize it isn't the real abyssal demon king. It is just a monster formed from abyssal energy. That is why its stats are lower than a real demon's. However, its balanced attributes are, just like the skeleton warriors. The extreme speed trait gives it incredible movement. Its vitality and defense are also greatly enhanced. This significantly boosts its survivability. To defeat it, I must first limit its speed. Although its size is intimidating, there are many ways to exploit it. Against my agile skeleton warriors and the slow curse, its size will become a burden. Just like the dragon I saw during my class change, it will fall to the blades of my skeletons now. The elemental leopard king has fully awakened. It looks down at me as if I were an ant. It lets out a thunderous roar. Fierce winds rise as the 4 elements go wild. Fireballs and ice arrows rain down on me. I quickly activate my bone armor. It blocks all the elemental attacks. One immediately casts slow curse. Countless red chains bind it tightly. The trapped elemental leopard king lets out a roar. It uses all its strength to break free. Even though the ground beneath it shatters, it still cannot break the chains. Realizing it can't escape yet, it swings its sharp claws at me. Its speed reaches its peak at this moment. Even under the effect of slow curse, its claws leave after images as they strike. I don't dodge, and the leopard king senses something is wrong. Its claws stop midair. My bone armor blocked the attack. Its physical attack isn't much higher than the dragon. Outpost guardians with bone armor active. I have nothing to fear while it attacks me. The skeleton warriors leap onto its body. All 140 skeletons unleash their skills. As their blades strike the leopard, black mist pours out of its body. It flies toward the human camp. The skeleton warriors start their butchering mode. They hack at the elemental leopard king's body. Every strike releases a trace of black mist. Then I summon all my remaining skeleton mages. Just like with the Hell Outpost Guardian, I surround the elemental leopard king. This way it can't attack all the skeleton mages at once. The skeleton warriors unleash another wave of skills. With the skeleton mages' elemental attacks, the elemental leopard king's body shrinks significantly. Its 100-meter frame is now only about 90 meters tall. I shake my head at the sight. Too weak suddenly. The elemental leopard king let out a roar. It seems humiliated to be injured by ants. It activates its skill elemental starburst. In an instant, dozens of skeletons are blown away. The range of the explosion expands rapidly. Even the skeleton mages far away are sent flying. I am surprised. This skill is almost identical to Ethelgard's, but Ethelgard needs her star ring to use it. This beast doesn't. Its elemental control is superior. I remember the scenes I saw when entering the dungeon. Those images of the great forbidden spell war. This elemental leopard king was one of the original monsters. Unfortunately, the dungeon only mimics its appearance. Its level, stats, and skills are all limited here. This imitation is inferior to Ethelgard in every way. The power of the same skill is much weaker. Frenzy Strike. The skeleton warriors charge back in Frenzy Strike. They didn't take much damage. They completely ignore the Leopard King's attacks. The elemental Leopard King grows even more furious. It repeatedly uses its skill to blow the skeletons away, but the skeleton warriors just keep running back. After several rounds of attacks, the elemental Leopard King's body continues to shrink. Soon its height drops to 70 meters. In its rage, it activates its second skill. Skill Elemental Sweep. Its fur turns into whips, lashing out wildly. Each lash deals both physical and elemental damage. Wind Thunder. Ice and fire collide in a chaotic storm. It looks spectacular, but it is all show and no substance. The skeleton warriors continue to ignore the attacks. To me, this big guy is just a thick-skinned target. It cannot even use the speed it is so proud of. I do not need to put in any effort. I just need time to wear it down. But the weaker the elemental leopard king seems, the more suspicious I become. This hell difficulty dungeon is even easier than the outpost dungeon. A full 12-person team with decent coordination could easily clear this. But it should not be this simple. For a hell difficulty dungeon, could the human route be much harder? I quickly dismissed that thought. The elemental leopard king keeps shrinking. It grows weaker and weaker. Its traits seemed powerful, but they only kept it alive for a few more minutes. It finally turns into a wisp of black smoke and vanishes. Not a trace of darkness remains in the dungeon. Light now rules everything. System elemental leopard king killed. Reward to 0.16 million EXP obtain gold grade equipment. Elemental staff. The EXP is decent, but these drops do not match a hell difficulty dungeon. Then the dungeon exit appeared before me. Is it over? Something feels wrong. Something is missing. Raven ran over. She pointed toward the human world. Something is happening. The human world is glowing. A mage appeared in midair. He was covered in elements, holding a scepter. He wasn't real. He was made of energy, just like the elemental leopard king, but his aura was much more powerful. As I watched him, he looked down at me. Our eyes met and an old, majestic voice spoke. Come to me. My eyes widened. A chill ran down my spine. Raven didn't seem to hear anything. It seems only I can hear it. Who would have thought a deadly, hell difficulty dungeon was an inheritance site for ancient gods? I never expected the final boss would be the remnant soul of a god-tier mage. After clearing the dark world, I was about to leave suddenly. An old voice echoed in my head. Come to me. It came from the human world. I didn't know who was calling me. I told Raven to wait for me here. Raven understood what I was doing. She told me to be careful. I walked toward the human world. As soon as I entered, I was shocked. Compared to the dark and lifeless abyssal world, this place feels full of life and holiness. They are complete opposites. I see a humanoid monster nearby. I immediately use detection on it. Its status panel appears before me. Its spirit and constitution are higher than the elemental leopard king's. It is a magic type monster. After I cleared the dark world, the dark power was absorbed by the human world. This greatly buffed the monsters here. They changed from elite monsters to hell grade enhanced elites. Most importantly, their magic shields provide immense protection. They also take 50% less physical and elemental damage. Their survivability is incredibly high. Dealing with them will be very difficult. But since I am already here, I have no reason to fear. I summon my skeleton army. The skeleton warriors charge forward with their blades. The skeleton mages raise their staves behind them. Elemental attacks rain down on the enemy. Suddenly a blue light flashes on the mage spirit. A magic shield instantly surrounds it. It blocks every attack from my skeleton mages. Then a ring of fire erupts from the monster. My leading skeleton warriors are instantly knocked back. This is the effect of the mage spirit's fire ring. It ignores levels and crowd control skills. Luckily, I have a massive number of skeleton warriors. As some are pushed back, more keep charging forward. The skeleton warriors strike the magic shield. Repeatedly, the shield begins to distort. Just as it's about to break, the mage spirit uses a skill. Flaming meteors rain down from the sky. As they crash into the ground, the area instantly becomes a sea of fire. But my warriors don't dodge. They stand their ground. They keep hacking at the enemy. After dozens of strikes, the shield finally shatters. Frenzy strike. The skeleton mages launch their attack. The system notification pops up immediately. Killed a level 36 hell grade enhanced elite. Gained 1.96 million EXP. I continue deeper into the human world. I don't see any other types of monsters. Only these annoying mages. There were about 20 more of them. It takes me another hour to finally clear them all out. Soon I arrive before the final boss. The mage I saw earlier opens its eyes and looks at me. Kill me. I'm stunned by its words. As I wonder what's happening, she slowly stands up. She looks almost like a normal human. She's very different from the humanoid monsters I met earlier. She's dressed in fine robes. Her movements show that she has a mind of her own. This is the first time I've encountered a conscious monster. A fiery red staff appears in her hand. My pupils shrink in surprise. This staff isn't just made of energy. It's a real piece of equipment. She slowly raises her head and looks at me. But her words feel so strange. How can she speak if she's already dead? While I'm thinking, she raises her staff. A massive fireball shoots toward me. It radiates intense heat. A skeleton warrior quickly shields me. The fireball explodes against the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior's body actually begins to crack. Flames burst out in every direction. I quickly activate bone armor to block the blast. This is shocking. Did defeating the elemental leopard king cause the dungeon's energy to concentrate in this mage? Even the energy from the other monsters might be inside her. If so, she holds the power of the entire dungeon. The mage speaks once more. If you cannot kill me. She raises her staff and begins to chant. The entire dungeon starts to tremble. My expression changes instantly. The dungeon exit has suddenly disappeared. Even the dungeon escape charm won't work. I must kill this boss to leave. My gaze turns cold. I raise my hand and summon my skeleton army. The skeleton warriors and skeleton mages attack together. At the same time, I use detection on her. Its attribute panel immediately appears. A level 39 boss, but its spirit stat is as high as 40,000 points. It even has 5 different skills. A class user's strength isn't just about attributes. It also depends on skills. This elemental archmage must have been a mage type class user after dying. It was reconstructed by the dungeon's energy. It still retains the characteristics of a mage. A stat of 40,000. Has already surpassed the Elemental Queen. It is the strongest boss I've seen. In terms of a single attribute, having 5 skills to deal with is a real headache. But there is no turning back now. One immediately order the skeleton warriors to charge. Their bodies glow with a red light. Suddenly a blue shield appears around the boss. This is its skill Mana Shield. The skills of several skeleton warriors hit the shield. The Mana Shield erupts with a blinding light. Its shape begins to distort. This is the strongest Mana Shield I have ever seen. I immediately cast my skill, Soul Flame. This is my only skill that can ignore defense. A flame explodes over the boss's head. The damage makes its entire body tremble violently, but it doesn't make a single sound. Before it can recover, I cast Slow Curse. Bound by the chains, its speed suddenly drops. It didn't expect me to have a curse skill. Its expression finally changes. There is surprise but also a hint of satisfaction. The skeleton mages launch their attack. Massive elemental spells drown the boss. Wind, fire and lightning crash down all at once. The 4 elements strike the magic shield repeatedly. A moment later the shield shatters. The skeleton warriors seize the chance to strike. Suddenly beams of light hit the mages. The skeleton mages immediately stop their chanting. This is the boss's silence. Skill, it prevents them from using any magic. As more beams shoot from the boss, the mages are silenced one by one. I quickly recall the remaining mages. Now I must rely on the warriors' physical attacks. More skeleton warriors rush forward. It tries to retreat, but the slow curse makes it difficult. I continue to blast it with Soul Flame. Every hit causes the boss immense pain. Suddenly the front warriors stop in their tracks. Glowing chains appear around them. This is the Windlock skill. At the same time a blue light flashes on the boss. Its magic shield reappears. It continues to cast spells. More warriors are trapped with every move. Soon more than half of them are immobilized. It is impossible to break the shield. With just the warriors I have to do this myself. Usually I would use Corpse Explosion to clear this, but there are no corpses in this dungeon to explode. Soul Flame is my only useful skill now. Fortunately its magic shield cannot block Soul Flame. As I continue to cast the skill, the boss's face twists in agony. It suddenly raises its staff and screams. Meteor Apocalypse. Glowing patterns appear beneath its feet. They quickly form a pentagram array. The sky turns blood red in an instant. Countless flaming meteors begin to fall. In terms of both range and power, it is stronger than the mage who ambushed me. I quickly activate bone armor for defense. Because the range is so massive, there is nowhere to hide. I'll fight it head on to see who lasts longer. I endure the meteors and keep using Soul Flame. I refresh my bone armor every few moments. However, my mental energy is being consumed much faster. Luckily, I brought many recovery potions with me. Meteor Apocalypse lasts for a full minute, before it finally stops. Then a beam of light shoots from the boss's staff. It tries to use silence to restrict my skills, but silence has no effect on me. My bone armor grants immunity to all control, and negative effects. The boss's expression shifts. It stops using Meteor Apocalypse. Instead it attacks me with Explosive Flame. This single target skill is less powerful than the meteors, but it can be cast repeatedly. Hits keep landing on me. Flames explode one after another before my eyes. Relying on my bone armor, I don't bother dodging. I continue to cast Soul Flame at maximum speed. After trading blows dozens of times, the boss finally ran out of health and fell. It vanished into countless blue lights. Congratulations. You killed the level 39 elemental archmage. I was shocked when I saw the rewards. The scepter is a legendary weapon. Spatial crystals can make teleportation stones. This talent, Awakening Stone, guarantees a talent during the 3rd class change. Even this flash skill scroll is worth over 100 million. Raven rushed over after hearing the commotion. She was stunned when she saw the scepter in my hand. You actually got the Flame God Scepter here. It was the weapon of the God tier fire mage Ignis. Suddenly the Flame God Scepter emitted a bright light. A figure emerged from within. He looked exactly like the boss from earlier. I quickly pulled Raven behind me. I also activated my bone armor. Don't be nervous, young man. The figure became clearer. Raven cried out in surprise. Are you the great mage Ignis? Ignis looked at her curiously. Do you know me? I saw your portrait in the Shinjian Museum. It described your legendary deeds. This mage was once a god-tier powerhouse of the Divine Summer Empire. One must be at least level 90 to be called god tier. His level was as high as 91. I cleared a hell difficulty dungeon alone, and accidentally activated an ancient inheritance ground. Not only did I get the legendary Flame God Scepter, I also obtained a priceless talent, Awakening Stone, and a spatial crystal. This spatial crystal even records the coordinates of the abyssal space. I said I would hand it over to the Empire's leaders once I returned, but the Flame Mage Ignis shook his head. Aside from the spatial crystal, he looked at me with great anticipation. I nodded and admitted I have a god-tier talent, Total Amplification. Ignis looked delighted upon hearing this. This way, when you reach level 70 for your 3rd class change, you will have 3 talent bonuses. In thousands of years, our race has only produced one top expert. With 3 talents, his eyes were full of hope. I could clearly feel his deep love for the human race. so I told him I would do my best. But why did you choose me? Ignis said proudly actually. A young girl from a while back was also quite good. Speaking of which my heart suddenly trembled. I quickly showed a photo to him senior. Are you talking about her? It was a photo of me and Moira. Yes, it's her. Hearing news of my sister, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ignis then told me she was already level 35 at that time. But he comforted me, saying that level isn't always what matters most. Besides, your class is very special. If you can awaken an anti-control talent. Ignis talked to me for a long time. Raven and I listened intently. We knew he would cease to exist once we left. I finally left the dungeon, carrying Ignis's final wishes. My emergence immediately caught everyone's attention. The nearby class users started to tease us. Grant and his team, who had been waiting, rushed over. But when I described the monsters and bosses inside, Grant and his teammates all felt a chill down their spines. When they heard there was even a second boss, Grant's team completely gave up on trying to clear it. Grant asked if I planned to keep grinding the hell difficulty. I told him I was heading to Battlefield No. 3 to hunt demons for merit. If I only wanted to level up, I can't use corpse explosion in this dungeon. That makes the leveling speed far too slow. I'd rather find a better dungeon at the Academy's Hall of Dungeons. Although I finished the task Magnus gave me, I'm in no rush to turn it in yet. Raven and I headed to Battlefield No. 3 to find demons after I left. Grant and his team stayed behind. They were waiting for the dungeon cooldown to end. At their level, killing ordinary devourers was no problem. Most people who become demon hunters like them are typically level 36 or 37 class users. Some are even level 40 experts, who finished their second class change, but it's never absolutely safe. Teams are often wiped out. Luna whispered, watching us vanish into the mist. Grant replied indifferently. He can solo hell difficulty dungeons, way above his level. A few demons won't be a problem for him. Just as the two were talking, suddenly a bright light lit up the sky. As alarms blared, everyone present was startled awake. The light and alarms came from the nearby human base. High-level class users rushed out of the base, shouting, demons are attacking. Prepare for battle. The deafening voice echoed through the air. Some people stood up nervously. Others looked indifferent. It's probably just 100 demons at most. But then Luna suddenly cried out. Hearing her, Grant broke into a cold sweat. Even high-level base guards were being deployed. Dant is strong, but high-level demons are a different story. Thinking of this, Grant couldn't help but worrying. Meanwhile, on the other side, countless crimson eyes appeared in the darkness. Numerous demons rushed out, pushing and shoving. They crossed the portal into the human world, with a bloodthirsty aura delicious humans. Here I come. But before they could even see the human world, clearly, several blades glowing with red light struck them. They screamed as elemental attacks followed. Immediately kill notifications kept popping up. The remaining demons tried to flee, but I wouldn't let them succeed. I raised my hand and cast Slow Curse. Instantly they were pinned in place, unable to move in a flash. All the demons were dead this time. Raven and I gained 800 military merits. Soon, a second wave of demons emerged from the spatial rift. I didn't use corpse explosion inside the rift this time. Instead, I waited for them to rush out before killing them. I didn't want to alert Vulcan inside. I knew the limits of my strength. As more demons rushed out of the rift, I increased the number of corpses I detonated. I continued until no more demons emerged. I gained nearly another 1,000 merits. The military medal on my chest began to glow. I finally became a 1-star ensign. Raven is only 600 merits away from 1-star ensign. After I cleared the 6th wave of demons, we had each gained over 5,000 merits in total. Just as I thought the spatial rift was about to vanish, many crimson eyes appeared from within. My hidden strength is finally revealed, for the first time in Battlefield No. 3. Right after I killed the 5th wave of demons from the rift, I thought the tide was ending. Unexpectedly, the shadows of several high-level demons appeared in the rift with their strength. If they entered Battlefield No. 3 and summoned their devourers, they could have slaughtered the class users at the world dungeon entrance. Unfortunately for them, they ran into me. As they emerged from the spatial rift, a massive explosion hit them head-on. They screamed as the blast sent them flying. However, as high-level demons, their stat and health are far superior to ordinary ones. A single corpse explosion only wounded them. Seeing the ground covered in demon corpses, they realized that every previous wave had been wiped out. Then another violent explosion struck. The 4 demons were heavily wounded. Once more, I didn't give them any chance to struggle. I triggered corpse explosion twice in a row. Soon they died in total frustration. This increased Raven's and my merit by 32,000 points. The spatial rift began to warp. More crimson eyes appeared from within the rift. Seeing this, I smirked. I ordered 2 corpses to be thrown into the rift. The moment they entered, I triggered corpse explosion. A massive boom followed along with non-stop screaming. Notifications kept popping up. Merit plus 50, merit plus 50 Ravens. And my merits increased by another 7,000 points. Another gold star lit up on my military medal. My total merit reached 322,000 points. My rank rose 2 to star inside beside me. Sarah jumped for joy. My military rank increased. As the spatial portal began to collapse, only a field of demon corpses remained. Near the World Dungeon Battlefield No. 3. Hundreds of class users stood ready for battle, but they waited for a long time, and no demons appeared. The base's warning system couldn't be wrong. A large spatial portal had definitely opened nearby, but why didn't any demons come through? Now the spatial portal has completely vanished. The base guards headed toward the portal's location. The other class users followed them. They only saw demon corpses covering the ground. Some were even piled up like small mountains. This was clearly done by someone. But who they killed so many demons in such a short time? There were even several level 40, high-level demons among them. Did some powerhouse happen to pass by and just wipe them all out on the way? Everyone began to speculate wildly. However, Grant found this scene very familiar. This was exactly Dante's style. He guessed that this was all Dante's handiwork. Even Luna realized it instantly. With Dante's strength, he could easily achieve this. I was worried for nothing. I clearly underestimated him. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grant waved his hand. Let's go back and keep grinding levels in the dungeon. Once we reach level 35, we can also become demon hunters and earn merit points. Others studied the demon's corpse for a long time, but found nothing in the end. They could only retreat. At least the demon was dealt with. That's not a bad thing. Over the next few days, Raven and I roamed the depths of Battlefield No. 3. Unfortunately, we didn't find any more spatial rifts. We could only hunt down scattered demons. After 4 days of hunting, our merit points increased, but we are still a bit away from becoming 3-star. Insights Raven said it was time to head back. Only 3 days remain before the class user tournament. We'll rest at Summer Capital Academy tomorrow. Then we'll meet Sierra and the others, and head to Nanhong City to join the tournament. I checked the schedule, but just then, the teleportation stone Vivian gave us suddenly reacted. Raven gasped, "It's the Battlefield Ghost King." She crushed the stone without hesitation. A pitch-black humanoid monster appeared before us. It was the level 39 world boss, Battlefield Ghost King. It spawns randomly across battlefields No. 1 to No. 3. It only stays for 30 minutes each time. It's extremely rare if you rank the least killed bosses. This one would definitely be on the list. This time the Ghost King appeared in Battlefield No. 2. Vivian found it, but she wasn't the only one. Another group had also found it. A team of 12 class users was attacking Vivian. The mage's skills were exploding, like fireworks in the sky. Vivian rode her unicorn through the air, dodging attacks. The unicorn was covered in glowing light, like a mage's magic shield. It blocked incoming hits. It also fired sacred energy balls to counterattack. However, the enemy team had 2 knights. They took turns blocking Vivian's attacks. Individually, their strength and classes were weaker than hers, but they had more people in a balanced team composition. Vivian was fighting all by herself. Both sides were stuck in a stalemate. She was pinned down and couldn't break free. Meanwhile, another, -1-person team went to attack the battlefield. Ghost King, if they defeated the boss now, it wouldn't respawn for at least another month. Vivian frowned, wondering why help was taking so long. She desperately hoped for me to show up soon. With my strength, there might still be a chance to turn things around. Just then the space around her began to warp. An instant later, Raven and I teleported in. Immediately a barrage of spells flew toward us. Archers fired a rain of arrows, but Vivian's unicorn blocked them. However, some attacks still managed to hit Raven and me. Fortunately, my bone armor blocked everything. Raven quickly asked what was happening. Vivian told us she had found the Battlefield Ghost King. It was easy to understand the situation. People often try to steal bosses in the wild, especially a world boss that drops soul nirvana crystals. Every major guild would fight for it. When I heard it was the Dynasty Guild, I remembered what happened back at the West Sea Mine dungeon. My gaze turned cold. I looked down at the people attacking. I recognized their uniforms. They were definitely from the Dynasty Guild. A smirk played on my lips. My aura became colder than ever. Suddenly an angry shout came from below Dante. I looked toward the voice. It was Nero looking at me with pure hatred. Vivian whispered beside me, "The Dynasty Guild is here to get a soul nirvana crystal for him." I understood immediately. They want him to undergo class sublimation during his level 42nd class change. That would make him a legendary class user. But Nero is only level 20 right now. Skill explosions rang out nearby. Another Dynasty Guild team was already attacking the battlefield. Ghost King Vivian grew anxious. She didn't know what to do. She knew I was strong, but not exactly how strong. There was a whole team of Dynasty Guild members below. Their levels ranged from 35 to 38. She wasn't sure if I could handle them. But I just smiled. "Don't let them kill the boss. I'll handle these people." Vivian nodded. She told me to be careful. Then she rode her unicorn toward the boss. The Dynasty Guild members tried to stop her, but Nero ordered them to deal with me first. As the young leader of the Dynasty Guild, his words were law. Besides, I was a much easier target than Vivian. After all, I'm only level 27 and Sarah is only level 26. In their group, aside from Nero, the other 11 members are at least level 35. The highest is level 39. Taking down a level 27 player like me should be effortless for them. Nero glared at me, his anger rising. "If it wasn't for you during the big exam, I wouldn't have failed. I wouldn't have been rejected by the academies." He began to lose control. A red light suddenly erupted from his body. This was because his class is a berserker. He blamed all of his failures on me. I didn't understand why he hated me so much before. Now I see that it all stems from jealousy. My words provoked Nero even further. A knight from his team immediately charged forward. He used his charge skill to rush at Dante. He is a level 38 knight. He is fully equipped with gold tire gear. With full buffs, his combat power is immense. Knight's attributes focus on strength and constitution. For a standard level 38 knight, the base strength attribute is already over 4,000, with equipment and buffs included. His strength exceeds 10,000. In Nero's eyes, these stats are far beyond anything I can match. He could already see the knight crushing me. I am now facing a high-level team from a top guild, alone on the battlefield. Everyone thought I was being overconfident. They didn't realize that my hunting game had just begun. Right after Nero gave the order to kill me, a knight was the first to charge at me. As the knight closed in, a skeleton warrior suddenly blocked his path. It instantly unleashed the frenzy strike skill. Red light flared from the blade, and the knight's expression changed. A sense of fatal danger swept through his body. His instincts told him he was about to die. He reflexively raised his shield to block, but a level 27 skeleton warrior has over 22,000 strength, combined with the 200% skill amplification. The attack power far exceeded the knight's defense limit. With a loud bang, the knight was sent flying like a cannonball. He was incapacitated by a single blow. This scene shocked everyone. Nero looked on in pure disbelief. The team's healer quickly cast a skill to treat the knight. Nero snapped out of it and shouted, "Focus fire." Kill him! Spells and arrows poured toward me. I let out a cold snort at the sight. In an instant, a large number of skeleton warriors appeared. They charged forward like lightning, with clacking sounds. Skeleton mages followed right behind them, unleashing 4 types of elemental skills at once. Hundreds of spells covered the sky. In an instant, Nero and his team were overwhelmed. Before their shocked eyes, the mages' magic shields were torn to shreds. Almost instantly, the archers quickly activated their evasion skills. They tried to dodge the attacks using agile movements, but these weren't just single-target spells. The area of effect attacks were impossible to avoid. Desperate, the knights raised their shields high. They protected the support members behind them. The healers cast skills non-stop to keep everyone alive. Yet screams of agony rang out one after another. Nero was in the worst shape of all. Even with his berserk skill active, a single hit nearly killed him. If the knight hadn't dragged him behind the shields, he would be dead. Nero roared like a cornered dog. How is he so strong? Why does he have mage summons too? Just then several powerful skills struck again. The knights were at their breaking point. They were forced to use their survival skill, ultimate defense. The healers desperately tried to restore their health, but this only bought them a little more time. They were completely surrounded by skeleton warriors. It was too late to break through. The skeleton mages launched their second wave of attacks. More screams of agony erupted. Because the healers were a second too slow, some team members had already died. Through the gap, Nero saw Dante raise his hand. He remembered the terrifying skill Dante used in the battle realm. His face was filled with pure terror. Screams were drowned out by the sound of corpse explosion after the massive blast. Only 2 knights were left alive, but they were already at the end of their rope. They looked at me with pure terror. They couldn't understand how a level 27 class user could be this powerful. But when they saw the military medal on my shoulder, they knew they were completely finished. Reaching the rank up to Star Ensign requires over 20,000 military merit. How many demons must one kill to earn a rank like that? Rank is the ultimate proof of strength. At that moment they gave up all resistance. Meanwhile, another 8-man Dynasty Guild team was fighting the battlefield Ghost King. This team was much stronger than Nero's. Their leader was a Grand Knight, who had reached his second awakening. He was already level 40 to the team's mage, and High Priest were also high-level class users. The rest of the team members were all level 39. With a lineup like this, defeating the battlefield Ghost King would be easy. Vivian tried to harass them from the air, but the level 40 second awakening mage kept her pinned down. His skills were so strong that Vivian's shield would break after only 2 hits. She couldn't slow them down as much as she hoped, although she made the boss fight slower. As long as the knights held the line, they would eventually kill the boss. Just as Vivian was worrying, she suddenly received a team invite from Dante. She joined the team without a second thought. Finished so soon she looked down. She saw Dante and Raven running toward her. Several skeletons followed them, carrying 2 corpses. They were the bodies of the knights from the previous team. Vivian quickly looked back toward the distance. No one was left standing. Vivian's heart skipped a beat at the sight. Despite her cold attitude, she had only ever fought monsters. She had never actually killed a person before. Earlier she had only heard Dante talk about it. Suddenly a massive fireball exploded beside her. Both she and her unicorn were sent flying. She wasn't injured, but she was left in a sorry state. The enemy mage sneered after blasting her away. He mocked her for overestimating herself. Suddenly he saw something flying toward him. It landed at his feet and he realized it was a corpse. It was a member of his own guild. Before he could react, the corpse exploded violently. His magic shield shattered instantly. He was blown backward, but he wasn't the only one. The entire team was caught in the explosion. Then another corpse came flying in. It exploded right in the middle of them. 2 explosions wiped out the entire team, except for the knight. The knight only survived because he was further ahead. Fighting the boss, Vivian was stunned by what she saw. The team she couldn't handle had been erased so easily. Meanwhile, the knight fighting the boss shouted, "Elder, heal me," he yelled, but there was no response. The boss's attacks were relentless. He wouldn't last long without a healer. He was forced to use his survival skill, Ultimate Defense. His defense boosted to the maximum in an instant. Now even the boss couldn't do much damage to him. He took the chance to turn around and see what the others were doing, but what he saw terrified him. The rest of his team had completely vanished. Instead, a horde of skeleton warriors was charging toward him. His first instinct was to run, but suddenly a red light flashed before his eyes. He realized his speed had dropped significantly. He knew he had been hit by a curse. Before he could react, the skeleton warriors surrounded him. A barrage of attacks immediately landed on him. Slowed by the curse, he couldn't dodge at all. Luckily, his ultimate defense was still active. The skeleton warrior's frenzy strike barely did any damage, however. The constant attacks were rapidly draining the skill's duration. As the duration of ultimate defense dwindled, his fear began to grow. He wanted to escape, but hundreds of skeletons blocked every path. There was no way to break through. Just as ultimate defense was about to expire, he let out a desperate roar. He cast Mass Shield and a ball of light surrounded him. It looked similar to a mage's shield. It was a group defense skill. It wasn't nearly as strong as ultimate defense, but it was his only option left to survive. Suddenly several corpses flew over his head. He heard a deafening explosion in an instant. His mass shield shattered into pieces. He screamed as he was consumed by the blast. With his death, the battlefield Ghost King lost its target. Its aggro immediately shifted to me. It's shocking. The god of slaughter, who nearly destroyed the Republic of H, is now stunned by the power I have displayed. Since I took out the Dynasty Guild's team, the battlefield Ghost King's aggro instantly targeted me. It let out a roar and leapt right in front of me. It swung its massive palm down toward my head. Vivian saw this and shouted for me to be careful, but I didn't dodge and let it strike me. I have complete confidence in my bone armor. At that moment, the battlefield Ghost King's status panel appeared. After checking its stats, I had a general understanding of its power. Its strength and constitution are higher than my skeleton warriors. With its 50% physical damage reduction, it will take my skeleton some time to kill it. As long as it doesn't have crowd control skills, there's nothing to worry about. I waved my hand, and the skeleton warriors swarmed the Ghost King. The skeleton mages continuously bombarded it with elemental spells. The battlefield Ghost King was instantly overwhelmed by attacks. In just half a minute, the damage it received was more than what the previous team did. In 30 minutes, suddenly, the battlefield Ghost King let out a piercing scream. Vivian's eyes instantly became vacant. Fortunately, her unicorn's neigh snapped her back to her senses. Vivian broke into a cold sweat, realizing she had been charmed. However, I wasn't affected at all. Bone armor grants immunity to all charm and illusion skills. Then the battlefield Ghost King activated a new skill, Life Drain. A red beam of light fell on me and my skeletons. The battlefield Ghost King began to drain our life force, but my bone armor glowed brightly. It couldn't drain any life force at all. The same was true for the skeleton warriors. Seeing this, the battlefield Ghost King let out a roar. It seemed to be venting its frustration. As the skeleton's attacks continued to land, its life force began to deplete rapidly. Vivian clenched her fists in excitement. It was finally happening. She had waited so long for this. Otherwise, she would have reached level 40 and rank up long ago. She was waiting specifically for this Soul Nirvana crystal. Once she obtained this crystal, she would have a 60% chance for class sublimation, to upgrade from a holy summoner to a celestial summoner. Both her attributes and strength would increase significantly. Most people only know about the 5 class ranks, but even legendary classes are divided into tiers. Holy summoner is only a low-tier legendary class. There are mid and high tiers above it. These higher tiers cannot be awakened during the first class ceremony. They require class sublimation during the second or third class change. Finally, the battlefield Ghost King lost its last bit of health and collapsed. The system notified me of the kill. One of the drops was the Platinum Grade Ghost King Dagger. It grants plus 800 to all attributes and boosts assassin skills by 60%. It includes the skill Void Evasion, turning the user intangible for 30 seconds. It grants immunity to physical attacks, with a 5-minute cooldown. Next was the Ghost King Longsword. The Ghost King's heart is the primary material for crafting Ghost King jewelry. Platinum weapons differ significantly from gold grade ones. Not only do they offer much higher attribute and skill bonuses, but there is also one major distinction. Many platinum weapons come with a special built-in skill. These skills are randomized. Even to identical platinum weapons can have different skills. Some skills are incredibly powerful, while others can be quite useless. The Ghost King Dagger I just obtained comes with Void Evasion, which is an exceptional skill. It grants immunity to physical damage for 30 seconds. Against pure physical classes, it is essentially 30 seconds of invincibility. It's a god-tier skill. I tossed the dagger to Raven. Raven was thrilled, realizing how broken the dagger's skill truly was. I then handed a Soul Nirvana crystal to Vivian. Vivian carefully tucked the crystal away. Our luck was good today, she said. The Ghost King's heart is the key material for crafting the Ghost King necklace. It's very valuable. If you can't find a skilled alchemist, let Raven help you find one. Raven suddenly chuckled. He is Magnus' disciple. He can just ask Master Magnus for help with things like that. Vivian was stunned by this revelation. She never expected me to have such an identity. Magnus was a legendary and terrifying figure. However, given my strength, it made perfect sense. Vivian then warned me to stay vigilant. You killed members of the Dynasty Guild, especially since Slade also died here. Even if you were protected by Lord Magnus. But I was already wary of her concerns. That is why I killed them all so decisively. The only problem might be the Ghost King weapons I have. These weapons are extremely rare. It would be easy for others to trace them back to me. After all, the leader of the Dynasty Guild is a top-tier class user who finished his 3rd job advancement. If he attacks me now, I will not be able to resist. Raven clearly realized this as well. She said that before I grow stronger, she will not use the Ghost King dagger recklessly. We then quickly left the area. At the moment the battlefield Ghost King died, many people nearby received a notification. Battlefield Ghost King slain. Ghost King's heart has dropped. Everyone was shocked. They wondered, which team was strong enough to kill a Ghost King? That can drain life. No one knew. My skeletons were the perfect counter. They prevented the boss from absorbing life force. This made the fight much easier for me. Then for others, the news soon reached Alaric, the Dynasty Guild leader. When he heard the battlefield Ghost King was dead, he felt a sense of joy. He knew his guild members were hunting it there. Previously Nero had failed the big exam. Alaric was disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. Luckily the Dynasty Guild he built was still powerful. Since he couldn't enter the academy, he decided to train him personally. He sent a squad to find Soul Nirvana crystals for his son. As long as he obtains a crystal and completes his class sublimation, a comeback is entirely possible. He didn't expect a Ghost King's heart to drop as well. He was already planning to find an alchemist to forge boss jewelry for his son, but he didn't know that Nero would never return. Meanwhile, Raven and I returned to the Summer Capital Academy. This trip was a success, and my military rank improved significantly. I also obtained rare items, like Soul Nirvana crystals and Talent Awakening stones. I even met the remnant soul of the god mage Ignis. All these experiences will mark my path to growth. At the Summer Capital Academy, Alaric's eyelids twitched while he was drinking tea. A small smile appeared on his face, as if he had seen something interesting. Magnus, who was nearby, chuckled. The class user tournament is in 4 days. I wonder if he has finished the task I gave him. Alaric, can't you check on him for me? Alaric replied softly, that would be boring. It's better to keep it a mystery. Magnus understood immediately. You've already peeked, haven't you? Alaric just smiled and didn't answer. Magnus snorted. He knew that if Alaric didn't want to talk, there was no point in asking. But looking at his expression just then, a ripple of energy came from outside the courtyard. I walked in and Magnus quickly came to meet me. Before he could even ask if I had finished the mission, I handed him all the required materials. Magnus looked at them with satisfaction. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the military medal on my chest. He was completely stunned. My military merits had increased by nearly 20,000. Did you raid a demon's nest? The peerless god of slaughter. Magnus had finally lost his composure. As soon as I returned to Summer Capital Academy, Magnus noticed my military medal, immediately seeing the rank of to Star Ensign. His expression shifted. Reaching to Star Ensign requires over 20,000 military merits. Killing a normal demon under level 40 only grants 100 merits. Even more shocking, I was acting together with Raven. This meant the merits from every kill were split between us. In total, I would have had to slay at least 400 demons. He blurted out, did you blow up a demon's stronghold? I simply told him I had killed a few high-level demons. Hearing this, Magnus nearly jumped out of his seat. You think high-level demons are easy to kill? Killing one is hard enough, let alone several. Alaric, however, became very intrigued. Tell us what happened. So I explained how I bombed the spatial tunnel. Magnus was fired up after hearing the story. Vulcan must be fuming with rage by now. He failed to kill you twice. He has been completely humiliated. Just then I told them about the god flame mage I encountered in the world dungeon. Magnus jumped up after hearing this. What did you say? You met the god flame mage Ignis? Even Alaric opened his eyes and looked at me. His gaze was full of questions. So I told them about my experience in the dungeon. After listening, Alaric suppressed a laugh and looked at Magnus. So you were just trash in Senior Ignis' eyes? Magnus snorted. My class hadn't sublimated back then. It's normal to be looked down on. Ignis lived a long time ago. Neither Magnus nor Alaric were born in that era. Magnus had also visited World Dungeon Battlefield No. 3 in the past. He had cleared Hell difficulty. But he wasn't alone. He was part of a team back then. Ignis did not appear to him at that time. Perhaps Magnus really was trash in his eyes back then. Magnus turned to Alaric and snorted. You've been to this dungeon too, haven't you? Alaric quickly shook his head. I never tried Hell difficulty. Magnus was too annoyed to speak. Even a genius like him wasn't chosen by Ignis. It shows how high Ignis's standards were. Handed over, I was stunned. I didn't know what he wanted me to give him. Magnus reminded me from the side to turn a spatial crystal into an abyss warpstone. Alaric is the best person for the job. I finally realized Alaric is a top master rayist in the Divine Summer Empire. It was best to let him craft the abyss warpstone. I handed the spatial crystal to him without hesitation. After Alaric took the spatial crystal, a small tower suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the Divine Summer Tower. I was slightly surprised. I didn't expect the famous Divine Summer Tower to be in Alaric's hands. A beam of light shot out from the tower onto the spatial crystal. Mysterious runes appeared on the crystal's surface. Then the spatial crystal began to transform. Its brilliant gem-like surface began to fade. It looked as if it were being sealed. Finally, it took the form of a warp stone. It looked no different from an ordinary warp stone, but it could lead directly to the abyssal world. Alaric then threw the abyss warp stone to me. I've added the coordinates for the human world. You can use it to travel between our world and the abyss, however. Its spatial energy is limited. There is a 1-hour cooldown after each use. I took the warp stone and bowed to thank him. Magnus said keep that talent awakening stone safe. It will be very useful during your 3rd class change. Also give me the God Flame staff. I'll find someone to see if it can be repaired. I handed him the God Flame staff without hesitation. This was a legendary weapon. Humans don't have many legendary weapons. Every single one counts. Then I gave the Ghost King's heart to Magnus. Magnus didn't look surprised. I nodded. Magnus knew about Vivian of the Mo clan. She had been stuck at level 39 for over a year, seeking a soul nirvana crystal. But class sublimation is never that easy. With the Emo clan's resources, she has at least a 60% chance. Alaric interrupted. But with your power, Magnus, you are surely better than them. Magnus cut him off. Alaric, that's not fair. Alaric teased him. I heard that old man already brought out that treasure. Magnus took a deep breath. I, Magnus, have never been second to anyone, since he is going all out. Dan to give me the soul nirvana crystals. I will prepare for your 2nd class change. I guarantee that during your change, there is an 80% chance for class sublimation, and a 30% chance to awaken a 2nd talent. I was shocked. Such high odds were unheard of. Even Vivian only had a 60% chance for sublimation, let alone a 2nd talent. Magnus continued talking. His words made me think. My current talent comes from the system. If it is not a natural awakening, then during the 2nd class change, is there a 90% chance to awaken a talent? I felt excited. Maybe I can become a 3-talent user, like the God Flame Mage mentioned. I saw Magnus' pain expression. Knowing how much he was sacrificing for my class change, he must be paying a high price, on top of everything he has already done for me. I was deeply moved at that moment. I bowed to him with great respect. Thank you, Lord Magnus. But Alaric shook his head. I understood immediately. I picked up a teacup and offered it to Magnus. Disciple greets his master. Magnus accepted the cup and drank it all. From that moment on, I was Magnus' official disciple. Magnus smiled slightly. Tomorrow, you leave for Nanhong City for the class user tournament. Aim to bring back the championship. But don't be careless. Some class users might have abilities that counter yours. I nodded firmly. I will give it my all. After I left, Alaric said, there's something Dante didn't tell you. He killed the young leader of the Dynasty Guild. Magnus frowned. Why didn't that boy tell me? To hell with the Dynasty Guild. I could crush them with one hand. Alaric shook his head. Perhaps he just didn't want to trouble you. After leaving the courtyard, I contacted Sierra to set our departure time for tomorrow. Then I headed back to Fortress No. 1. I noticed many people were discussing the battlefield. Ghost King, have you heard? The leader of the Dynasty Guild has arrived supposedly. While their team was hunting the battlefield Ghost King, their entire squad was wiped out. Not only was the battlefield Ghost King stolen, but his son Slade was also killed on the spot. Regardless of who did it, they deserve it for always bullying us solo players, because the Dynasty Guild has such a terrible reputation. Seeing them in this miserable state makes most class users very happy, but this matter won't end so easily. The National Class User Tournament was absolutely intense. While others struggled to kill a single Abyss Hellhound, my skeleton warriors were one-shotting them. I passed the preliminaries, using less than 1,000 of my power. Earlier when I arrived at Fortress No. 1 for the skill proving grounds, I learned that the leader of the Dynasty Guild had arrived. He was clearly there to investigate the death of his son Slade. I immediately left Fortress No. 1 without hesitation. I didn't want to leave any clues for him to find. The next day, I arrived in Nanhong City with Raven and the others. Nanhong City is one of the few super cities in the Divine Summer Empire. It is almost as grand as the capital Summer Capital. Over 100 teleportation arrays were lined up. Countless class users kept pouring out of them. For this class user tournament, the Divine Summer Empire not only built massive facilities for the contestants, but even provided food and lodging for free. This showed the immense power of the Divine Summer Empire. A massive crowd of class users gathered in the square. There were hundreds of thousands of people. Raven's eyes widened at the sight. How long will this take with so many people? Sierra smiled and replied, these are only the class users under level 40. The high-level users are competing at a different location, and there are just as many people there. But the Empire anticipated this large turnout. They will hold the preliminaries before the main event. Only teams that pass can move on. It is said that over 90% of the teams will be eliminated, since levels vary among class users. To keep it fair, those under level 70 will be divided into groups for every 10 levels. Sierra explained all the competition rules to us. Hundreds of teams from Summer Capital Academy are here to compete. I searched through the crowd intently. Eventually a look of disappointment appeared on my face. I couldn't see my sister Moira anywhere. Raven noticed my expression. She took my hand to comfort me. Don't worry, you will definitely see her. I nodded firmly at her words. I told myself she just hadn't arrived yet. Suddenly an angry shout came from behind. If you wanna flirt, do it somewhere else. Don't block the way. The speaker carried a massive battle blade. He was at least 2 meters tall. He clearly looked like a warrior class. He glared at Raven and me with annoyance. This is the path to the arena, not your private home. I gave him a cold look. My icy gaze made him shiver instantly. The aura radiating from my body filled him with intense fear. He backed down instantly. Otherwise, we'll be disqualified. Raven clearly knew this too. She pulled my arm and spoke. Just let it go. I nodded slightly. The big guy hurried away to escape. He felt lucky to still be alive. He had felt a real intense killing intent. A giant screen appeared in the sky after he left. It showed the rules for the preliminaries. The preliminaries were divided into 2 parts. First the team trial, then the solo trial. The rules were simple yet cruel. 5-man teams were divided into groups. Every team in a group faced the same difficulty, whether a team was level 20 or level 29. The stages were exactly the same. Higher levels usually had the advantage. But skills, gear, and classes also mattered. Team composition was also a key factor. The examiner announced the start. Teams entered the teleportation portal. Once inside the portal, the scenery changed instantly. A long passage appeared before us. This sight felt very familiar. It was just like my initial big exam. They were using the Divine Summer Tower. The objective appeared before everyone. Defeat the final boss to pass. The rules were simple, with no extra requirements. But it won't be easy to actually do. Sierra immediately told Gage to apply buffs. Gage raised his staff buff. Auras began to appear on everyone. Their attributes increased significantly in an instant. Unfortunately, these buffs didn't work on me. But with my strength it didn't matter anyway, as I was about to summon skeletons to finish the preliminaries. Raven interrupted me. Don't do anything yet. Let us try first. If we can't pass, then you step, and I nodded in agreement. I followed at the very back of the team. Shortly after we entered the trial grounds, a monster appeared. The appearance of this monster was exactly like an abyss hellhound. However, its aura was not nearly as strong. Its level and attributes were also much lower. It was clearly a copy, created by the Divine Summer Tower. Raven easily slipped behind the abyss hellhound. She unleashed her fatal strike skill. Her dagger pierced deep into the hound's body. The intense pain made the hound scream. It fell to the ground motionless. This is the explosive power of an assassin. Mages are powerful, but they have to chant their spells first. It can take anywhere from 10 to 60 seconds. Assassin skills can be unleashed instantly. Seeing the monster killed instantly, the others looked relaxed. It seemed much easier than they expected. I just smiled secretly to myself. Meanwhile, the Divine Summer Empire began a global live stream. Every country could now watch the competition. A giant screen in the square drew everyone's attention. It was filled with the names of all the team captains. My name was there, but my score was very low. As the scores updated constantly, my name quickly dropped to the lower middle ranks. Some team names started turning gray. Their rankings plummeted to the bottom. This meant those teams were eliminated. Only 5 minutes into the preliminaries, and many teams were already out. This proved the preliminaries were harder than expected. The top team already had 40 points, but my score was only 23 points. Watching the live stream, Magnus grew anxious. What is Dante doing? The others are way ahead of him. This isn't like him at all. He looked over at Alaric. Alaric, can you give me a hint? As the overseer of the Divine Summer Tower, Alaric knew exactly what was happening inside. He knew I hadn't even made a move yet, but he refused to tell Magnus anything. What's the rush? The preliminaries aren't a race. You just need to pass the stage. Magnus laughed after hearing that. That kid has the makings of a champion. The preliminaries won't be enough to stop him. Inside the proving grounds, facing 5 abyss hellhounds, Raven and her teammates have reached their limit. They finally understand the extent of their current power. Sierra looked back at me and spoke. We've done our best, the rest is up to you, Dante. I smiled at her words. I raised my hand as black mist surged from the ground. In an instant a swarm of skeleton warriors appeared. They charged at the hellhounds with a clattering sound. More abyss hellhounds appeared ahead of us, but as the skeleton warriors raised their blades, 3 hellhounds died instantly, before they could even scream. My skeleton warrior's strength is now over 20,000. They can one-shot hellhounds, even in the primordial battlefield. These weakened level 27 versions don't stand a chance. In less than 3 seconds, all dozen hellhounds were wiped out. Sierra and the others were stunned. They needed complex tactics just to handle 4 hellhounds. Yet my skeletons finished them with a single strike. It made their elaborate strategies feel pointless. Comparing yourself to a genius is truly frustrating. Raven tried to comfort them. Don't compare yourselves to him. His skeletons are monsters. They can even kill level 40 high-ranking demons. With me joining the fight, our pace accelerated. Our score began to skyrocket. Meanwhile, the top team scores had stopped moving. Their scores have all reached 200 points. This means they've reached the final stage of the assessment. It's time for the final boss. I finally revealed my true strength. For the first time in the class user tournament, while Raven and the others were struggling, against the Abyss Hellhounds. I finally stepped in after watching from the back. I wiped out all the Abyss Hellhounds in less than 2 minutes, down to 200 points. I instantly caught up to the top of the rankings. Now it's time for the final boss battle, but this boss won't be easy to handle. It tests not only the team's coordination, but also their overall combat capability. Our team has now arrived before the boss, and this is a boss I know very well. This boss looks familiar. It's exactly like the Abyss Hound demon I killed before. Many Abyss Hellhounds appeared behind it. Sierra got nervous seeing this. Is that an abyssal demon? Raven asked with a smile. But that's not a real Abyss Hound demon. The real ones are much stronger than this. Jade asked curiously, can Dante beat it? Raven smiled. He has killed more Abyss Hound demons than the Hellhounds here today. Everyone was shocked to hear that. They didn't realize Dante was so powerful. Meanwhile, the skeleton warriors charged at the boss. The boss ordered its minions to attack as well. Dozens of Abyss Hellhounds rushed the skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors instantly used Frenzy Strike. 3 Abyss Hellhounds died instantly. Then I used Corpse Explosion on them. After 3 loud explosions, all the Hellhounds were wiped out. Even the Abyss Hound demon boss vanished. Only corpses remained on the ground. A majestic voice echoed through the area. Our team of 5 was teleported back outside. Our rank jumped up from the hundreds. The audience was shocked by what they saw. How did they kill the boss so fast? Wait, that team name looks familiar. Someone nearby reminded him. The top scorer of this year's national exam is named. Dante the man was even more stunned. How did he enter the level 20 tournament so quickly? Maybe he just levels up faster than others. Otherwise, how could he be the top scorer? Sierra and the others were stunned when they saw the rankings. We're actually in first place, Sierra said in disbelief, but Raven said calmly, this is normal, we'll win the championship too. Since Raven had been with Dante for a long time, she was already used to this. Sierra shook her head. I just can't believe. The boss fight took less than 5 seconds. Dante said indifferently, it could have been even faster. Sierra and the others were speechless. What did he mean by even faster? Wasn't 5 seconds fast enough? After a long wait, the second team finally teleported out, but their expressions froze instantly. They realized someone was much faster than them. They were shocked and felt indignant. Their captain walked over. Who is Dante? He asked resentfully. Raven and the others ignored him, but he sensed a cold aura coming from me. He sized me up and said, so you're Dante. I'll remember you, we will defeat you in the tournament. Then he turned and left. Sierra shook her head and said, meeting Junior Dante in this group is their misfortune. More and more people began to pass the preliminaries. The number of eliminated teams on the screen increased. There were far more losers than winners. It seems 90% was a conservative estimate. At this rate, only about 2,000 teams will pass. Over 100,000 teams signed up for this tournament. About 70% of those teams are below level 40. If only 2,000 out of 70,000 teams survive, the pass rate is only about 3%. 97% of teams can't even pass the preliminaries. This shows that the surviving teams are very strong. Soon the team preliminaries ended. A powerful voice echoed throughout the arena. 502 teams have passed the preliminaries. The solo competition had even more participants. They were also grouped by every 10 levels. However, compared to the team competition, teleportation arrays began to glow. The trial grounds were revealed. It was the exact same venue as the team competition. Many people started to get a bad feeling. Will the elimination rate be high again? Isn't it obvious with 200,000 people? It's bound to be high. We'll be lucky if 5,000 people are left. The teleportation arrays were soon fully formed. The contestants walked into the light screens. Each person entered their own independent space. As I prepared to enter the array, someone suddenly blocked my way. It was the arrogant Lance. Do you dare to compete with me? Whoever finished the preliminaries first wins. I looked at him coldly without saying a word. I walked past him. Lance gritted his teeth. You won't even look at me. I'll compete anyway. I'm going to be faster than you. Once everyone entered the skill-proving grounds, the examiner announced the official start of the preliminaries. The rules for the solo match were very simple. Kill the enemy in front of you to succeed. Failure meant elimination. An Abyss Hound demon appeared before me. Its level and stats were identical to the boss. In the team preliminaries, the only difference was the lack of minions. Compared to the team stage, the solo trial has no supports to provide buffs. There are also no healers to restore your health. This makes it much harder for most people, but for me it didn't matter at all. I raised my hand and several skeleton warriors appeared. They immediately used Frenzy Strike. The demon was instantly killed. A moment later the second target appeared. It was a level 30 Abyssal Volve demon. Its level was higher than the previous Abyss Hound demon, but its stats were still garbage. My skeletons were more than enough to handle it. It was another instant kill. Then the next monster appeared. This time it was an Abyssal Serpent demon. My skeleton warriors rushed forward and hacked it apart. It died instantly. The fourth, fifth and sixth monsters were also one-shot. Each monster's level increases by 1, but to me it makes no difference. After I killed the 7th monster, a level 35 Abyssal Spiral Lizard, the assessment finally ended. I was teleported out, and my name was at the top of the leaderboard. I understood the situation immediately. If others heard my thoughts, they would probably cough up blood and rage. These monsters are simulations of abyssal demons, created by the Divine Summer Tower. Even though their stats are slightly nerfed, they are still much stronger than normal monsters. Of the same level, their skills remain unchanged as well. Most importantly, you cannot rest during the trial. This is much harder than the team competition. My name is now glowing at the very top, while others have a 0 or 1 next to their names. The audience has already noticed me. What is going on with this Dante? The person behind him only has a 1. How is his number already 7? Could it be that he's already finished? Wait, I remember the team preliminaries this morning. His name was also the champion of the level 20 group. Every A is now fixed on my name. My performance is so superior that no one can even come close. In my first time participating, I broke a centuries-old record of the Divine Summer Empire. I killed all the monsters in just 1 minute. Meanwhile, others are still struggling with their second monster. The entire audience is shocked by my speed. Even the examiners are completely stunned. In all the centuries of these preliminaries, no one has ever completed the trial in under a minute. Some were even eliminated in the very first round. For weaker class users, killing 3 monsters was already a great feat. They couldn't keep up after the third one. The monsters inside won't wait for anyone. Very few people could kill 7 monsters in a row. Some predicted the solo elimination rate would be higher than the team events. As time ticked away, the number of eliminated participants continued to grow. However, a few others managed to increase their kill counts. Half an hour later, the second person to kill 7 monsters finally appeared. I smiled when I saw the name. It was Lance. Lance looked incredibly arrogant as he was teleported out, but when he checked the leaderboard with confidence, he saw his name was once again below mine. His expression instantly darkened. How can it be him again? He walked up to me and asked coldly, "When did you get out?" I didn't even bother to look at him. He snorted in frustration. "See you in the arena," he said before turning away. Another hour passed. A deep, majestic voice echoed once more. The solo preliminaries are officially over. We will now announce the results. Level 10 to 19 group, level 30 to 39 group. Everyone was stunned by the announcement. Nearly 99% of the participants had been eliminated from the preliminaries. Everyone was curious about the challenges the Divine Summer Empire had set. They couldn't believe so many people failed the preliminaries. But I didn't care about that. The moment the results were announced, I rushed to the other arena. By the time I arrived, the high-level preliminaries were already over, but the screen was still glowing brightly. The names of those who passed were still shining on it. I searched carefully, but I couldn't find Moira's name. I sighed. Maybe she didn't enter the solo competition. I couldn't hide my disappointment. Suddenly I froze. My usually calm face was filled with excitement. My whole body began to tremble. A figure was walking toward me, in the glow of the sunset. She had a gentle smile and a brave look. Dante, she spoke with a warm smile. Hearing her voice made me tremble even more. I ran to her and pulled her into a tight hug. Moira, my voice was filled with all the emotions I had been holding back. Moira felt the same way. Tears silently rolled down her cheeks. We stood there as the sun set over the sea. When we finally let go, she stood on her toes to measure my height. "You've grown so tall. I remember you weren't much taller than me a year ago." We sat together in the sunset, talking and laughing as we talked. I realized something. It seemed like she had been watching over me this whole time. She already knew I had become the national top scorer. Moira knew everything about me entering Summer Capital Academy, but I wondered why she hadn't come to find me herself. She simply said it hadn't been convenient for her. Moira didn't go into details and just smiled. "You still don't talk much. How will you ever get a girlfriend? There are many great girls at Summer Capital Academy. You should take your chance." Just then, four people approached from behind. They were all wearing Summer Capital Academy uniforms. Each had a special emblem on their collar. It was the symbol of God Creation Academy. The leader of the group spoke up. "Moira," he said, then shifted his gaze to me. "The students of God Creation Academy were all top geniuses." Moira stood up slowly. "This is my brother." I gave him a polite nod. "Hello." His attitude toward me changed immediately. "Oh, so you're Moira's younger brother then?" Moira said. "Senior." "You guys go ahead. I haven't seen my brother in over a year. I want to talk to him a little longer." The man agreed readily. He took another look at me before leaving. When he saw the military medal on my chest, his eyes flickered with surprise. I was also observing him. He also had a military medal on his shoulder, but it was a 1-star silver second lieutenant badge. It was 1 star lower than mine. After they left, I asked my sister if those 4 were her teammates. Moira nodded and said yes. "They're my teammates. They're also top geniuses from God Creation Academy." I smiled and said, "You got into God Creation Academy just a few months after starting. You must be level 40 by now, right?" I then asked her what her class actually was. I've always been curious about how she levels up so fast. Moira said softly, "My initial class was the legendary Blade Dancer. I recently managed to complete a class sublimation. Now I'm a Saint Blade Dancer." I was shocked. I didn't expect her to have completed a class sublimation. It's not just a matter of luck. Class sublimation is all about the result, not the process. The process doesn't matter. The result is everything. Moira continued, "I level up fast because of my talent. My leveling speed is over 10 times faster than others. And after my class sublimation, my talent was enhanced even further. Now my leveling speed is even faster. I finally knew why she leveled up so quickly. I suspected it was her talent all along. But awakening a talent is very rare. Having a good talent makes someone a 1 in a million. Genius. And Moria's 10 times EXP talent is the absolute best. As long as she keeps leveling up, even if her class was slightly weaker, she could overwhelm anyone with her level advantage. In the later stages, even a single level difference, the stat difference becomes massive. Not to mention Moria's legendary class isn't weak. And with class sublimation, it has become a mid-tier legendary class. It will definitely be even stronger then. Moira continued, my teacher is very strict with me. I've been leveling up and had no time to see you. My teacher was the one who told me about you. I didn't expect you to become the national top student. Dante, you're really impressive. She then stood up slowly. I have to head back after the tournament. I need to go to a trial arranged by my teacher. It might be a long time before I see you again. Hearing this, I smiled. I'll find you after I join God Creation Academy. It started. My first battle for the championship has finally begun. However, despite everyone watching me, I chose to hold back during this match. On the night the preliminaries ended, the Divine Summer Empire announced the solo tournament standards. Everyone went silent after seeing them. The Divine Summer Empire standards are incredibly high. Ordinary class users couldn't pass at all. Only the most elite could make the cut. Besides that, there was one major talking point: me. Everyone wanted to know how I finished the prelims. In 1 minute I was dozens of times faster than the runner-up in my group. Yet the Divine Summer Empire offered no response. People could only wait for the upcoming matches to see my performance for themselves. Early the next morning, the 100 class user tournament officially began. Massive arenas appeared before the crowd. The area for contestants under level 40 was split into 3 sections. Like the prelims, they were grouped every 10 levels. Each section had 10 arenas. 30 matches could be held simultaneously. Every arena was protected by a magic array. This ensured that no one would actually die. Many healers were also standing by. They could even regrow lost limbs instantly. This let the class users fight with all their strength. This was only the scale for the lower level area. The high level area was even more grand. Several top healers over level 70 hovered in the air. They were ready to save contestants at any moment. The audience was incredibly impressed. The Divine Summer Empire is truly a powerful nation. Small countries could never match this level of investment. In the whole world, only Divine Summer can do something like this. The rules were very simple. Teams faced off and the winner advanced. Losers were eliminated. After the referee explained the rules, every team began drawing lots. We drew no. 512. Our first opponent was Team 513. The referee announced the official start of the matches. The first teams headed to the arenas. Based on their numbers, since our team was in the middle, we had plenty of time to discuss our strategy. Sierra said we need to focus on 5 specific teams. Team 18 is from the Eagle Kingdom. Team 322 is from the Holy Battle Domain. Team 599 is from the Sakala Empire. Team 733 is from the Vatican Sanctuary. And Team 924 is from the Holy Inspectorate. These teams consist entirely of level 29 class users. They are also equipped with top-tier silver gear. They're very strong. Sierra hasn't been idle since yesterday's preliminaries. She had already gathered detailed information. On these teams, she and Raven began discussing tactics. I was the only one ignored, because they planned to use the same strategy as before. They would take the lead first. If they can't handle it, then I will step in. However, I agreed with their strategy. After all, if I were to fight first, they wouldn't have any chance to do anything. Just then Gage ran over with some intel. Team 513 is from the Southwest Academy. Their captain is Valerie, like Sierra. She is a level 27 female knight. Their team also has 2 supporters. The other 2 are an archer and a mage. But I couldn't find their exact levels or classes. Sierra said solemnly, if we don't know the details of our opponents, it will be a disadvantage for us in a 4-on-5 fight. Raven smiled and said, we'll just do our best. If we really can't win, we still have Dante. At that moment, giant light screens appeared above the square. They provide a 360-degree view of all the information. The screens display the stats of every class user. On each stage, as the matches continue, one after another, teams are either advancing or being eliminated. The pace is fast, and for teams with large power gaps, the winner is often decided in under a minute. It takes an hour before it is finally our team's turn. As we step onto the stage, our opponent's Team 513 also walk-up information for both teams is shown. On the light screens, sharp-eyed spectators immediately spot my name, a level 27 Necromancer. It looks like a very rare mage-type class, and the name sounds incredibly powerful. A spectator nearby says mockingly, man, did you miss the preliminaries yesterday? He was the champion of both matches. The man is shocked to hear this. Then won't his team win the championship again? Most people seem to think so. Now the 2 teams stand on opposite sides of the stage. Sierra and a knight named Valerie both take their combat stances. Although Valerie is 3 levels higher than Sierra, below level 30, a 3-level gap isn't an overwhelming difference. Everyone else except me also gets ready to fight. I just stand to the side lazily watching the duel. With a soft chime, the match officially begins. Sierra shouts and activates her charge skill. Rushing forward, Valerie also activates her charge skill. Just as they both charged toward each other, Jade instantly activated Gale Bind. Valerie's body suddenly jerked while she was charging. Her skill was interrupted by Jade's Gale Bind. At that same moment, Sierra reached her using the charge skill. With a loud bang, Valerie let out a cry. Losing her balance, Valerie was knocked flying backward. However, Sierra's charge did not stop. She aggressively rushed into the enemy formation. The opponents clearly did not expect this. The Prophet hadn't even finished applying all the buffs, yet their knight had already been knocked over. Then Sierra activated her second skill. She used Mass Taunt, instantly drawing everyone's attention to herself. No one noticed that Raven had already disappeared. As the enemy Shillian Elder prepared to heal Valerie, she suddenly shuddered from a piercing pain. The next second she appeared below the stage. This meant she was killed. A fatal attack here does not result in actual death. Instead, the person is teleported off the stage. However, the two massive wounds on her body still remained. A moment later, several powerful healing spells fell on her. In just seconds, her wounds were completely healed. Meanwhile, back on the stage, Raven silently appeared behind another healer. With 2 quick skill bursts, she took out another healer. Seeing this, the enemy archer shouted, "Watch out for their assassin." He then activated Eagle Eye. He spotted Raven while she was still invisible. Immediately, arrows flew toward Raven. Facing the incoming arrows, Raven didn't retreat but charged straight at Valerie. Their team had lost both their elder and healer. Once injured, they wouldn't be able to recover. Their endurance would drop drastically. Meanwhile, Sierra was being constantly healed. Her combat power remained at its peak. Desperate, Valerie tried to take out their healer. The archer and mage attacked Jade together. Seeing this, Gage quickly pulled out a massive shield. Standing over 1.5 meters tall, he shielded Jade from the attacks. This bought Raven the time she needed. She dashed behind the enemy mage. She used her critical strike and internal rupture skills. Both skills triggered at the same time. After taking massive damage, the mage screamed and vanished from the stage. Valerie decisively chose to forfeit the match. Without any DPS left, continuing was pointless. Raven and her team jumped for joy. This was the first time they won a match on their own. However, the audience was disappointed. The opposing team was just too weak. They lost even though Danta didn't even move. It was a shame they didn't get to see Danta fight. No one knew just how strong he really was. They could only look forward to his next match. Shocking, my skeleton mage's debut stunned everyone. Right after the first match ended, only 512 teams remained, out of over 1,000 in the level 20 bracket. Although the true finals hadn't started yet, many outstanding teams were already being noticed by the crowd. My team was especially famous for winning a 4v5 match. We received high praise, but on the second day of the tournament, Raven and the others were being completely suppressed. Our opponents in the first match were Team 482. Their lowest level member was level 28. Furthermore, all 5 of them held rare classes. Although they didn't have a knight, they replaced that role with a gladiator. This made the entire team's attack power much stronger. With double buffs from a prophet and a chilly elder, their elemental mage skill power was increased, more than twofold next to the opponent's summoner. A summoned beast was covered in black mist. Its body flickered in and out of sight. Raven looked grim. It was a shadow beast summoned by a shadow summoner. Shadow beasts are known as the assassins of summoned creatures. It can see through invisibility, and its burst damage rivals an actual assassin of the same level. If the enemy summoner used it to pin her down, Raven wouldn't be able to break free quickly. Raven frowned and said to me, "If we can't handle it, it's all up to you." I nodded and said, "Don't worry. With me here, it's impossible to lose." I wasn't bragging compared to my strength. Every match I watched seemed like child's play. Meanwhile, the 5 opponents were smiling confidently. They looked like victory was already theirs. After all, they crushed their previous opponents. And this team's level was even lower than the last one, so they thought they could easily do it again. At the referee's signal, Sierra was about to charge, but she suddenly stopped. The opponents didn't rush forward. Instead, they huddled together. With the gladiator in the lead, the elemental mage activated a magic shield. They surrounded the prophet and Shillian elder. In the center, the 2 supports were quickly buffing the team. They clearly wanted to be fully buffed before attacking. Their tactics were cautious. Leaving no openings, Raven didn't dare move, since the enemy shadow beast had locked onto her. Even in stealth, she couldn't escape the shadow beast's eyes. What should we do? They aren't moving, and their supports are well protected. Our planned tactics won't work anymore. Sierra shook her head and said, their expressions softened when they remembered. I was there. Even if the 4 of them lost, it would be fine as long as I was there. We wouldn't lose just then. The enemy mage suddenly shouted, "Meteor shower." Countless fireballs began to rain down on Raven, and the others. Raven quickly told everyone to scatter. Meanwhile, Sierra activated her charge and rushed forward. At the same time, the enemy gladiator swung his dual swords, crossing them in the air. A cross-shaped energy wave flew straight towards Sierra, followed by a loud explosion. Sierra was knocked back dozens of meters by the shockwave. Even though she raised her shield to block in time, she still took some damage. What a terrifying skill. This was her first time fighting a gladiator. She didn't expect their skills to be this powerful. The gladiator leapt into the air with a wild laugh. He swung his dual swords frantically, unleashing a storm of attacks on Sierra. Despite the 5-level difference, Sierra didn't back down. She raised her shield to block the relentless assault. Behind her, Jade constantly cast healing spells. Meanwhile, Raven vanished into the shadows. The shadow beast, watching her, followed suit and disappeared. Both of them had now entered stealth mode. No one else could see them, but Raven and the shadow beast could see each other. The shadow beast closed in and struck first. Its sharp claws swiped down at Raven. Raven sidestepped to dodge the blow. She quickly drew her dagger and slashed it twice. The shadow beast let out a pained shriek. Those 2 strikes had wounded it, but then green energy surged through its body. Its wounds began to heal instantly. Raven realized the summoner was behind this. Summoners can heal their own summons. Although she was more agile with the summoner's support, Raven couldn't take the beast down yet. Sierra was held back by the gladiator. Their mage attacked Jade and Gage. Gage tried to block with his giant shield, but with bust from the Prophet and Chilean Elder, the level 29 mage's power rivaled a level 30. A single spell severely injured Gage. The second spell knocked him out of the ring. The mage then targeted Jade. She was also knocked out of the ring. The gladiator smiled at the sight. Your 2 supports are out. Just surrender. Sierra knew it was over, but she took a deep breath and shouted ultimate defense. She made one last effort. She charged at their supports while tanking hits. The enemy mage shook his head. Stop struggling, it's useless. He unleashed his strongest single target spell. It blasted Sierra dozens of meters back. Badly injured, she looked at Dante and gave up. It's up to you now, she said. Leaving the ring, Raven appeared beside me with a smile. Avengers, Dante. I nodded. Raven giggled and left the ring too. Now it was just me against all 5 of them. The crowd grew excited. He's finally going to make a move. Let's see how strong he really is. What makes a necromancer so special? However, some were still skeptical. Even if he's strong, there must be a limit. He's only level 27, a 1 on 5 seems impossible. I'm not so sure. I think he can win. Look how much faith his teammates have in him. Everyone is staring at my arena now. They want to see if I can actually pull this off. Meanwhile, the 5 opponents are already celebrating their victory. The gladiator looks at me with a smirk. Your teammates all surrendered. Why are you still here? Do you want us to beat you off the stage? I just smile and shake my head. I raise my hand and a skeleton mage appears instantly. The gladiator bursts out laughing. Oh, so you're a summoner. Why wait until your teammates are gone to act? Isn't it a bit late? I ignore his mockery and focus. The skeleton mage raises its staff skill. Frigid downpour. The temperature on the stage drops instantly. As the ice rain falls, the gladiator's smile vanishes. Screams erupt from behind him. Before he can check on them, the ice rain hits him. He is severely injured in an instant. Heal me quick, he shouts, charging at me. But he stops abruptly halfway. No healing spell reaches him. It isn't going as he expected. He turns around, trembling with fear. All 4 of his teammates have disappeared. From the stage, they were all insta-killed. And it only took 1 skill. A chill runs up his spine. What kind of summons are these? The crowd outside explodes with excitement. Many people jump to their feet. It's simply unbelievable. A strong team was wiped out in seconds. Now I know why he didn't act yesterday. If he fought, the others would have nothing to do. I feel sorry for his opponents. The level 20 championship is definitely his. It's even worse for those in the solo tournament, who can even challenge him. My power shocks everyone. Not just the spectators are talking. The news is spreading across the empire. Even the whole world is stunned. I only summoned 2 skeleton mages, yet it shocked every single spectator. Since my mages debuted in the class user tournament, the Necromancer class has become famous. Scholars who study classes are saying, the Necromancer class has never existed. In human history, it is a completely unknown class. They have already classified it as a legendary class. Of course, that depends on my future performance. Some classes start strong, but weaken after the 2nd class change. It's not unheard of. Raven sighs. I suggest letting Dante handle everything. From the next round, Sierra agrees. I think so too. Winning 1 match yesterday was our limit. After all, our levels are still too low. Without Dante, we have no chance of winning. Raven giggled and looked at me. The next matches will be up to you then. I waved my hand, showing I didn't mind. I was aiming for the championship reward anyway. I must get that glimmering novice skill scroll. Soon it was our team's turn to compete again. But when we stepped onto the stage, we realized our opponents were familiar faces. They were all regular students from Summer Capital Academy. I had even carried them through the Tyrant Desert dungeon. They recognized me immediately. They all had bitter smiles on their faces. Fighting Boss Dante is just asking for death. Once the match started, they bowed to me in unison. Goodbye, Boss Dante. Good luck, Boss Dante. Take the championship, they said as they jumped off the stage and surrendered. Raven asked curiously, why did they surrender so easily? I smiled and said maybe they know they can't win, so they gave up voluntarily. The audience was completely confused. What happened? They surrendered before the fight even began, but someone soon explained the situation. They are all from Summer Capital Academy. Like Dante, they know they can't beat him, so they surrendered honorably. Everyone finally understood. The second day of the tournament ended. Only 128 teams remained out of 1,024. In the level 20 category, this group has the most teams. Other categories have even fewer. In the level 30 category, only 62 teams remain. The number of teams varies by category. In my level 20 category, 4 matches will be held tomorrow. Only 8 teams will remain after those matches. These 8 teams will compete in the finals the day after. Meanwhile, I'm following the progress of the higher level matches. My sister Moira's team is also advancing quickly lately. Not only has my Necromancer class become famous worldwide, but as the tournament continues, the name of my sister Moira, the Saint Blade Dancer, is also spreading. Many believe her class has already surpassed mine. A legendary class is already powerful enough, and she achieved class sublimation during her second class change. Moira's potential is truly limitless. Meanwhile, at Summer Capital Academy, Alaric asked softly, "Is it wise for Dante to be so high profile?" Magnus shrugged it off. "Why not? I want the whole world to know I am not someone to be messed with." Alaric disagreed. "The Eagle Kingdom and Holy Battle Domain are up to no good." Magnus sneered. "Their previous moves were well hidden. I couldn't find any real evidence. If they dare to act this time, I'll show them what true pain is." Alaric's eyes sharpened. "So you're letting Dante be high profile on purpose, to use him as bait to lure them out?" Magnus smiled. "It wasn't my idea. It was something Dante and I agreed on. Those geniuses from previous years didn't die for nothing. They were the pride of our divine summer empire." Dante agreed also. "As far as I know, the old man also plans to use Moira as bait to lure out the hidden vipers." Alaric spoke with a playful expression. A necromancer with unknown potential, and a Saint Blade Dancer who completed class sublimation. They are perfect bait. No one would expect them to be siblings. Their talent is truly enviable. A flash of killing intent crossed Magnus' eyes. The higher their talent, the better. It seems there will be a massacre. This time our side. The class user tournament reached its third day. It was the final day of the team preliminaries. The team finals would start tomorrow. The team finals only last one day. The champion and runner-up will be decided within that day, and after the team competition ends. Our first match today is against Team 114. The matchmaking results for the other teams were also out for the teams that made it this far. Their average level is at least level 28. People like Sierra, Gage, and Jade are unique. Gage, forget about level 23's Gage. You can't even find anyone at level 26 or 27. Yet here we are, the team with the lowest average level. Yet we're seen as the favorites to win the level 20 bracket. Some even believe I'm guaranteed to win. Sierra didn't even bother researching our opponents, because when I fight I don't need any info on the enemy. Their tactics and skills don't matter. They're meaningless before absolute power. As Team 114 takes the stage, Raven and the others take several steps back, giving me room. The enemy realizes I'm going 1-on-5. They know my reputation, but they have no intention of surrendering. Their team composition is quite strange. It's 1 support and 4 archers, but that support isn't a prophet. It's a warlord. I don't know much about that class. I only know it's called the best support for dungeons. They can both buff and heal. They combine the roles of a support and a healer. The lead archer speaks up. "We know you're strong, but we're not easy targets. We have a way to beat you. You're going down." The referee gives the command. Suddenly a skeleton mage appears beside me. Simultaneously the warlord activates a skill. With a pleasant chime, all 4 archers are instantly covered in buffs. That's the advantage of a warlord. They don't have to buff members one by one. Like a prophet, they buff the entire team at once. My skeleton mage raises its staff. A frigid downpour crashed down instantly. Luckily the 4 archers are very fast. They dodge the attack and fire back at the skeleton mage. It's the archer skill impact arrow. With a loud bang the skeleton mage is stunned. A stun effect appears over its head. The audience gasps at the sight. Good strategy. Control the summon, then deal with the master. They clearly know the best way to handle a summoner. You have to take out the summoner himself. Dante is in trouble. Unless the summoner is legendary great, they are at a disadvantage in solo combat. But some people disagree. Hard to say. I bet he has a plan. Maybe he has more than just 1 summon. Seeing my skeleton mage immobilized, the 4 archers look smug. It's working. If we rotate our skills, we can keep his skeleton mage pinned down. He's bound to lose. Then they start attacking me. But I don't care at all. Bone armor instantly appears on me. With bone armor, they couldn't hurt me even if I stood here all day. I slowly raise my hand, and another skeleton mage appears. This time it's a fire element mage. It immediately casts bursting flame. Boom. An archer is instantly blown away. Luckily he moved fast and was only hit by the shockwave. The others are completely shocked. How can he summon another one? The crowd goes wild. My god. He has more than one of those powerful summons. And this second skeleton is a fire mage. Does he have wind and lightning types too? He's incredible. He's taking down a top 100 team all by himself. This has turned into a legendary peak level duel. Right after I summoned the second mage, it instantly heavily injured one of the archers. The warlord support quickly used a healing skill. Healing auras appeared on all 5 of them. The archers' wounds healed instantly. Then they started attacking me. The skeleton mage stepped in front of me. It blocked every single arrow. It isn't as tough as a skeleton warrior, but it's still much stronger than these level 30s. These attacks are like scratches to it. Suddenly another impact arrow hit the skeleton mage. The fire mage was also stunned. The lead archer looked smug. Even with 2 skeleton mages, they are still within our control. As long as we take turns controlling his summons, we can still deal with him. But then his eyes widened in shock. Another skeleton mage appeared beside me. This one is a wind skeleton mage. It immediately cast Cyclone Tempest. It roared toward the warlord support. Luckily the warlord support reacted fast. He narrowly avoided the fatal blow. He was only grazed by the Cyclone Tempest. Even so, he was still heavily injured. He quickly cast a healing spell on himself. As the third impact arrow hit the wind skeleton mage, a fourth skeleton mage appeared. This was a lightning skeleton mage. The 4 of them fell into despair. How are there still more just then? It cast 5 Thunderstrike. Lightning spells are incredibly fast. It was impossible to dodge. A bolt struck the warlord. The warlord was instantly defeated. Outside the arena he looked at me with lingering fear. If this weren't a match he would have died. Although the last impact arrow stunned the lightning skeleton mage. Without the warlord's support, the archers were in a desperate situation. With skills on cooldown, their only hope was to defeat me before the stun ended. The lead archer shouted, "Attack Dantu with everything." But then 2 more skeleton mages appeared. They were completely stunned by the sight. Before they could react, 2 lightning bolts struck down. 2 more archers were instantly defeated. The remaining 2 were now hopeless. This is impossible, we can't win. They looked at each other and jumped off the arena. The 1-on-5 battle was over. From beginning to end I barely moved a finger. This level of combat was far too easy for me. The spectators watching the match realized my class was truly powerful. I had easily handled a 5-on-1 fight. Still, the 1 support and 4 archer combo was impressive. Archers are currently at a low level. They lack crowd control skills for now, but at higher levels, once they gain more control abilities, this combination could have great potential. Most people don't realize the power I've shown. It's just the tip of the iceberg. Some Summer Capital Academy students know my true strength, but they won't talk. Since the top 8 are decided today, there will be 4 matches in total. 2 rounds in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. There is a 1-hour rest period between matches. For the class users, Raven whispered, "I wonder which team we'll face next." Sierra shook her head. She was referring to the 5 powerhouse teams she had researched. These teams have been dominant since the very beginning. Every match was won with absolute dominance. But we haven't encountered any of the top-tier teams yet. Clearly, there are rules hidden within this random matching. Soon the second round match list is released. Raven laughs when she sees our next opponent. It's that arrogant guy, Lance, and his team from the preliminaries. His smug face back then was truly unforgettable. After checking his info, I finally understand why he's so cocky. He has a legendary class Divine Swordsman, and he's already reached level 29. Since my class changed, I've only met a few legendary class users. Vex from the Sakala Empire, Holy Light Knight Sterling, Holy Summoner Vivian, and my sister Mora. Lance is the 5th one. His class focuses on heavy physical attacks. He must be strong soon. It's time for the match. I step onto the stage alone this time. Sierra and the others decide to stay behind. They watch from below as Lance arrives with his team. The 5 of them wear identical uniforms. Even their auras are very similar. They must clear dungeons together often. Their teamwork will be seamless. But Lance frowns when he sees me. "Just you?" he asks. I simply nod surprisingly. Lance doesn't get angry. Instead, he whispers to his teammates, "You guys leave. I want to fight him 1-on-1. His team obeys and jumps off the stage immediately. This team match has suddenly turned into a duel between the 2 of us. This makes me see him in a new light. Perhaps as a legendary class user, he is too proud to rely on numbers. Lance draws his sword and speaks, "I wanted to face you in the solo matches. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. I've watched your previous fights. I have to admit your skeletons are powerful, but they won't work on me. You're going down." I simply give him a slight smile. I look like an elder praising a child. Lance is instantly infuriated. "You're in no position to judge me." Our duel draws the attention of the entire crowd. Although Dante is strong, a legendary class user is no pushover, especially a genius from the Northwest Hang Estate. They are a family of Divine Swordsmen. They produce one in almost every generation. I've seen the data on Divine Swordsmen before. Even among legendary classes, they are ranked near the top. A Divine Swordsman isn't scary until they master all their skills. Those skills are truly terrifying. What will happen when these 2 clash? This is going to be an epic battle. Everyone is wondering who will come out on top. The referee signals the start of the match. A skeleton mage instantly appears by my side. 2 glowing auras appear on Lance's sword. Auras swirl around the longsword. It emits a dazzling light, shocking the audience. He really has mastered the skills of a Divine Swordsman. 1-star ring for every 10 levels. At level 29 he has 2. Each ring contains a top-tier skill. They say a level 90 Divine Swordsman with 9 rings is practically invincible. A spectator shouts in excitement. It's starting. The battle has begun. The skeleton mage instantly casts 5 Thunderstrike. A bolt of lightning strikes from above. Lance doesn't dodge. A star ring on his sword erupts. but when the lightning hits him, it vanishes without a trace. Lance laughs. This is my first skill. Elemental Sword Physique. I am immune to all elemental attacks for 10 minutes. Your skeleton mage is useless against me. I hope you can survive for those 10 minutes. He finished speaking and charges toward me. He's incredibly fast as a legendary class user. His stats are far superior to ordinary classes. He is powerful even without active buffs. The crowd begins to whisper. Lance's skill negates all elemental attacks. Dante's skeleton mage is basically neutralized. Just as Lance said, if Dante wants to win, he must hold out for 10 minutes. But against the divine swordsman, that is almost impossible. The crowd is stunned. This is the first time my skeleton, warriors, and mages have appeared together. The sight shocks everyone in attendance. During my duel with Lance, I intended to end the fight using my skeleton mages. Surprisingly, his skill makes him immune to all elemental attacks. This immunity lasts for a full 10 minutes. The crowd immediately thought I was finished. Surviving against a divine swordsman for 10 minutes is nearly impossible. Even Lance believed I couldn't do it. He used his sword step to rush toward me like the wind, but as he prepared to strike, he felt a sudden chill. A sense of extreme danger washed over him. Trusting his instincts, he quickly retreated. The moment he backed away, a red blade flash brushed past him. The massive blade slammed into the arena. The entire stage shook from the impact. It was a testament to the strike's immense power. Lance gasped in shock. If that blow had landed, he would have been finished. The crowd was stunned once again. What kind of summon is this? Lance broke into a cold sweat. Then he laughed. I shouldn't have underestimated you. So this is your trump card. A skeleton with blades. Let's see how strong it really is. Lance remained arrogant. The skeleton warrior charged forward. With its dual blades, however, the skeleton warrior's stats were far superior to his. Because of this, its speed was much greater. To Lance it looked like a bolt of lightning. In an instant it appeared right before his eyes. Its massive blade swung down at him with crushing force. So fast, Lance exclaimed. His sword glowed with light. Skill Blade Parry. With this skill he could accurately block any attack. It could also knock the enemy back. No matter how fast the skeleton warrior moved, he could block it. A loud crash rang out. Lance was blown back by the massive force. The skeleton warrior was also sent flying back. What incredible power. Lance broke into a cold sweat again. Its speed and strength were far superior to his own. As the skeleton warrior charged again, Lance let out a cold snort. Another star ring on his long sword exploded. Instantly his attributes increased tenfold. This was his trump card, Berserk Blade. For 5 minutes all his stats were boosted by 10 times. The effect was similar to a berserker's berserk. However, the boost was stronger and didn't affect his sanity. There was a fundamental difference between legendary and rare classes. The difference in skill power was massive. A rare class could never obtain a skill like this. Lance then unleashed his skill. Soaring Dragon Strike. He shot forward like a flying dragon, slammed directly into the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior was instantly knocked away. This skill also had a control effect, putting the skeleton warrior into a stun state. For 30 seconds after knocking the skeleton warrior back, Lance charged toward Dante like a bolt of lightning. With his stats boosted tenfold, his speed was much faster than before. The spectators covered their eyes at the sight. He's really finished this time. But as soon as he spoke, 2 dark figures appeared before me. They were 2 more skeleton warriors. A second later, they raised their blades and slashed at Lance. Lance immediately cancelled his skill. He looked at me in utter disbelief. How are there more? Just how many skeletons do you have? I chuckled. Take a guess. Lance snorted, refusing to back down. Forget guessing. Don't think 2 more warriors will change anything. I still have plenty of skills left. He took a combat stance again. Light flashed at the tip of his sword. Terrifying energy began to gather. I realized he was charging a powerful skill. I slowly raised my hand. 5 more skeleton warriors appeared instantly. Now 7 skeleton warriors stood in a line. A gloomy atmosphere shrouded the entire arena. Lance couldn't help but shiver at the sight. This caused his charging skill to be interrupted. He even struggled to catch his breath from the shock. Coughing, he shouted, "Are you running a skeleton shop? Why do you have so many?" I just smiled. Lance snorted, "Forget this. I'll fight you again after my second class change. At level 40 with that." He jumped straight off the arena. After all, 1 warrior was already hard to handle. Dealing with 2 was his absolute limit. Now 7 of them appeared all at once. He couldn't fight back at all. If he stayed, he'd be hacked to pieces. Lance was arrogant, but he wasn't a fool. Dante won again and the crowd outside erupted in cheers. It wasn't that Lance was weak. His skills were actually quite impressive. It was simply that Dante was too powerful. More accurately, his skeletons were too powerful. But everyone had the same question in mind. How many skeletons does Dante actually have? So far he had only shown a fraction of his true power. Only 8 skeleton warriors and 6 skeleton mages. That's only 14 in total. Some guessed he had 10 skeleton warriors and 10 skeleton mages. Others thought this was already his limit. They had no idea this was just the tip of the iceberg. After that match ended, Dante didn't face any worthy opponents. In his next 2 matches, it went back to a single skeleton mage. Sweeping the field when the afternoon matches concluded, the list of the 8 teams for the finals was announced. The 5 teams Sierra mentioned all made the cut. The other 2 were from Summer Capital Academy and Jindan Academy. Out of the 8 finalists, the Divine Summer Empire took 3 spots. Regardless of how many teams each group started with, only 8 teams remained for the finals. After today, a massive light screen once again covered the arena, blocking everyone's view. Raven looked at Dante and asked softly, "Challenge matches allow lower-level class users to challenge those at higher levels. Winning earns you massive rewards. The greater the level gap in the challenge, the better the prize, but the specifics haven't been announced yet. I'm sure they'll be great." I told her I must participate. Even Magnus personally told me to take part. He said the higher I climb, the better. Hearing this, Raven looked worried. "You've performed so well. Everyone was talking about you today. They say you're the leader of the new generation. Some even say you'll become a god-tier powerhouse and a pillar of the Divine Summer Empire." I had heard those rumors many times myself, but that wasn't Raven's main concern. She bit her lip and said, "I'm worried. The Empire had other top geniuses years ago. Even if they weren't as talented as you, they were all assassinated during their trials. I'm afraid you'll follow in their footsteps." I smiled at her words. Raven sighed. "After all, you're only level 27. You haven't even reached your second class change yet." Seeing her worrying, I promised to be careful. Though I said that, a cold glint flashed in my eyes. It was killing intent, accumulated from my battles with demons and humans. I hope to lure out the snakes hiding in the shadows. Then I'll kill them myself to avenge my fallen people. Unless they are a top-tier class user above level 70, they cannot pose a fatal threat to me. Great, it seems a glimpse of my hidden strength has finally been exposed. Even though it was just an ordinary control skill, it still left everyone in a cold sweat. After I defeated the Divine Swordsman, the final match arrived the next day. Suddenly a spectator pointed at the sky and shouted. 3 orbs of light appeared before everyone's eyes. Each orb contained a large golden chest. Beside each chest floated a pale purple potion and a glowing golden skill scroll. Needless to say, those chests were filled with gold. The rewards for the 3 groups in the lower arena were the same: 50 million gold, a lesser wonder potion, and a radiant junior skill scroll. As the 3 light orbs floated in the air, the class users below looked as if they were determined to win them. I only gave them a casual glance. I can look at them all I want once they are mine. Soon today's match officially began. Our team was up first, and I was still the only one competing. Raven and the others watched from the sidelines. Sierra whispered, "We are facing the Sakala Empire team. They seem strong. Their leader is Evelyn. She is a shrine priestess, a class unique to the Sakala Empire. It is very mysterious, and our empire has little data on it, even though it is not a legendary class." Just then the Sakala Empire team walked onto the stage. Evelyn, the leader, wore traditional Sakala Empire clothing. Behind her stood a knight, 2 archers, and 2 mages. "Hello, Mr. Dante of the Divine Summer Empire." Evelyn bowed slightly toward me. She seemed polite, but I ignored her. I already had conflicts with the Sakala Empires. On my OG, I knew all about their hypocrisy. Seeing no response, she stepped closer and whispered, "I am very interested in your class, Dante. If you join our nation, I can fulfill any request you have." Any man would understand her meaning. She was truly beautiful. She radiated an incredible charm. Her looks were equal to any woman I had ever met. But I only felt disgust get lost. Hearing this, Evelyn wasn't angry at all. "You should think about it, Dante." She then retreated back to her team. Their knight stepped to the front. He was exceptionally tall, shielding Evelyn behind him. To attack her, I would have to defeat him first. The referee announced the start of the match. 2 skeleton mages instantly appeared by my side. They immediately unleashed their elemental skills. Meanwhile, on the Sakala Empire's side, a phantom with a human face and a snake body appeared. It was neither human nor demon. I thought it was just another Shikigami. But looking closely, it wasn't what I thought. The phantom opened its mouth and swallowed all of the skeleton mage's attacks. Then a soft giggle rang out. "Your mage's attacks are useless against us." But I wasn't surprised. They won't be easy to beat, since elemental attacks don't work. 5 skeleton warriors instantly appeared. They charged forward with an eerie clicking sound. Another phantom appeared above the Sakala Empire team. A monster resembling a wild bull appeared in the air. Skill Divine Possession. Evelyn shouted. The bull-like monster merged into the knight's body. The knight's eyes glowed red as his aura surged. He let out a beast-like roar. Skill Mass Taunt. The 5 skeleton warriors were instantly affected. Forced to change targets, they charged toward the knight. After being possessed, the knight didn't back down. He used his charge skill against the skeleton warriors. With a loud bang, the knight was knocked back. He stumbled, and the skeleton warriors paused for a moment before continuing their charge. Evelyn looked shocked. Mr. Dante's skeletons are truly powerful. Even a knight possessed by the colossal spirit was pushed back. Light flashed in her palm as she spoke. Skill Possession Augmentation. The knight's aura intensified again. It was as if he had received multiple buffs at once. He launched another fierce attack against the warriors. For a moment, he single-handedly held off 5 skeleton warriors. This proves how mysterious the Shrine Priestess class is. The spirits she summons are truly formidable. They can exist independently or merge with a class user. This significantly boosts the user's power. Many top-tier class users were watching. They were impressed by Evelyn's class skills. If those skills were used on them, could they become even more powerful? Some already planned to talk with Evelyn. After the match, the skeleton warriors continued their frenzied attack on the knight. Evelyn giggled. It seems your summons aren't very obedient. Mr. Dantu smiled and replied, that's only because I wasn't commanding them. With a single thought, the skeletons ignored the knight and lunged at her. No matter how much the knight used taunt, the skeleton warriors didn't react at all. Evelyn's expression changed instantly. She immediately regretted provoking me. She shouted once more divine possession. The serpent spirit turned into light and entered the mage. The mage suddenly looked up. A brilliant light erupted from his body. It instantly blew all the skeleton warriors back. Evelyn used another skill. A spider-like spirit appeared above her head. Divine possession, she shouted again. The spider spirit merged into the other mage. The mage's eyes glowed red as he raised his staff. A series of breezes began to swirl. Wind-locked shackles appeared on the skeleton warriors. They were pinned in place. Unable to move, Evelyn let out a sigh of relief. Do you have any other tricks? Just then the knight charged straight at me. To the spectators, allowing a powerful knight to get this close meant certain death. Even if I summoned my other 3 skeleton warriors, they would still be controlled by the enemy mage. It wouldn't change the outcome. Everyone thought I was finished. A victorious smile appeared on Evelyn's face. Suddenly a red light flashed across the stage. Evelyn's smile instantly froze. A dazzling red light glowed from my palm. Skill slow curse. Whether it was Evelyn the knight, the mage, or the archer, red shackles appeared above all their heads. Their speed was reduced by 40 times. The knight was suddenly moving in slow motion. I slowly walked right past him. I headed straight for Evelyn. Behind him the knight tried his hardest to turn around. But he was far too slow. Evelyn watched me approach. Although she was frantic, she couldn't react at all. The audience was stunned. What's happening? Why did Evelyn's team stop moving? A man in the crowd noticed the cause. They're cursed. Their speed has dropped dozens of times. This Dante is terrifying. No one expected that besides summoning skeletons. He was also a mage who could use curses. Another part of my hidden power had been revealed. Evelyn's eyes were filled with terror. She wanted her mage to use a skill to push me back, but her skills required complex hand signs. At her current speed, it would take her over a minute to finish them. Looking at the terrified Evelyn, I showed nothing but disdain. I summoned another skeleton warrior. It immediately used Frenzy Strike on her. A moment later, Evelyn was knocked out of the arena. I had won the match once again, but now, a fated rival for my Necromancer class has appeared. After I defeated the Sakala Empire team, the second semi-final match featured the Eagle Kingdom team against the team from Jinnin Academy. All 5 members of the Eagle Kingdom team were rare class users. None of them were legendary. But there was a reason they reached this stage. Sierra said solemnly, for example, a level 29 Shadow Knight from our side was no match for the Eagle Kingdom's Shadow Knight. The power gap was massive. It was a total slaughter. Raven remembered something. The Eagle Kingdom conducted experiments years ago. They developed a new type of enhancement potion. It supposedly boosts all attributes by several times. By using it, a rare class user can rival a legendary class user. Perhaps the Eagle Kingdom has perfected this potion. Raven looked at me with worrying. Be careful, I smiled and said I'd be fine. Even if their stats increased several times over, they still wouldn't surpass my skeleton warriors. With the boost from my talent, my skeleton warrior stats are amplified 30 times. But to everyone's surprise, the Eagle Kingdom team, which had been dominant, finally lost. They lost to Jindan Academy's legendary Divine Eye Archer. It turned out, the Eagle Kingdom's potion had a fatal flaw. It caused the team to lose their sanity. During battle, against the Divine Eye Archer's cataclysmic arrow storm, they only knew how to charge blindly. They didn't even try to dodge. Meanwhile, at Summer Capital Academy, Alaric spoke calmly. Alaric chuckled at the news. I've said it before, you can't have it both ways. Even a berserker's berserk skill has a price. They used a potion to break their limits, but trading sanity for power is just a joke to me. He spoke with absolute certainty now. The results proved his judgment right. Magnus, who shared Alaric's views, also looked down on the Eagle Kingdom. But the Sakala Empire Shrine Priestess is somewhat interesting. Alaric snorted. What use is she? She is just a variation of an onmyoji. Calling them gods is nonsense. You know exactly what those shikigami really are. Alaric was a traditional man. Such classes didn't impress him at all. To him, both the Eagle Kingdom's potion and Evelyn's class were worthless. Calling them trash isn't just because of arrogance. At this moment, Magnus' eyes flashed with killing intent. If those guys are going to act, it should be in the next few days. You need to keep a close watch. Alaric grunted in response. Don't worry, I've already made preparations. Alaric didn't understand what they were talking about. At first, Magnus didn't hide anything and explained the plan to use Dante as bait. Alora jumped up suddenly. What did you say? You're using Dante as bait. But my granddaughter is still with him. If anything happens to her, I'm not done with you. Magnus waved his hand. Relax. We've been prepared for a long time. Besides, Dante isn't the only bait. His sister Mora is also being watched by that old man. Alaric said in a deep voice. Don't ruin our carefully laid plan. We will definitely protect your granddaughter. Hearing this, Alaric could only agree. Meanwhile, the finals were still ongoing. The teams from Vatican Sanctuary and Summer Capital Academy clashed. Blinding light filled the arena. The entire stage turned into a small sun. Amidst the light, the members of Vatican Sanctuary were eliminated, one after another. They didn't even know how they were being defeated. It was over after just one flash of intense light. Then Sierra said solemnly, "He is Lucius, a legendary radiant mage. He has already been admitted to Genesis Academy. He should have reached level 32 months ago. He once said his goal this time is the championship. He is also here to get the Radiant Junior skill scroll. He has been dominant in every single match. He eliminates opponents with just one skill. This time was no different. The Vatican Sanctuary team was quickly eliminated. Lucius stood on the platform glowing with white light. He scanned the entire arena with his gaze. A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes when he saw me. His Radiant Mage class has a holy attribute, while I use undead summons. It is an instinctive hatred, caused by our opposing class attributes. The final match of the first round was against the Holy Inspectorate. Both sides were evenly matched, trading blows back and forth. The battle lasted for 10 full minutes. Finally a winner was decided. The Holy Battle Domain team won by a narrow margin. Now only 4 teams remain in the level 20 group. My team, the Summer Capital Academy team led by Lucius, the Jindan Academy team, and the Astral Warrior team from the Holy Battle Domain. I was matched against the Holy Battle Domain. Summer Capital Academy will face Jindan Academy. Sierra shared the information she gathered with me. The Astral Warrior class has very powerful skills. Their stats are balanced and their attacks deal both elemental and physical damage. They also have the Astral Armor skill. Whether it is elemental or physical damage, they have extremely high defense against both. They are very difficult to deal with, but I didn't care no matter how strong their stats are. Can they really be stronger than my skeleton warriors? Without control skills, beating skeleton warriors head-on is nearly impossible. Then I stepped onto the stage alone. The 5 members of Holy Battle Domain followed me up. They have 4 Astral Warriors and 1 Warlord support. Their leader looked at me full of fighting spirit. We know you're strong, but we aren't weak either. Our Astral Armor can greatly reduce damage. We can ignore your skeleton warriors and attack you directly. A mage like you won't last 2 seconds against us. Even though your curses are powerful, we don't fear them at all. They were confident as if they had already won. As the referee started the match, the Warlord support quickly buffed the team. Then the 4 Astral Warriors charged at me. Like lightning, a golden halo appeared covering their bodies. This was their skill Astral Armor. It greatly increases defense and reduces both elemental and physical damage. Facing their charge, I simply raised my hand and red light covered the stage. Red locks appeared over the 5 of them. Their movement speed instantly dropped, but then their golden